Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Ultimate Breathing Weapon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
The sun shines through a bedroom window, slim hues of light filtering through the transparent drapes that hung on its frame. Two boys sit on the floor of the room. Despite the gloomy atmosphere surrounding them, the scene is still familiar and domestic. Posters of the number one hero, All Might, in all his smiling, muscular glory resides on every wall in the bedroom. Kaken the shorter between the two whispers to the blonde in front of him, voice cracking. "I don't want them to take me away." His green hair sways as he drops his head into his knees, arms coming up to hug his legs tightly. It's been 3 years since that fateful day in the doctor's office. The day he was diagnosed as quirkless. As if it was some sort of disease to be different. To not be a part of the 80% who had quirks. The 80% who had powers and therefore were on top of society's food chain. Instead, he belonged to the 20% who didn't have quirks. The worthless minority. Since then, his life was turned upside down. His classmates ignored him, some even going to the lengths of bullying him. In the eyes of everyone and society itself, he was nothing more than a worthless, useless entity. A waste of space and provisions. Nothing but a burden. The only people who stood by him were his mother and the Bakuga family. It warmed his heart when his best friend didn't turn his back on him. When, despite everything, the boy chose to protect him. It wasn't always like that, though. At first, the blonde had reacted like everyone else. The moment he was declared quirkless, he was looked down upon. Yet, his analytical skills and intelligence had garnered the boys' attention, effectively giving them a chance to move forward and be friends despite the prejudice surrounding his kind. They'd been watching a movie in the living room when it happened. His mom and Aunt Mitsuki were having coffee in the kitchen. The bell rings, breaking the domestic atmosphere they had garnered. A man shows up at their doorstep, followed by a group of men stand a few steps behind him, postures rigidly straight and arms clasped behind their backs. All of them are wearing uniforms. Military Izuku's mind supplies, having seen many documentaries about the subject. He doesn't hear everything they say, but from what he could make out, they were talking about him, about taking him away from here. They wanted to take him away from his mom, the only family he had. His mom immediately told them to go up to his room, not wanting him to be anywhere near that man. Hesitantly complying, they'd shut themselves in the small bedroom upstairs. "I want to stay here so we can be heroes together," Izuku declares, finally making eye contact with fiery red. A few tears slipping past his eyes as he hastily moves to wipe them. Bakugo is quiet. Too quiet for the usually explosive boy Izuku knows his best friend to be. His fists are clenched in a white-knuckled grip at his sides, arms shaking slightly in frustration. "They won't," the blonde states firmly. "I won't let them," he says with all the menacing anger a 7-year-old can muster. I'll fight them." There it is, Izuku thinks. The undying determination to always win. To always be the best. One of the reasons why he admires his best friend so much. Kaken's going to be a really good hero. He thinks quietly to himself as he looks at the boy in front of him, his eyes shining with wonder and pride. Nodding his head resolutely, he's determined to be just as resilient. He'll be strong no matter what. He owes it to his mom and Kaken. Their moment is interrupted as shouting is heard coming from downstairs. Izuku's whole body freezes in fear as he hears what sounds like Aunt Mitsuki shouting and his mom sobbing. He wants to move, but can't. His mother's words echoing in his mind. She said not to come down unless she told him to. Footsteps can be heard coming up the steps. A group of people, maybe more. Their feet pound against the wooden floor tiles. The sound mirrors his agitated heartbeat. The sobbing downstairs intensifies and suddenly Kaken is standing in front of him, body positioned as if to shield him from whatever stands on the other side of the door. It happens in an instant. The door bursts open and a group of armed men flood into the room. 3 men round in on the 2 boys. 2 of them easily lift Bakugo up, effectively moving him out of the way. The boy kicks and thrashes in their hold, but his struggle is futile. 4. What is the strength of a 7-year-old compared to a fully trained, grown man? With no obstacle getting in their way, they easily get their hands on Izuku next. One of the men scoops him up, as if he was nothing more than discarded luggage. He tries to resist, but his efforts are completely useless, his protests easily ignored. He hears Kaken's cries from behind him, screeching calls of Deku as the man carries him away, down the stairs and out of the house. His mom's sobs get louder as her eyes land on him. He can see the desperation and sadness on her features, see the fear in her gaze. He wishes he could wipe the expressions of her face, make her smile at him, if only for one last time.
Mom,
He cries, even biting the man's hand as he tries to break free. Izuku. Aunt Mitsuki hugs Inko to her chest as Uncle Masaru holds them both back. 3 soldiers effectively block their way to Izuku. The world around him is blurry as tears flood his eyes. Sobs rack his entire body as he kicks and screams in the man's hold. "Let me go!" he shouts, knowing that his voice must be reaching the neighbors by now. He can't get himself to care now.
please don't do this.
He hears his mother plead to the man he saw in the doorway. "Let me just say goodbye." Her cries make his heart ache. He kicks harder. The man holding him finally stops, hesitating for a moment, as if waiting for instructions. Izuku takes the momentary distraction and jabs an elbow in the man's side. There's not enough force to actually hurt the man, but it does surprise him. His shock is long enough for Izuku to wiggle out of his grip, dropping to the ground and running straight into his mother's already open arms. The soldiers move as if to do something, but the man from before holds his hand up, stopping them in place. "You have 2 minutes," he says, voice cold and distant as he speaks. "Izuku, I'm so sorry." Mom cries as she hugs him tight. "Mommy loves you so much, honey." She coos into his wild green hair, whispering words of adoration in his ears. "Survive, okay? Promise me, Izuku? No matter what. You have to live. You have to fight. Okay." She's holding him by the shoulders now, arms clenched tightly around his small arms. It's so tight that he knows it will bruise. His words catch in his throat, and all he can do is nod as he looks into her teary eyes. "Oh, okay," he utters numbly. "I promise." She hugs him tighter, but it's only for a second. The next thing he knows, their arms are being ripped away from each other. His entire being screams at him to hold on, to stay in his mother's arms, in the safest place in the world. Yet he can't do anything as he gets physically lifted away from her. "I love you, Izuku." Inko screams as she watches the soldier take away her son, as she watches them take the most important thing in her life away. She falls onto her knees from her crouched position, breathing heavily, her eyes never leaving his form. From the corner of Izuku's eyes, he sees Kaken enter the room in a rush, looking worse for wear. "DKU, Mommy, Kaken," he shouts until his voice feels scratchy. He keeps calling out for them, screaming, even as he's being shoved into a black-tinted car. The door slamming shut once he's inside. The last thing he remembers of his family is the stricken look on their faces as the car drives away from his house. As it drives away from the only people who ever loved him in this world. The screams echo in his mind, resounding through every part of his brain as the memories claw themselves to the surface of his consciousness. Cold sweat mats the back of his neck, making his whole body shiver as he opens his emerald eyes, staring blankly at the white ceiling above him. He doesn't know why he's dreaming about this now, why his mind keeps finding new ways to torture him. Maybe it's because of what day it is. Straightening up, his bones crack as he stretches his back. The general wants him to move back to Mizurufu today. A new objective has been assigned to him. It was going to be a bother, but at least it was somewhat familiar. It's been 7 years since that day. The day he was taken away from everything he's ever come to know and love. 7 years of pure hell. His feet touch the floor next to his cot. The gray tiles are cold to the touch. It doesn't bother him, though. He's gotten used to sleeping in this small room. 4 white walls and a metal door. It's more of a cell, really. Only cleaner and brighter. The only furniture being the military-grade bed, a small mirror hanging on the far side of the room, and a cupboard for his uniforms and his gear. He can't get himself to care, though. It's been a long time since he's felt anything at all anyway. Ever since those first 4 years of training and experiments they put him through. He just feels empty. As if nothing registers in his mind. As if thick walls have been built around his very heart, blocking the path for any lick of real emotion to slither through the stronghold. Sighing heavily, he stands up. It's only a second later that he hears a buzzing sound coming from the monitor on the ceiling. It's time to go. The first buzz meant he needed to get up and get ready. The second one meant that his room was unlocked, and the third meant he needed to leave. Given that this was the first he got to work, he was going to be traveling by public transport, so he couldn't wear his uniform. With that in mind, he pulled out olive drab cargo briefs and a black skin-tight t-shirt. Removing his sleepwear, he took a moment to look into the mirror. His green hair looked wild from sleep. He had an undercut that faded into his neckline. The dark green, a great contrast to the paleness of his skin. The scars marring his torso and stomach were clearer in the bright white LED light. The scar tissue practically coated his body, ranging from stab wounds to gunshot injuries. Some of them even overlapping each other to create patches in his skin. The marks even reaching his shoulders and arms. However, not all of them were caused by the 3 years he spent on the battlefield, nor were they all from training. Some of them were somewhat unidentifiable. Scars from the experiments. He shuddered at the mere thought of those first 4 years. His time back then was divided between field training, weapons training, and the experimentation that was done on him by the science division. Although torture was probably the better-suited word for it. Shaking the thoughts away, he carried on with his task, finishing the ensemble by tucking his dog tags neatly into his shirt. Getting his duffel bag from the cupboard, he stood in front of the metal door, waiting for his cue to leave. The second and third buzzer soon resounded through the small space. The noise, immediately followed by the creaking of metal as the door opened. This was going to be a long mission. However, what Izuku was unaware of was the 2 military officials watching him through the monitors as he made his way out of the base. "Are you sure about this, generals?" A dark-haired soldier asked hesitantly as he looked at the man next to him. "It's a huge risk to take, especially on Arctic. If he goes rogue he won't." Comes the curt interruption. The man's gruff voice is cold and intimidating as he speaks. "We made sure of that. He can't." He continues, eyes still trained on the boy's moving form on the monitor. Besides, he has an objective to complete. Let's see what UA has in store for him. The League won't know what hit them. The train ride was as mundane as you'd expect. It's been so long since Izuku was in a normal, everyday social environment. Everything felt so foreign to him that, for a moment, maybe a flash of a second, he found himself wanting to go back to the battlefield. He was in his element there, surrounded by gunfire and explosions. The omnipresent smell of ash, copper, and burnt flesh in the air. It was everything he knew for most of his life. Now, at the age of 14, after 7 years away from society, he thinks it's going to be difficult to blend back into the life of an innocent teenager. He didn't have a choice, though. He had a mission to complete. So he marched on, out of the train station and onto the crowded streets of Mizudafu. The general had been crystal clear about his instructions. He was to infiltrate UA with minimal show of power and zero information output. Therefore, he was to have no contact whatsoever with any individual who knew of his past. That meant that he couldn't go home, nor could he get in touch with his mother. Sometimes he wonders about her. His memories of the women, although distant, are still as vivid as the day he was forced to leave her. Despite this, his heart still feels as empty as ever. It's as if someone took away his ability to feel. He has the memories, but no emotional link to any of them. He quickens his pace, knowing that he needed to get to the apartment that was assigned to him as soon as possible. He needed to minimize his contact with the outside world to ease himself back into the flow of things. His mind is on a constant high alert. Every move, every change in his surroundings are getting registered in the back of his thoughts. The need to always be on guard has long been ingrained into him. It's only when he steps into his new apartment that he allows himself to relax slightly. The moment he's in, he's already walking to the living room, his front facing the TV as he speaks the given commands. "Contact the dragon," he says clearly, satisfied with the way the screen instantly lights up, the blue light illuminating the darkness of the room. Soon enough, he's face to face with the general, his hand immediately rising in a salute. 5 fingers pressed neatly against his temple, back straight and feet facing forward, even though the man probably couldn't see them. Adi's special officer. His tone is as commanding as ever, even through the screen. "I see you've made it with no complications," he continues. His words are more of a statement than an actual question, so Izuku stays quiet. "You will find that all your equipment, weapons, and the necessary gear you'll need is already waiting for you in your room. Of course, I also made sure they prepared for you your mobile combat suit. It is equipped with a new flying unit hidden inside the belt, along with the renewed heat and shock resistance. All of your old requirements have also been reinstated and improved. The bulletproof vest, the chemical and biological resistance as well. The tech team went all out for this, so don't take this lightly, soldier." He recounts, a serious look adorning his features. "You are to only use it when given the precise command. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir." "Good. Now, on to our next matter of focus." The general seems to fall back onto his chair as he speaks, his eyes making direct contact with Izuku's own. "You are not to enter the hero course. Given the nature of your powers, the importance of information control, and our need to keep a low profile, you are to aim for UA's general education course. You are still registered as quirkless, and you are to remain that way. Are we clear?" "Affirmative," Izuku responds, voice strong and unwavering. "Stay frosty, Arctic. We'll be in touch." Over and out. The screen shuts off, bathing the room once again in darkness. Izuku stands there for a few minutes longer, contemplating his next moves. The UA entrance exam was in a couple of days. He supposed he could take the time to do some recon and maybe study for the general education written exams. 5 years ago. "Why did you call me out here for?" The dragon stands tall in the small observation room. There's a two-way mirror separating the room from the medical wing. They can see into it, but the other side can't. The general looks onto the scene before him with an unervingly blank gaze, unperturbed by the convulsing test subject that was currently fighting against the restraints binding him to the medical bed. His wrists are scraped raw as he struggled against their hold, trying his hardest to break free from the pain and suffering he was being subjected to. Multiple wires and tubes protrude from different parts of his body, practically engulfing the 9-year-old's tiny form, making him look even younger than he already was. It's been 2 years since the start of Project Ares. 2 years of intense training and experimenting. 2 years of pure hell for the boy lying in that small medical bed. "Sir, you need to see this." The doctor, the mastermind of the experiment's process, states earnestly. An ominous excitement drips from his tone. The man rummages through a drawer of files, finally pulling one out with the label A1 on it. Handing over the folder, he shuffles anxiously from foot to foot, waiting for the general's input. After a few minutes of silence, the man gets impatient, promptly going into a rambling fit. "If you look at the test results, that kid has higher intelligence than most fully grown men. His intellect, in itself, surpasses anything we could have ever imagined. It's like he sees the world differently. It's like he doesn't perceive everyday things just like you, nor I do. In fact, where we just process the image of an object, he processes everything down to the tiniest detail of its composition. It's as if his brain is more open to stimuli from his surrounding environment." At the general's questioning glance, he elaborates. "You see, other people's brains shut out that kind of excess information in order to preserve their sanity. However, this kid, he can decipher and process anything within his mind. It's as if his brain is adjusted to these instinctual analysis sequences." He informs excitedly. "Now, I'm not sure if it's the product of the quirk his body forcefully manifested or if it's purely natural. But no matter how you look at this, it changes everything. The general contemplates the words coming from the man in front of him, his mind going back to the kid's prowess in training, ranging from field aptitude to pure strategic proficiency. He knew the kid was smart, however, it seems that his perception was an understatement. The boy was a genius. I see, he says slowly, his mind going through the countless possibilities that have opened up. Not to mention the range of the kid's quirk, now that they knew its true extent. Go ahead and start phase 3 then. It's time. Waking up was a slow process. His eyes flutter open, welcoming the soft hues of light filtering through his window. His eyelids blinking successively until they get accustomed to the brightness. Having gotten used to sleeping on hard surfaces for the most part of his life, he found it rather difficult to fall asleep on his new bed. The mattress was too soft and the sheets too smooth on his callous skin. It unnerved him to the point where he decided to sleep on the carpeted floor. The familiarity of the situation helps calm his mind enough for him to eventually fall asleep. He figures he'll have to get used to this new way of life eventually, especially given the length of his mission. Today was UA's entrance exam. Depending on the information he managed to gather, both online and from different military resources, it should be easy to get through. The only unpredictable factor was the practical part of the exam, which will depend on the teachers and their collective decisions and judgment. Rising from his position on the ground, he makes quick work of getting ready. Wearing casual gym clothes that consisted of a black hoodie and sweatpants. The sleeves and bagginess of the hoodie effectively covering his scars and the extent of his physical form from prying eyes. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, he's satisfied with his new look. The red contacts and black hair dye worked wonders in making him look unrecognizable. The dragon has already set him up with an alternative identity under the name of Akatani Mikomo, a quirkless 14-year-old boy. Today, he would be just like any other student trying to get into the general education course. Normal, even if he's anything but. The walk to campus takes more time than he anticipates. The bustle of ongoing people makes it hard for him to trudge comfortably. His skin crawls every time he brushes against a passerby, every time he has to slip between the ever-moving crowds of pedestrians on the sidewalks. He doesn't let it deter him, though. He can't let his own comfort get in the way of his objective. So he keeps walking, keeps bumping into people even when he tries his best not to. Nonetheless, he does make it to UA eventually, luckily on time too. The sheer number of kids on campus is even worse. A nervous energy engulfs the area. The student's mounting anxiety is palpable. He wonders what it must be like. To fear, to worry, to feel. Shaking his head softly at the thought, he enters the designated examination room. He's studied and memorized the building's layout and blueprints beforehand, taking in all the entrances, exits, and pathways. Taken every precaution in order for his mission to run smoothly. It's what he was trained to do, after all. The written exam is almost laughably easy. Math and science. He breathes through with little effort, the history portion taking a little bit more time, given the depth in which he answers the questions. English and Japanese literatures are child's play, and the analytical and theoretical portion he actually has fun with. For once he has the chance to analyze and catalog his opinions freely, answering the philosophical questions with way more pages than required. He can't really bring himself to care, though. He's already finished the exam, and he has 3 hours left to spare. He figures losing a couple of points won't really affect his grade. The next time he looks up from his papers, there are still 2 hours left for the end of the written portion to be announced. Izuku has to remind himself that leaving now would only attract unwanted attention. So, he sits there, back straight, posture perfectly respectable as he stares at the clock. Watching the hands tick down, a constant, rhythmic reminder of the slow passing of time. He feels the examiner's eyes on him after a couple of minutes. The man, pro-hero snipe, watches him for a few more minutes before finally giving in. He watches quietly as the hero makes his way towards him, steps hasty as he passes through the rows of students in order to reach him. Given that the written portion of the exam is common for all the courses, it takes the man a couple of minutes to get to him. By then, Izuku already knows what's about to happen, so he makes quick work of gathering his papers into one pile, placing the pen on the corner of the table, exactly where he found it when he first came in. The man clears his throat awkwardly, eyeing the papers on Izuku's desk suspiciously. It would probably be best if you continued your work, young man. This exam isn't a joke, and you can take a break after you've completed it, he says seriously, disapproval obvious in his muffled voice, the mask he's wearing distorting the sound slightly. Instead of immediately responding, Izuku looks at the man in front of him for a moment, trying to think of a way to get out of the situation swiftly, and without further fanfare. The man squirms under his intense gaze, hand coming up to fidget with the strap of his holster. An involuntary nervous habit, Izuku notes. "I'm done, sir," he says finally. Simple and straight to the point. "Why you're done?" The skepticism is clear in his voice, and in the way his eyes flit to the papers once more. He actually takes them this time, though, flipping through them, eyes growing wider the more he schemes through them. "Are you sure you don't want to go through your answers again? Revise anything, maybes?" "No, sir." The repeated use of the honorific seems to be making the teacher uncomfortable, not that Izuku plans on changing it anytime soon. "Okay, well, you can go. There's a lunch break before the practical exam. You have a couple of hours to take a break." With a clear dismissal, Izuku doesn't waste any time before taking his leave. He feels many eyes follow his retreat the whole way out of the room. Shinso doesn't expect to find anyone else when he finally gets to the waiting room, in order to wait for the next part of the entrance exam. There's still 10 minutes from the official end of the mandatory lunch break, after all. However, to his slight surprise, he's not the only one there when he arrives. There, sitting on a bench on the far corner of the room, is the kid from the written exam. Thinking back on it now, he should have expected the dark-haired boy to be here. He finished the exam with hours to spare. Of course, he'd have finished his lunch before everyone else. Stifling his mounting annoyance, he walks up to sit next to the teen. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't intrigued by the boy in front of him. The teen was either really stupid for blowing off the exam or really smart to be able to finish it in record speed. He expects to be greeted or at least acknowledged upon his appearance next to the mystery student. However, the boy remains silent, staring at him with an unnerving blank look. It reminds him of the effect his brainwashing has on people. The emptiness he sees in those red, scorching eyes. Clearing his throat, he decides to take the high road.
"Hey?"
He starts pathetically, watching those fiery eyes narrow in slight suspicion, waiting for him to say whatever he has to say. My name is Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi." He introduces himself softly. "And you are?" The silence stretches and Shinso's annoyance skyrocket as it seems that the boy won't honor him with any kind of response. Yet, the moment that particular train of thought ends, the teen speaks up, his voice firm, yet quiet in the silence that resides around them. "Akatani Mikumo." Shinso knows it's underhanded, knows it's what a villain would have done. Taking advantage of an unsuspecting person just to accomplish their own selfish goals. However, he knows that without another person's help, the probability of passing the exam won't be in his favor, especially if it has to do with something physical. So, the moment the words leave the dark-haired teen's mouth, Shinso stretches the metaphorical wires that his quirk consists of, trying to take over this boy's consciousness, brainwash him into SBMSN. However, instead of the familiar control, he should feel setting into place. He feels as if a force knocks him right out of there, pushing him away and blocking him from accomplishing his goal. A piercing headache envelopes his mind, as he feels like he's been forcibly ejected from the boy's mind. What the hell? It takes him a moment to realize that the world has stopped spinning. Another for him to look back into those red fiery orbs that are boring into him, looking at him with both growing suspicion and, to his surprise, slight concern. "Are you okay?" The boy, Mikumo asks, voice just as calm and expression just as blank as it was before. I'm fine." He grits out, guilt and frustration welling up in his guts as he realizes the predicament he's in. By now, all the examiners have arrived. All of them chat quietly to each other, sitting in groups, No chance for Shinso to take control of one of them without the others noticing. He doesn't really want it anymore, though. His mind too caught up with what happened just a few minutes ago. For a moment there, it felt as if there was something else in that mind. Something already there. Pushing the thought away, he takes a moment to get back his composure. He'd do this without anyone's help. He was going to be a hero, damn it. He needed to pass if he wanted to stand a chance of getting into the hero course someday. Everybody's say, YHHHH. It's Present Mike here, live and in person to introduce you to the final test. The voice hero's voice resounds through the room before the man even enters the establishment. The sound, making more than a few people jump up in surprise. Some of you may have guessed it, but I'll explain it either way. The next challenge you'll be facing will be an obstacle course. His words are punctuated by the opening of the immense metal doors behind him, leading into an open arena with said obstacle course in plain view. Full in all its giant, threatening glory. It brings Izuku back to his first years of training. This was nothing compared to the torture they put him through. This was a school-made obstacle course, full of safety nets and measures taken to prevent any real harm from attaining the participants. The training he went through wasn't like that. He remembers the fire pits, remembers the drowning prevention training, remembers trying to wade through the water with weights strapped to his back, trying his hardest to keep his head above the water, keep the air flowing through his lungs. He remembers his commanding officer's voice screeching in his ears, remembers the threats that would hang ominously over his head the whole time. The guns aimed at his feet at every misstep, every mistake, every fall or slip-up. Remembers the burns, the scrapes, the bruises, the scars. He remembers the obstacle course they'd reserve especially for him. He was their special project after all. The other recruits weren't like him. They got standardized obstacle courses, similar to the one in front of him now. Not him, though. Never him. It takes him a moment to ground himself back into reality. Escape the flashbacks that were playing just beneath his eyelids. So close to the surface, yet buried deep within his mind. A permanent reminder of what he went through to get here. It's then that he hears Present Mick's voice break through the haze in his mind. Well, what are you waiting for? Go, go, go. The other examinees are already running by the time his mind registers the words. His body reacts instantly, though, taking off in a run, easily passing half of the students in front of him. The first obstacle is a standard mudslide under barbed wires, meant to slow down the pace and equal the playing field. Yet, with Izuku experience and abilities, it's laughably easy. He paces through the first few obstacles with relative ease, even stopping once or twice to help struggling examinees on the way. If there's something Izuku can't stand, if there's one feeling he's been able to retain throughout the years, it's his need to help people. It's like the emotion is so deeply ingrained in his mind that it stuck, even when everything else just faded. At some point, he finds himself at the front of the pack. The finish line is just up ahead, and the only thing separating him from it is the last obstacle. A tall, imposing wall that leads into a rope on the other side. A rope hanging horizontally over a ravine. Although, in Yue's defense, they did put up a metal beam parallel to it, meant to help the contestants to keep their balance. He climbs the wall with efficient, swift moves. It's only when he's at the top that he notices the two people behind him. Both are just starting to climb the structure. He recognizes one of them as that Shinso boy from the waiting room. Shaking away the distraction, he continues on his way, wading through the rope as if it's a normal platform to run on. His balance and equilibrium were well honed throughout the years. After a few seconds, he feels his feet hit solid ground, and he straightens out of his running posture. The finish line is just a few steps away now. A hiss sounds from behind him, and he sees Shinso cradling his hand protectively over his chest. The boy next to him has a feral smirk on his features, hands glowing red as he holds onto the metal beam above them. Izuku's mind instantly goes into analysis mode. With a closer look at both the beam and the red glowing hands, he concludes that the boy probably has some kind of heat quirk. He can see the new reddish hue that the metal is sporting. Can hear the slight, almost imperceptible sizzling sound erupting from it. It's scorching hot, meant to deter any other examines from following after him. Shinso looks a little shocked, but somewhat resigned, as if he'd expected something like this to happen. Given the nature of the test, Izuku should have expected it too. The other boy, the one with a heat quirk, doesn't wait for Shinso to regain his bearings, electing instead to continue his way through the obstacle. His pace is constant, albeit a little slow. His hand never leaves the beam through it all, immune to the effects of his quirk, while maintaining the heat for as long as possible. Izuku's mind tells him to go. This is a competition after all. The other students should be able to get through if they took things slow and didn't rush through it. The finish line was right there. However, the longer he looks at Shinso's unsteady form, watches the way his body sways, uneasy and unaccustomed, the more his heart tells him to go help. He climbs back onto the line just as the heat welder gets off, quickly running to meet the struggling teen ahead. It doesn't help either that other students are starting to climb onto the rope, making the whole thing shudder or move under their added weight. Just as he reaches the purple-haired boy, one student makes a particularly abrupt movement. Izuku watches in something akin to slow motion as the teen's foot slips, his body swaying dangerously before falling right into the ravine. His body moves before his mind registers the action. One of his hands reaches down to catch the descending teen while the other shoots up to grip the metal bar above them. The scorching heat sears into his unprotected skin. The smell of burning flesh wafts through the air with horrifying clarity. Yet, Izuku doesn't react, doesn't even flinch. Heat and fire are something he's been subjected to more times than he'd care to count. The smell is somewhat familiar to him by now. His years on the battlefield haven't been kind to him after all. Making sure his hold on the other boy is secure, he lifts him back up, the muscles in his arm bulging and flexing as he brings them both back onto the rope. Not letting go of the other teen's arm, even when he starts walking the rest of the way. They get through it with measured, tentative movements. Izuku knows that the boy must be in somewhat of a shock, so he doesn't rush or run them through it. Instead, he keeps a firm hold on his arm, hoping it's somewhat grounding for the boy. Shinso's eyes are wide and piercing as he looks at him, gaze never leaving his form the whole way back. Eyes constantly jumping to and from his injured hand. They cross the finish line together. It's only then that Izuku notices the eyes of the other examinees on him, looking at him with a mixture of horror and awe. With his head held high, he walks out of the testing area. He may not have gotten first place, but he suspects that his place at UA is secure. After all, second place wasn't anything to laugh at. Did that just happen? The shock in Mick's voice is palpable as he whispers out the inquiry. Not talking to anyone in particular, but aiming the question at the group of examiners as a whole. Did you guys see that? He screeches incredulously. They're in the observation room, watching the obstacle course through multiple monitors, each one focusing on one of the students. That kid just fried his hand to save that other boy. Midnight answers, eyes wide. Her words sound disbelieving to her own ears. He didn't even flinch. That boy just gave up first place in order to help his opponent, Cementos notes, his voice betraying his fascination. That's the kid I told you about. Snipe exclaims, uncharacteristically excited. Do you mean the one that bailed on the written exam mid-test? Aizawa drawls slowly. Despite the way his voice seems to be a little bit off, he too is shocked at the scene he just witnessed. He didn't bail. He completed it down to the last question. Got a perfect score too, not one mistake. Even his essays covered all the required objectives and went into deeper depth than what was asked of him. Snipe chides defensively. I think he has some kind of intelligence quirk. A heat resistance quirk would make more sense though, right? Considering what we just saw. Mike contemplates out loud, getting a nod from Midnight in agreement. I'm afraid you're all wrong. Niza chimes in, having kept quiet up until now. His words instantly garner the attention of the room's occupants. He doesn't have a heat-resistant quirk. In fact, I just alerted Recovery Girl, so she can go tend to his wounds. The rodent starts with solemnity, despite the intelligent glint in his eyes. Snipe opens his mouth to say something, but the principal stops him before he can voice his question. Nor does he have an intelligence-enhancing quirk, Mr. Snipe. The rat drawls out meaningfully, sending all of them a couple of curious glances to see their reactions. In fact, he doesn't have one at all. Silence meets the rodent statement. Complete and utter silence fills the observation room as the heroes take in the information. All of them looking at the black-haired teen in a new light. Quirkless. Yamada sounds shocked if a little impressed. In this day and age. Indeed he is, Niza says simply, a grin forming on his features as he looks back at the monitor, watching the boy in question walk out of the arena. Movements casual, as if he's used to this much action happening. This much adrenaline coursing through his body. It looks like this year's batch of students is going to be interesting. Interesting indeed. Aizawa will have to keep an eye on that one. If only to stop that reckless streak of his. 5 years ago, Experimentation. Service year number 2. Pain envelopes his sense, an excruciating, endless burning feeling throughout his whole body. His limbs seize up, growing rigid under the voltage they were being subjected to. Why are you doing this? He coughs out through gritted teeth, lungs protesting with every word he utters out. He just wanted to go home, wanted to see his mom, see Kaken again. The burning and prickling pain doesn't stop for what feels like hours, but can't have been more than a few minutes at most. Please, you don't have to keep doing this. He huffs, his breathing coming out as harsh heaves when the electricity surging through the metal links on his arms subsides. It's not going to work. Oh, dear child, that's where you're wrong. Izuku never knew the scientist's real name. When they first brought him into this hellhole a year ago, or at least he thinks it's been a year, it feels like it's been so much more. The man introduced himself as the doctor and nothing more. The human body can only take so much before it breaks. Smiling sweetly, the doctor moves to the control panel on the other side of the room. Hands reaching for the voltage panel. Or in your case, evolve. The current pulses through his body once more, after that. Searing pain igniting his nerve with an inconsolable ache, his hands straining against the cuffs, scrapping themselves raw as his body convulses and quakes under the torment. It's only a matter of time. The classroom door looms over him as he walks up to it, his eyes taking in the sheer size of the thing. His mind noting that it's probably meant for the comfortable use of the transformation quirk students. His steps don't falter, though, as he pushes it open and makes his way into Class 1C homeroom. Izuku supposes a childish part of him would have felt giddy at being here. An official student of UA Academy. Yet, all he feels is a strange sense of neutrality that he never understood. He's early, so not many students have arrived yet. Finding the seat near the window, at the back of the class empty, he walks towards it. He must make a strange picture if the way his classmates stare at him is of any indication. His back is straight, almost rigid as he sits there, used to always being at the ready. With each minute that passes, more students trickle into the room, finding their respective seats, some of them forming small groups, introducing themselves, and discussing whatever teenagers discussed, he supposed. The purple-haired boy from the entrance exam takes a seat in front of him, body turning, mouth opening as if to say something. However, before actual words come out of the boy's mouth, the classroom door opens a final time. Present Mike walks in a second later. His entrance elicits an instant reaction from the students, some of them even scrambling to get to their places. Present Mike doesn't shout in greeting like you'd expect him to. Instead, he just walks up to his desk and smiles brightly at them. Hey there, little listeners. I'm Present Mike, but my students call me Mike Sensei. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. 5 years ago, Experimentation. Service year number 2. Do you expect this trial to succeed? The general looks at the scene before him with unsettling calm. This method hasn't shown fruitful results in the past. His eyes rake over the starved figure huddled in the corner of the room. The child's body is covered in dirt, bruised and beaten. His frail arms hug his legs to his chest, making him seem even smaller than he already is. The scientist standing next to him gulps at that, taking in a readying breath before responding. General, sir, I assure you that he's close to reaching his limit. I admit, however, that he's proving more resilient than we previously assumed. Mulling his lower lip between his teeth, the man contemplated his next words carefully. His mind is truly a jewel, his body is bound to catch up. We just need to apply more forceful measures. As long as I start seeing encouraging outcomes, you have the go-ahead. The dragon states firmly, leveling the man with a glare as he readies himself to walk away. "And doctor," he speaks up when he reaches the doorway, leading outside. "I suggest you avoid making a habit of wasting my time in the future, lest you end up in your patient's shoes." Shinso doesn't know what to expect when he steps into his new classroom. It's his first day at UA, yet it's not exactly what he's dreamed about. His ambition having been set on another course entirely. He knows what he'll find on the other side of those doors. Or, more accurately, who he'll find. Akatani Mikumo, if he remembers correctly. A true mystery the boy was. Ever since that day at the entrance exam, Shinso has been racking his brain, trying to come up with what he was going to say when he saw the dark-haired teen. The boy who saved both his life and his place at the school of his dreams. Shinso can't say he's not a little bit frustrated at the boy, though. He didn't need saving, especially if he was going to be a hero. Everything he's come up with seemed to fall short. Years of social deprivation coupled with his non-existent history in positive teenage interactions meant he had no clue how to go about this. Shinso walks in and almost immediately spots him. He looks slightly different in his school uniform, formal almost. His posture only helping to further that statement. Finding the seat in front of the teen empty, he elects to take it for himself. Having set down his bag on the floor next to his desk, he turns to address his savior. However, just as he gathers enough courage to get it over with, the classroom door slides open. The voice hero and newly declared homeroom teacher makes his endeavor useless for now. So, Shinso sits back against his chair, turning back towards the front of the class, making a mental note to talk to the boy later. Present Mike announces their first task. A cliché start, one that Shinso dreaded every single time he's had to go through it. A class introduction. Every student was expected to stand up in turn and introduce themselves to the rest of the class, starting with their name, their quirks, and if they wanted, adding a fact about themselves. It was childish, really, an easy way to make friends and get to know each other. For the normal students, at least, the students from the first row go first. Grimly, he realizes that the boy from the practical is there too. The idiot who thought it would be okay to use his quirk to sabotage the others. Itsumo, he introduces himself proudly. His chest puffing out arrogantly as his eyes flit across the room, a smirk growing on his features as his eyes land on Shinso.
Quirk, heat.
The ability to change his hand's temperature to a certain limit. Scoffing lowly, Shinso slumps further in his seat, waiting for his turn to come. Waiting for the inevitable reaction he was bound to garner from his classmates. Soon enough, his name is being called out, and he stands up, almost on instinct, hands coming to swing uselessly at his sides. As he looks straight ahead, bracing himself for what happens next. "My name is Shinso Hitoshi, and my quirk is called brainwashing." There, might as well rip the bandage right off. "I want to be a hero." The following whispers are utterly and wholly expected. He doesn't even bother to react before sitting back on his chair, almost nonchalantly. Tired indigo eyes looking around the room, almost daring any of them to voice their thoughts louder. Most of them look uncomfortable, if vaguely put off. It's a slightly better reaction than he expected. Count your blessing, he supposes. None of them actively called him a villain yet. 5 years ago, Experimentation End, Service Year Number 3. The ground shakes, the walls vibrating, rubble descending from the swaying ceiling as the world seems to tilt for a few seconds. The first thought that arises through the general's mind is an ambush, an exterior attack. Yet, there's no screaming, no cameras flaring to life, warnings being sound. Therefore, the next thought that emerges in his mind is of the doctor. Trial 118 was supposed to go underway today. The laser and gun range were to be used in favor of that particular experiment. His legs take him to the trial grounds before he has a mind to radio in ahead. The door is blown off its hinges when he arrives. A thick cloud of dust and smoke coils around the room, making it hard for him to assess and analyze the situation. A sputtering sound to his left gives away the doctor's position. The man's body is slumped against the wall on the far side of the room as if he'd been launched straight into it. The cracks on the drywall making the force behind the hit painfully obvious. More coughing and hard breathing leads him to the man's side. What in the seven hells is going on here? D-Dragon, it happened. It finally happened, comes the doctor's excited response, despite the situation at hand.
He did it.
The lasers were on him, sir. We were beginning the trial, and the guns were all locked and loaded, ready to go. The deranged scientist rambles in morbid exhilaration. The moment they made contact with his skin, the machines all exploded, completely decomposing, reduced to their original form, sir. As if the kid managed to rewind their construction, dismember their base constitution. How do you explain this level of destruction, then? The heat of the lasers coupled with the gunpowder and sheer firepower contained within this room made for an unanticipated explosion, I'm afraid. Even slumped on the ground, bleeding and covered in ash, the doctor looks sheepish. He wanted the pain to stop, sir, so he made it stop, the man finishes seriously. Is the subject still alive? Silence meets his inquiry, a dark expression overtaking the scientist's features. He didn't even think about the boy's health status. Too busy contemplating the success of his project. Moving slowly across the fallen debris and the discarded rubble, glass cracking under the weight of his steel-toed boots, he finally comes across the target of his search. The boy lays there, his body curled in a fetal position, clothes in tatters, barely holding on to his thin frame, smoke rising from the remaining edges. What makes him pause, however, isn't the boy's unconsciousness, nor his harsh breathing. Underneath the dirt and grime, the boy's body is unblemished, devoid of any injury. Shivers rack his frame, anticipation rising to the surface, a maniac grin forming on his face for the first time. The look in his eyes must say it all, if the smirk on the doctor's face, looking back at him proudly, is of any indication. Project complete, General. The chair behind Shinso scrapes as it skids across the floor. It's Akatani's turn then, and Shinso knows what he's going to hear. A heroic, powerful quirk, most likely. A headstrong, born-to-be leader. He doesn't even know why the boy even bothered with Gen Ed, given what Shinso saw of his performance at the practical exam. My name is Akatani Mikumo and I'm quirkless. As if the mute button on the world has been metaphorically pressed, the classroom falls into an eerie silence. Tension immediately coiling into the air, charging the room with a sort of uncomfortable static. Looks of both disgust and pity contort blatantly on the students' faces as they look at the dark-haired teen. Akatani, for his part, doesn't seem troubled at all. Sitting back, as if nothing happened. Either unaware of the reaction his statement garnered, or entirely unbothered by it. He's probably used to it too. His mind whispers darkly. Guilt coils in his guts as he remembers his previous assumption. Guilt and a newfound respect for the boy sitting behind him, adding to the already high standards he's formed in his mind when it came to the black-haired teen. Evidently, Akatani Mikumo seemed to be an even bigger enigma than he previously thought. 5 years ago, training start, service year number 3 and General, I hear the trials have finally come to a close. Major Axel says, making his presence known as he steps into the dragon's office. Am I expected to proceed with Phase 2? Lieutenant Commander Axel. The dragon greets icily, turning from his place near the window of the room. His gaze searing into the brown-haired man standing before him. You must start immediately. The subject has already undergone basic weapons and survival training during his years in the science department. The terms used to embellish the true raw reality of the situation is almost laughable. However, he still lacks, shall we say, the required backbone. Nodding his head, as if to confirm something to himself, Soldier the General continues firmly. Your objective will be to give him the proper incentive, in order for him to start completing his missions. Private Midoriya is to be turned into the perfect solider, am I clear? Crystal, sir. 4 years ago, service year number 4. The icy water hits his face with a stinging force. The cold makes his whole body shiver, the outside world disappearing as his head gets shoved into the basin. Arms flailing uselessly at his sides as he tries to fight the hold of his commanding officer. His struggles were just as useless, though. He learned that the first 5 times the man had done this to him. His lungs scream in protest, wanting desperately the reprieve, yearning for the breath they're getting deprived of. His 10-year-old body, already weak from exertion and lack of oxygen, doesn't stand a chance against the white-knuckled grip of the burly man behind him. Fingers digging into sensitive flesh, head aching as his hair gets pulled, his mouth's opening to accommodate a desperate lungful of air as the man finally takes pity on him, taking him out of the deep end, a sickening laugh erupting from his throat as he looks down at the boy kneeling at his feet. The cold water dribbles down his neck, making it hard for his body to stop quivering, feeling the cold down to his very core. A mix of tears and water drip onto his breathes, staining the fabric with droplets of murky liquid. His entire body heaves as he tries to draw in as much air as he can. For he knows it's not over yet, it can't be. Not until Axel got what he wanted. Not until Izuku gave in to the man's orders. His chest feels uncomfortably tight. Every breath he takes is heavy and harsh against his abused lungs. It makes it even harder for him to think clearly. Mind foggy with oxygen deprivation. You ready to do it now, brat? The man snarls, his hand embedding itself in his dark green curls once more, pulling his neck back until his eyes meet the officer's red orbs. His other hand holds out the rifle he wanted Izuku to use. His irritation only skyrockets when Izuku doesn't make a move to retrieve the weapon. Eyes narrowing dangerously as he stands up, dropping his hold on Izuku's hair abruptly, sending the boy sprawling on the ground, hands scraping against the asphalt painfully. Izuku can only stare helplessly as the officer's gaze drifts toward the dog chain to the pole a few meters ahead of them. The man's grin widens ominously as his head turns back to stare at the boy, a devilish smirk forming on his features as he looks at him, then back at the rifle in his grip. His heart drops as the man takes a position behind him, taking another gun out of his holster. This time, he aims it at Izuku himself. Do it, or you'll get what's coming for you. The threat makes his heart thunder faster in his chest, threatening to break through the barriers protecting it, the thick layers of flesh and bones keeping it hidden away. The world dims until his gaze focuses only on the rifle, now resting innocently on the ground in front of him. Please, sir. I don't want to do this, Izuku whispers hoarsely, voice raw as he wishes desperately for all of this to end. Maybe if the man shoots him it could. Follow my orders, private. The man's voice echoes through the field, giving his tone an even more commanding air to it, making Izuku's body move even when his mind screams at him not to. Hands stretching to take hold of the discarded weapon, fingers trembling against its hard surface. And no. Please, stop. He can't do this. He won't. What did that dog ever do to him? When did that poor creature ever do anything wrong? It didn't deserve to be killed. Stop. 3. The horror he feels increases as the man starts counting down. His heartbeat rings loudly in his ears, making it hard for him to focus on anything else. His vision narrowing as the world spins around him, the panic catching up to his addled senses. 2. The rifle PPS threateningly behind him, but he can't get himself to care. His fingers quiver against the cold steel in his grip, reminding him of what he had to do, but couldn't. He doesn't hear the man say it, he can't. Mind focused instead on the sound that follows.
1. Boom.
The only thing he concentrates on is the deafening gunshot that resonates in his ears as pure agony explodes in his leg. Excruciating pain erupting from the bleeding wound before his mind can even wrap itself around the implications. His mouth opens in a soundless scream as he falls down onto his side, the pressure on his leg increasing as the officer stomps down on it. Pure agony overtaking him and exploding from the appendage anew. Spots form on the edge of his vision, and he feels strangely detached from the situation. Mind vaguely registering the barking coming from a place near him. Loud and panicked, mimicking his racing heart. He can barely register the second gunshot that rings through the air as his vision darkens even more. The last thing he hears before unconsciousness overtakes him is whimpering howls of pain followed by an eerie silence. Guess you'll think twice next time before disobeying a direct order. Walking through the halls of UA, Izuku makes sure to avoid bumping into anyone, weaving between the waves of students swiftly and efficiently. Although some of them part for him almost naturally, his posture probably reminds him of a teacher, walking through the halls with confidence and sureness in each and every step he takes. A pair of footsteps follow closely behind him, the owner a familiar purple-haired teen. The boy's attention has been trained on him since the morning, almost suspiciously invested in watching Izuku's every move. The cafeteria's doors come into view, and he steps into the room, surveying the space for any empty tables for him to use. It seems he's lucky, since he finds one on the far end of the room, save for one sole resident, a tall boy with half-white, half-red hair. The aesthetic gives him away almost instantly. Izuku has gone through extensive recon and search missions before coming here. After all, he knew almost every student in his year, no matter the course. Todoroki Shido sits quietly in the seat closest to the exit, back straight, posture attentively relaxed. "May I sit here?" he asks as soon as he's within hearing range. Although the other teen doesn't seem too bothered to respond anytime soon. The only answer he gets is a cordial nod, firm and nonchalant. Taking a seat, he feels the chair on the opposite side of the table move, and sure enough, Shinso Hitoshi takes a seat in front of him, nodding to both him and Todoroki as he does so. They eat in silence for the most part of the lunch hour, barely glancing at one another as each of them finishes their respective bowls of food. However, just as he takes a last mouthful of rice, Shinso speaks up. His voice soft, tone almost hesitant, despite his previous bold actions. Following Izuku to lunch and sitting with him. "Hey, Akatani, I wanted to say thanks for, what you did during the entrance exam." The boy starts, eyes trained on Izuku's hands, more accurately Izuku's bandaged hand. Todoroki's attention is on them then. "I mean, you didn't have to go back for me, and you didn't have to get hurt just so you could help, so yeah, I just wanted to say thank you." The boy finishes, his head now turned away from Izuku's gaze, eyes trained on the gray tiles of the cafeteria floor. "You're wrong. My objective will always be to help people, no matter what." Izuku finds himself responding without actually meaning to, the words spilling unbidden from his mouth. However, it seems to be the right answer, for not only Shinso nods, but Todoroki too. Each one of them hold his stare for a few seconds, making sure to convey their mutual feelings. It looks like the school year was going to be an interesting one. 4 years ago, service year 4. Do you think you have a choice, Private? Do you think this is some kind of game? Axel snarls, spit spraying with every word he yells out, his voice rising dangerously with each step he took toward the young boy currently tied to the medical bed, leg wrapped after having taken care of the wound. His mind vaguely registers the bandages adorning his neck, despite not remembering acquiring any wounds there. The general put 3 years of training and experimentation on this. Do you think you can just throw it all away on your pathetic whims and feelings? Lieutenant Commander. The call interrupted the man's tirade, making his whole body tense, stopping mid-step, form rigid as he turned to salute the general. Orders were to spare the subject any serious damage. Subject, that's all he was, wasn't he? A guinea pig for their science project. The icy words were sharp despite the quiet utterance. "I believe a bullet wound doesn't fit in that description. Do you disagree, Major?"
No, sir.
"Of course not." The man responded almost immediately, his nervousness hidden by the words spat through gritted teeth. "I believed, however, that the subject needed a stronger incentive." The general only hummed at that. "I suppose your allegations are somewhat justified on that front, Axel." The words were directed at Izuku despite the general's eyes never meeting his once. "I was hesitant to go down that road, but given the recent circumstances, I may not have a choice but to do it." It being absolutely lost on Izuku. "I expect a completed disposition list to be waiting for me in my office tomorrow if you want to avoid any unnecessary insurances, Private." With that, the general took his leave, sweeping out of the room with an additional air of command, leaving Izuku alone with a relatively set-off commander and new threats looming over his head. "All right, 1C, I expect you to be on time for this class every single time," is the first thing the foundational heroics teacher says as the students trickle into the room after lunch. The man is practically slumped against the surface of his desk. A dark mop of hair covers the better part of his face, making it hard to make out his features. The scarves wrapped snugly around his shoulders give his identity away, though. The stark yellow goggles sticking out only serve to further Izuku's theory. Tardiness of any kind will not be tolerated in my class. He drawls lazily, leveling the students with a heated glare. As if on cue, Izuku watches as all of them straighten under the hero's steady, yet stern gaze. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda, and I'll be your foundational heroics and law studies teacher for the year. He continues evenly, eyes raking over the rows of teenagers seated before him. Now, open your books to page. Izuku tunes out most of the man's words after that, having already read and studied every textbook thoroughly before even applying to the school. He doubts there's anything new the man has to teach him, especially not in the first class of the year. He elects instead to watch the underground hero, going through all the information he has on the man and adding any new analyses he can siphon out of the impromptu inspection. Eraserhead was the homeroom teacher for one of the hero course classes this year, which, therefore, made him one of the people Izuku was sent to protect. Mr. Akatani. The call drills through the thoughts going through his mind, pulling the undercover soldier out of his reverie. Am I boring you? Aizawa's voice remains apathetic, despite the new edge it holds now. A barely concealed warning hidden behind the nonchalant inquiry. No, sir, Izuku replies evenly, eyes never straying from the man's piercing dark orbs. Then you wouldn't mind telling me the laws set for public quirk usage? The law states that the usage of a quirk in public is strictly prohibited unless the individual in question is either in immediate danger as self-defense or in the possession of a hero license. This may also include interns if given the distinct permission from their mentors or any present hero willing to take responsibility. This also brings us to the vigilante movement laws put into place, given the illegal quirk usage to either fight or save. This law, however, overlooks the involvement of non-powered individuals who can nonetheless inflict harm on said villains or exercise their individual quirkless skills to save whoever is in the need of saving. Silence follows his tirade, and he wonders if it would have been wiser to keep his knowledge to himself, feign ignorance, and face whatever repercussions the underground hero had in store for him. His classmates' stares don't make it any easier for him either. Very accurate, Akatani. Who can tell me what the vigilante laws, the smirk adorning the man's features, barely hidden by the hero's capture weapon, is entirely unexpected. Oh, and Akatani, meeting his gaze once more, the hero's grin widens as he says, "It's sensei, not sir. 4 years ago, service year number 4. The memories of the exact moment are hazy. The events blur together, the pain, the blood, the noise. It's almost indistinguishable in his mind. He remembers the dull aching in his leg as he stood there, rifle in hand, fingers trembling against the cold metal, legs threatening to give out underneath him as he gazed straight ahead, eyes looking numbly at the target chained before him. He remembers the tight grip on his shoulder just before the shot, remembers Axel's shrill voice ringing in his ears right before the resounding bang that echoed through the field. He doesn't recall pulling the trigger, though, doesn't even remember pinging the weapon. He does remember the blood, though. So much blood. Remembers the shades of crimson painting the asphalt, spreading sluggishly until it reached his feet, sticking to his soles and seeping into his black military-grade shoes. He'll have to clean them later, but he can't get himself to think about it at the moment. Mind too focused on the wailing of the creature wheezing at his feet. Breath coming in and out in pained breaths as it took its last puffs of air. Eyes boring into Izuku's own, sad and confused. He remembers the ache in his heart as he wished to take its place. The bile rising and spilling from his throat as his legs finally gave out. Knees hitting the ground painfully, splashing into the small puddle of red that had gathered beneath him. The color soon becoming the only thing he'll remember for the days to come. That is when the animal's howling wasn't plaguing his dreams. A second gunshot makes him jump, head swiveling to look at his forgotten commander, head swimming with a sudden motion, world tilting with the movement. Make sure to aim for the head next time. Axel sneers cruelly. People tend to scream louder. Next time. Izuku doesn't think he'll survive that long. He doesn't think he wants to either. Looking out from the classroom window, Izuku can't help but get lost in the clear blue that meets his gaze. It's as if the clouds have scattered around one big spot, making way for the scorching sun. introducing one more day of class. Izuku didn't expect normal high school life to be so peaceful. He can almost hear the low hum of the wind as it ruffles the leaves and moves the trees surrounding the school's district in something akin to a dance. Graceful and harmonious. A few birds fly by, breaking the relatively calm atmosphere he's garnered. It makes him acutely aware of the movements happening around him. Looking back up at the clock, he realizes that they still have a full PRD left before lunch. So, why was everyone packing? Aizawa asked us to meet him at the school's gymnasium after changing into our PE uniforms, Shinso says, as if hearing Izuku's thoughts. The boy turns around to face him, bag slung casually over his shoulder. His eyes never really meet Izuku's own as he's scratching the back of his neck in what Izuku can only assume is a nervous gesture. Right? Thank you. Despite the awkwardness of the interaction, they end up walking to the locker room together. Izuku's not sure what the teen must be thinking about him. His social interaction level is practically non-existent by now. He can't even tell if it's uncomfortable between them or not. By the time they make it, most of the boys are already leaving, having already changed out of their uniforms and into the right gear. Making quick work of changing, Izuku almost forgets that Shinso is still there with him. Gym's shirt halfway through one of his arms, he turns to see if the other teen is watching. Red meets wide purple, and Izuku curses himself for the careless mistake. Shinso's looking at him with evident horror and shock, making it painfully clear that the teen has seen some of the gruesome scars adorning his body. Thankful for his inability to panic, Izuku calmly finishes his task and leaves before the other teen can voice any unwanted inquiries. He feels lilac eyes follow his movements the whole time. It took you 15 minutes to get ready. I expect that to become shorter the next time, is the first thing Aizawa tells the class the moment everyone gets there. Now, we'll be sparring today. Each of you will try to last 1 minute against me. 1 minute? That's easy. I can last 10. Looking towards the voice's owner, Izuku recognizes the same guy from the entrance exam, the one with the heat quirk. Izuku really needs to stop forgetting his classmates' names. They're subjects of interest after all. Aizawa doesn't seem to appreciate the interruption. His previous neutral expression morphs into a darker grin, looking at the kid with something akin to feral satisfaction.
Ah.
The man probably expected this reaction from the students. Maybe even counted on it. Izuku knew better though. Aizawa wasn't just a teacher. He was the underground hero, Eraserhead. Infamous amongst both heroes and villains for his swift and brutal takedowns. The man wasn't someone to trifle with. Itsumo Aki crossed the finish line first during the Gen Ed practical, but got an overall average on the written exam. Aizawa sounds bored again when he addresses the teen, Itsumo. Izuku will try to remember it this time. The man has a barely palpable tilt to his voice. It shows a hint of the concealed annoyance the teacher must be feeling. Step forward then. You'll be the first to volunteer. The kid visibly gulps at that, but steps forward nonetheless, chest puffed up in false bravado as he smirks at the students watching him. Izuku can already picture this particular outcome. As predicted, the fight is done before the timer has even passed 5 seconds. Itsumo's back hits the mat with an echoing thud, a groan of pain slipping from his throat as he curls onto his stomach in pain. Aizawa still looks bored, having barely moved and easily subdued the student with efficient moves and minimum damage and effort. Unjustified arrogance will always cost you greatly. Never underestimate an opponent, the hero says, voice low and intense as his eyes rake over every student standing in front of him. Now, who would like to go next? The feral grin stretches across his features once again, making the majority of the students in front of him shudder in fear. Izuku thinks that if he still was able to feel anything, he'd be scared right about now too. Scared and excited. Shinso hits the mat in 10 seconds, which is all in all not too bad considering who exactly is his opponent. Izuku bounds forward just as the purple-haired teen moves to rejoin the students who've already done their turns. He knows he can't show anyone his skills. He's been warned too many times. He has the rules ingrained in his mind by now. His powers, his qualifications, and his skills were to remain a mystery. A quirkless general education student was not supposed to have any prior knowledge of any kind of fighting technique, nor was he supposed to show any hint of experience. So, given his restrictions, Izuku went into the fight already knowing the outcome and accepting it. He was to hold back and let the hero do to him what he did to all the other students. He needed to act weak and unremarkable, blend into the crowd and disappear. However, thinking it was easier than acting on it. So when he saw the kick coming his way, years of training and fighting instinct seemed to kick in. As if moving on autopilot, his body reacted before he could even think about it, effectively jumping out of the way and flipping right over the man's head. An eerie kind of stillness seemed to wash over the gym, as if no one dared to break the silence, lest they interrupt whatever standstill had taken place between Izuku and Aizawa. For his part, the teacher was facing him once again by now, eyes narrowed, surprise evident even in those guarded black orbs. Izuku's actions finally caught up to him then. Cursing his own body for betraying him, he wills himself to relax out of the fighting stance he'd fallen into. Straightening from the half-crouch he'd braced and letting go of the residue tension his figure harnessed during the last few seconds. He wasn't on the battlefield right now. He wasn't in danger. He just needed to relax and try and seem as surprised as the rest at his own abilities. His movements seemed to kickstart his teacher, once again though. The moment his shoulders dropped the tension they held, Eraserhead was charging at him once again. This time Izuku was ready. He wouldn't let himself be caught off guard again. Seeing the fist coming his way, Izuku did his best to remain still, eyes following the man's movements. He could see an opening presenting itself. He could even picture multiple countermeasures and movements in his brain in order to get the upper hand in this fight. Yet, he remained perfectly still and braced himself for the hit he knew was coming his way. Pain flares in his stomach, but he makes sure not to let out any sound as he topples onto the ground, letting his body follow the hit's momentum in order to seem as helpless to it as possible. Aizawa didn't appear to have held back much. Still, given Izuku's history, this kind of pain was honestly child's play for the teen. Aizawa, however, didn't seem to share Izuku's thought process. The hero's eyes were wide with surprise, as if he himself didn't expect to land that hit, as if he wasn't expecting to actually put that much force into it and succeed. Murmurs were spreading through the students, ranging from snide remarks to surprised exclamations as they discussed what they saw to each other. "See, I told you he wouldn't actually be able to fight." "Yeah, I know, right? Of course, he'd be helpless. Did you see how easily he fell? He did last the longest though, almost 1 minute. And the way he dodged dash. Beginner's luck. Let's not forget he's quirkless." Aizawa didn't look like he was paying attention to any of it though. The man's eyes were still trained on Izuku. A new sense of dread was washing over him now. Instead of the intrigue he'd seen earlier, there was only plain suspicion now. Maybe taking that hit wasn't the best idea after all. "Are you okay? Do you need to see recovery, girls?" Now, if Izuku was any other student, he would have probably said yes, given that he may have gained some bruised ribs from that hit. However, given his already too high pain tolerance, he just shook his head in response. Aizawa didn't look satisfied though. "Class dismissed. You can all go change before lunch. Akatani, stay behind." Izuku could only watch in weary silence as the rest of his classmates shuffled towards the changing rooms, scattered into small groups of newly formed friends. Turning back towards the hero as soon as the last one of the students was out of sight, he wasn't surprised to find the man still looking at him with something akin to anger. Not quite though. There was something else that Izuku couldn't really decipher in the hero's expression. "You held back there. I saw you, you knew I was going to hit you, you saw it coming. Why didn't you dodge?" "Ah, right to the point then." Aizawa really didn't sugarcoat anything. "I'm not sure I know what you mean, sir." Playing dumb was his best bet right now. That seemed to only deepen the suspicion of the other man, however. If the narrowing of his eyes was of any indication. "You could have dodged, you did it the first time, which is in itself a great feat, considering that I wasn't holding back and I was going for the fastest, most efficient way to take you down. Yet, you managed to avoid me even grazing you. This speaks of high physical abilities and an even greater reaction time." which means you chose to let me hit you. What I would like to know is why. Izuku's voice is low when he answers, tone level and as neutral as he can get it to be. Sir, as much as I would like to agree with your theory, I can't. I did see the hit coming, but my physical abilities aren't what you think they are. He starts slowly. I saw the hit, but I was too slow and too weak to stop it. How do you explain the first one then? What would you call that? I would call it luck, sir. Fine, you're dismissed. Comes Aizawa's reluctant answer, barely concealed annoyance evident in his tone. Just as Izuku is about to move towards the changing rooms, the man speaks up again. And for future reference, Akatani, I will not tolerate anyone who holds back in my class. And, as if it's an afterthought, the man continues. And I thought I told you to stop calling me sir. Yes, Eraserhead. Izuku walks away after that, not noticing the stunned look he leaves on Aizawa's face for the fourth time that day. If he couldn't call a superior by the right honorifics, then he might as well use their codename. He expects to find an empty changing room when he steps in. Expects all of the students to be already heading to the lunchroom. However, what he doesn't expect is to walk in just as Itsumo slams Shinso right into one of the lockers behind him. Hand fisted in the boy's dress shirt, fingers clenched as he lifts the fabric higher towards himself. Some other boy stands to the side, looking worriedly between the two, feet shuffling as if to stifle the need to get out of there. You got that, a-holes? Itsumo shouts, free hand coming up to hover threateningly near Shinso's face. The boy, for his part, looks strangely unbothered, almost as if he doesn't find anything about this out of the ordinary. Just as the boy's hand is about to make contact, Izuku steps in. His body moves with practiced movements, arm immediately reaching for the boy's wrist, and twisting until the teen's arm is pressed tightly to his back, hand aiming outwards and away from any possible contact with both Shinso and him. He doesn't put a lot of force into it, just enough for the boy to be subdued. However, by the pained gasp that comes from the squirming teen in his hold, he thinks it must be a little painful nonetheless. I must ask you to refrain from any unnecessary acts of violence towards other students outside of class activities. His tone is cold to his own ears, his voice eerily calm as he states his words. Hey, what's your problem? Let go of me, you quirkless bestiardi. Itsumo's rage is palpable, but insignificant as it registers in Izuku's mind. It seems peaceful negotiations wouldn't work with this particular case. You were about to use your quirk on your classmate, which in itself would justify my intervention. However, I'm going to have to ask you just what could have pushed you to assault a classmate in the first place. Unless, of course, you'd prefer we brought this up with more official authorities. Aizawa was just outside, after all. He applies a little more pressure to his grip as he says this, gaining another pained intake of breath from the teen. I was just teaching him his place. The kid snarls, voice practically dripping with venom. Why are you even defending him? He's nothing but a villain. He doesn't belong at UA. Shinso scoffs at this, head turning to look away. Izuku, nonetheless, manages to catch the brief hurt that flashes across his features, immediately replaced by a well-crafted mask of boredom and indifference. He doesn't know what pushes him to act next, doesn't know what triggers the untamable feeling that surges through him then and there. The void he usually feels coils and slithers into something new. For once in who knows how long, he feels something. Something other than painful neutrality and emptiness. Vaguely, his mind identifies it as anger. Anger for the teen standing just a few steps in front of him. I don't think you get what position you're in right now, he says evenly, applying even more pressure and strength to his grip, forcing a pained cry from Itsumo as he pushes him onto his knees, arm coming up even higher against his own back. Hey man, you're hurting me. Ignoring the outburst, he continues. You see, the only villain I see here is you. Satisfied when the teen doesn't make any move to interrupt him, he proceeds. Now, when I let go, you're going to calmly get up and walk away. And if I ever see you harass anyone ever again, we'll be having another conversation like this one. However, I won't be as kind next time. The boy doesn't react to this, so he goes on. Nod twice if you understand. He lets go just as the boy nods frantically, eyes screwed shut as he confirms that, yes, the message has indeed been understood. He's out the door, dragging the other boy with him before Izuku can say anything else. Not that Izuku had anything else to add anyway. With that out of the way, Izuku goes back to his previous task, changing out of his PE clothes and back into his uniform. He's tying back his shoes when he hears Shinso speak up from somewhere behind him. He hadn't forgotten about the boy's presence. His mind was too accustomed to always being aware of his surroundings to allow him that luxury. However, he'd chucked it with the other background information as he worked. That is, until the teen spoke up. "You didn't have to do that, you know," Shinso says, voice low and hesitant. Mind going back to the teen's actions just a few minutes ago. He doesn't think he'd been more terrified in his life. The source of his fear, however, was not the bully. When Izuku doesn't say anything, he clarifies. "You didn't have to defend me like that. I was merely following through my objective." "Your objective? You've said that before." The confusion must have been evident in his features, for the boy proceeds to elaborate his statement next. "Take care of any and all threats I perceive in order to protect and aid." Akatani's voice is neutral as he says it, as if he's merely repeating an order he's been given. He doesn't even seem to notice how his back seems to straighten and his feet seem to part at the admission. The teen's behavior is opening up so many questions and red flags in Shinso's head that he doesn't even know what to start with. One minute the kid is a normal, quiet, and withdrawn teenager. The next he's a badass, ruthless force. He still feels the shivers that had run up his spine at the dark, threatening tone the boy had used while dealing with Itsumo. "Well, anyway, thanks for saving me back there. Even though I could have dealt with that idiot myself." Akatani actually nods at that last part, as if he doesn't doubt it either. It makes Shinso want to hit and hug the shorter boy all at once. Whatever Akatani's about to say gets overshadowed by the alarm that floods through the room. "Intruders?" He finds himself asking, slightly awed by the way Akatani seems entirely unaffected by the sound or its connotations. The doors to the locker room suddenly burst open, and in strides a furious looking Aizawa. The watch as his eyes widen slightly as he sees them. They were supposed to be halfway through lunch by now, after all. "What are you two still doing here?" he asks, but doesn't even wait for them to answer before he continues. "Never mind, I don't care, just follow me, don't wander, and stay close." With that, he walks out of the locker room. Akatani doesn't miss a beat in following the man out the door. Shinso hopes it's some sort of training exercise or fire drill. The last rays of sunlight filters through the living room as Izuku stands there, illuminated by the blue light coming from the monitor in front of him. "Arctic, for clarification purposes, you're saying it wasn't a reporter break-in that occurred today?" The dragon's voice is steady as he asks, eyes serious as he stares at Izuku through the monitor. "Yes, sir. I've investigated the breach and have gone through all of the files we have on the reporters present today. None of them have a quirk that remotely aligns with the ash I found at the scene. It has to be either the works of disintegration or fire. Furthermore, the evidence matches the rumors we've been hearing about the newly formed League of Villains. I believe this was not an accident, nor a coincidence." The general hummed in thought before speaking up a few minutes later. "What do you suppose is the purpose of this course of action, then?" "Recon, perhaps a warning." "Sir? A declaration of war? Interesting. Anything else I should be aware of, special officers?" "No, sir." The dragon seemed disappointed at that, eyes narrowing as he looks down on Izuku's form.
"Pity."
"Here I thought you were taking your position seriously," the man stated darkly, a barely concealed threat hanging from his every word. "As opposed to your poor intel gathering, our sources found knowledge of an up-and-coming field trip that the Hero Course is taking tomorrow. You are to follow, but under no circumstances are you to engage." "Understood." "Affirmative, sir. Permission to skip tomorrow's classes, sir?" "That is, in fact, implied, officer." "Yes, sir." "Good. I expect more intelligence the next time you're called upon, Arctic. Over and out." The monitor blackens, leaving the room once again bathed in semi-darkness. With it comes a new sense of dread, one that has been growing ever since the alarms went off that same morning at school. His absence will surely be noted tomorrow. He'd have to come up with a viable justification for his disappearance. For now, He'd have to prepare his gear for the mission he'd been given. The blue fluorescent lights glow in the darkness, illuminating the countless rows of weapons decorating the walls of the small room. Each one is held over a glaring spotlight, emphasizing their deadliness and roughness. Like a display in an art exhibition, Izuku imagines they'd be painted red. A crimson, ruthless color that would mar their entire surface. Looking down at himself, he takes a moment to marvel at the familiar black armor adorning his entire body. The technical department had gone above and beyond in keeping it spotless and in peak condition. One would never even begin to imagine the horrors this suit had gone through, nor the havoc it had reaped. However, looking at it now, flashes of images, clear as photographs, filters through his eyes, replacing the scene before him with tattered flickers from the past. Faded, almost transparent, but oh so clear in his mind. Dark red and dripping, coating his hands almost entirely. He can feel them, the memories, coiling inside of him like a snake, ready to rip him apart from the inside out. The smell of scorching flesh mixed with the overpowering scent of decaying bodies sounds louder than his own raging thoughts echoing through his mind like a broken record. His ears ring at the sheer recollection. Chaos, pure and raw following in his wake. He remembers it all, with striking clarity. He feels nothing nonetheless. An emptiness, like a wound, bleeding and gaping, rips him at the seams. He remains unmoved even so, unperturbed at the destruction he caused with his own two hands. This suit being nothing but a tool used to reach his objectives. The black, almost midnight-colored scales slowly retract off of his frame as he presses the emblem near his heart. Like particles scattering and collapsing in on each other, they create a small cacophony of whirring sounds. A hum that follows each glowing particle as it retreats off his figure and into the black metal cuffs adorning both his arms and legs like shackles. The visor on his head retracts into two small antenna-like earpieces behind his ears, hidden within the strands of his white hair. He'd foregone his usual disguise to fit into his mission. The white hair feels both agonizingly familiar and all too wrong at once. Having gone on innumerable missions with this provisional dye, he ought to be used to it by now. He was not Izuku Midoriya today, nor was he to be Akatani Mikumo. The monitor on his right glitches and bursts into life. A shaded figure speaks up, voice low, commanding. It's time Arctic. Sources detect multiple intruders at one of UA's on-campus facilities. Orders are to lay low but oversee the outcome. You are to get there at once. Over and out. Well, it seems his mission would start a little earlier than anticipated. It's not surprising really how fast he gets there. The air WHPS past and around him as he races towards the dome. The structure grows the closer he gets. His suit was always remarkably useful when it came to speed and mobility. The levitation pole and thrusters installed in it allows him to fly swiftly to whatever location he's given. Setting his visor to infrared, he confirms his suspicions instantly. The USJ practically glows with a number of heat signatures that pulse and move inside of it. He decides to land on top of the dome. His orders were clear, after all. He was to observe without interfering. That meant he just had to find a good vantage point. However, the moment his eyes take in the situation, he finds himself moving without his consent. A sharp, excruciating pain making itself known at the base of his neck as pinpricks seem to travel throughout his whole body. Both his body and mind are screaming at him to stop, to obey his orders. However, something within himself pulls. It feels as if he's being shredded, cut in half from the inside out. As if something tugs at his body with all its might, urging him to move despite every fiber of his body and mind screaming, ordering him not to. Despite the pain, despite the red flags blaring in his mind like warning signs, he runs. Aizawa doesn't think he's ever been this desperate before in his life. Maybe to a lower degree on some of his past missions. However, it was not like this, never like this. This raw, overwhelming desperation that's currently coursing through his veins as he watches through one half-lidded red eye, the villain reaching for his students. His other eye is shot. He's not even sure it's there anymore. He can't get himself to care though. Not now, not when Shigaraki's hand is mere inches away from making contact with Azui. Not when he remembers the excruciating pain that radiated through his elbow when the villain had used that cursed power on him. Not when he can still feel his own flesh turning to ash right before his eyes. He wants to shout, to move, to do anything in order to stop his students from getting hurt. They were just kids, damn it. The Nomu doesn't let him. Its heaviness weighs down on his back, crushing his lungs in an overpowering hold. Both his arms are shattered. The smell of copper is omnipresent around him as he feels his blood slowly but surely seeping into the ground beneath him. He can feel his vision dimming, his awareness fighting a losing battle as the fatigue and blood loss catches up to him. He wills his eye to stay cooperative, wishes his quirk wouldn't give up on him when he needed it the most. However, he knows he won't be able to keep it up. Shigaraki's hand is making contact by now. Long, pale fingers close in on their prey, and it feels like his eye is on fire. The villain doesn't seem surprised when his quirk fails him, only turning to grin sadistically at the downed hero. "You're so cool, Eraserhead," he snarls, a smirk stretching his features. If only it was enough. It's only when he feels a heavy, meaty hand enclosing on his hair, pulling painfully at the strands, that he realizes what's going to happen next. The last thing he sees before his head is shoved into the asphalt is a black blur knocking into the villain just as his quirk gives up on him. He's too far gone to make any sense of it. He just hopes that whatever it is, it can save his kids. The glass glints as it shatters beneath his feet, raining down onto the area below him. The first thing he finds when he lands is a dozen villains rushing at him. Without faltering, he rushes past them, hands outstretched and aimed at the ones currently in his field of vision. 3 villains, each with some kind of weapon equipped. It's almost laughably easy to take them down. "What the hell?" one of them shouts, his eyes widening as his gun gets dismantled right before his eyes. His comrades' weapons following suit a moment later. He incapacitates them quickly and efficiently, making sure not to leave any lethal damage as he dashes through them. It seems none of them are really thinking this clearly, for a new batch of villains charge at him, shouting profanities as they rush towards him. This time, it seems like they're mutation types. All of them have some kind of transformation quirk. It's not like it was going to make any difference, anyway. As calm as ever, he raises his hands again, this time aiming for their bodies instead. Watches through passive eyes as one of the villains with a blade mutation to his arm shrieks in agony as his hands pulse, veins protruding dangerously as Arctic steps closer to him. He stops himself from going any further though. If he could avoid making lasting damage or using lethal force, he would. The rest of the fight goes similarly. It seems they at least had some kind of survival instincts. Making quick work of tying them up, he heads for his next objective. As fast as his body is, his mind is even faster. So when he sees the villain reaching for the girl with the green hair, his mind instantly connects all the information they've gathered on the League until now. Specifically the evidence he found near the gate the other day. Pushing the girl and her smaller classmate out of the way, he makes sure to deflect the hand reaching for them. In doing so, Shigaraki's fingers brush against the side of his visor, but he manages to avoid any actual contact with the appendage. Painfully aware of the white peeking out of his helmet, he's suddenly very glad for his decision to die them. An unknown player. The villain snarls, his hands coming up to scratch at his neck. "What makes you think you can interfere with my fight, NPC?" Not bothering with idle chit-chat, Izuku elects to charge at the man instead. Just as his leg is about to make contact with the man's side, something intercepts him. As the dust settles, he finds his field of vision almost entirely encompassed by the hulking creature. Dark, rotting skin reaches for his leg, meaty arm engulfing the appendages almost entirely, if not for Izuku's quick reflexes. Dropping his torso low, he flips himself, his foot catching onto the creature's chest as he dodges and puts distance between himself and his new target. The hand villain, Shigaraki, his mind supplies, doesn't seem happy about it.
Nomu.
Kill him. It's only when he's dodging over and over again, every time barely managing to evade the creature by mere inches, that he thinks that maybe he didn't have any other choice on this one. The Nomu's speed is inhumane, his strengths From what he's seen and the dents and craters the monster leaves in the ground in his wake, leaves him with only one option. His quirk hasn't been used to its full potential since his last mission. He doesn't want to use it.
Never wanted to.
He thinks about the alternative. Eyes subconsciously straying to the two students currently huddled up near their fallen teacher. He feels his doubts shatter instantly. Resolve strengthening. Eyes zeroing on the creature's form, he takes a moment to concentrate. Gaze immediately honing on the composition he perceives on the monster. Analyzing his form and, more importantly, his weaknesses. Honing on the exposed organ at the top of his skull, he pulls his hand into an all-too-familiar form. Thumb and index forming a gun, he whispers under his breath one word. So quiet he doubts anyone hears it.
Boom.
The Nomu's body drops a moment later. As if a puppet with its string cut, it crumbles in on itself and crashes with a thump onto the dirt. Suyu doesn't know what to think anymore. What to make of the boy standing just a few paces in front of her. At least she guesses it's a boy, from his height and hair. However, his armored costume doesn't let her see any defining features. He came here, seemingly out of nowhere, saving them and fighting off the villains. It doesn't prevent the fear that builds inside her as she witnesses the power he displays. Taking out the Nomu, the weapon these villains made for the sole purpose of defeating all might of all people. She watches, as if in a daze, as the villain seems to get both angry and panicked after that. Shigaraki, she thinks the warp villain called him, starts to shout about unfairness and cheaters before they finally decide to retreat. Their mission having failed since they no longer had their weapon nor their original target. The relief she feels when the villain warps away is short-lived, however. Dread pools in her stomach as the boy turns towards them. She can't help but feel her body grow stiff under his watchful stare. Following his gaze to the man lying in front of her, she feels her despair returning at full force. Sensei is bleeding out, body too still and too cold for her to feel any kind of relief. She knows he's lost too much blood. Knows that if help doesn't arrive soon, he'll die. That is if he's not already. Mineta is not helping her growing panic at all. The shorter boy is a mess of snot and tears as he sobs frantically next to her, as if begging the armored boy to spare his life. It feels like she's watching from a distance, as if she's underwater and everything is dimmed and muted. Her thoughts flow at an agonizingly slow pace. Even Mineta's sobs seem far away. The boy in black approaches them as if he's trying not to startle them. Slowly and carefully, he crouches in front of the downed body of her teacher. What are you doing? She finds herself asking before she can think twice about it. Don't hurt him. Her worries outweigh her fear, it seems. The boy doesn't even react to her question. Instead, his arms come up towards Aizawa's forehead. His movements are gentler than she expected someone like him to be capable of. At first, nothing happens. She watches with bated breath as the boy's hand makes contact with the hero's skin. Hears the hitch in the man's breath as a golden red light starts to envelop his body. Izuku, for his part, is focused on his task and nothing else. The man before him wasn't going to survive otherwise. He can feel as his quirk starts working. It's always been risky to use this aspect of his power. He's only ever used it once before. One mistake, one miscalculation, and they would both die. His mind works on overdrive as he wills his powers to work. His quirk, sight as the doctor had called it, allowed him to integrate, analyze, identify, and take in all sorts of information on an object, whether it was organic or not. He could, therefore, manipulate it to his will. The decomposition aspect of his quirk, however, held far less backlash and side effects than the regenerative one. Feeling the effects finally setting in, he releases his hold on the underground hero. Body swaying with the effort to stand up, he takes off immediately. His visor alerting him of the rescue team finally arriving. His job here was done. He doesn't look back, so he misses the gasp the hero students let out as they stare onto the newly healed form of their teacher. The awe written on their features as their gaze follows after him is evident. Nor does he notice the other students that had witnessed his actions. Having reached the central area earlier, it's not until he's crossed the boundary leading out of UA's campus that he feels it again. The crushing pain emitted from his neck. Electricity surges through the cuffs on his hand, and the next thing he knows, he'd plummeting down. Consciousness barely holding on long enough to see dark figures making their way towards him. 3 years ago. Service year number 5. The golden glow and heat sears into his eyes, flames flickering as they burn and expand throughout the field as if following behind the entity before them. The lieutenant crouches low behind the tranches, his squad following his lead and waiting for his signal. Despite the flames, the night is cold. The wind, icy and unforgiving, the kind that reaches and seeps into one's very bones, freezing them from the inside. However, gazing onto the battle, no. Massacre, his mind corrects. He thinks that he would have felt this coldness anyway. This deep-rooted dread sinks into his guts. The child before him rushes through the battlefield, moving too fast for his eyes to take in everything that's happening. Bodies drop in his wake. The ground is wet as if rainwater has ravaged the field. Its red color betrays it. His uniform almost dwarfs him entirely. His small frame is only betrayed by the brutality he's displaying. The boy's white hair almost glows in the dark like a halo, a contrast to the red coating his body. The snowy strands move with the wind as he dodges and evades the enemy's attacks. Between his gritted teeth, he holds a knife, glinting in the moonlight with every move he makes. One hand clutches at his sword, tip already dripping as he slashes his way almost too easily through the soldier's defense. His other hand mimics that of a gun, fingers positioned as if he's pointing at something with his index finger and his thumb. He knows better than to compare it to something as childish as finger guns. He's witnessed the power behind those hands too many times. The horror that grows in his chest doesn't come from the boy's actions, though. Despite his swift, ruthless attacks, his eyes remain as cold and impassive as ever. If not for the flames reflected in those toxic emerald eyes, one would think they held no light, no sign of life. His features are still and devoid of any hint of remorse or any kind of emotion as he takes down one man after the other. It's unsettling and morbidly fascinating to witness. This feeling reminds him all too well of the icy, frozen exterior of a lake. So still and cold, yet hiding an inferno underneath it. As the fighting dies down, and the boy finally stands still, almost as if shutting down, standing among the carnage and havoc he just wreaked, the fire enclosing in on him only serving to emphasize the sheer destruction he inflicted. The lieutenant can do nothing but stay there, as if he too was frozen by the boy's sheer coldness. Those eyes settle on him, meeting his own with a gaze so empty it feels like he's going to sink into them, drown in the void they hold. Static breaks him away from his daze, his radio lighting up with life as the general asks for a report on the situation. The only thing he can get himself to say, as his finger presses the red button on his communicator, is the raw reality that settles in his mind. A truth he can no longer make himself deny. I think we may have created a monster. Searing pain is the first thing he feels as the strands of consciousness wrap around his addled mind. His breathing is loud to his ears, as if echoing through the space around him. It made him excruciatingly aware of his own racing heart, beating against his ribcage like a cornered animal. His thoughts falter as memories flood his mind, flashes of incomplete images, a puzzle his mind can't seem to solve. Harsh neon lights, still vivid in his head. He remembers the cold, can still feel it if he concentrates enough, as if he's still strapped to the icy metal table. Arms and legs thrashing against the restraints, keeping him from moving, keeping him from struggling, escaping his cruel captivity. Multiple doctors flit around the room casually, whispers following their wake. He should feel scared. He should be fighting against a crippling panic as it threatens to pull him into an endless abyss of doubt and fear. The heavy realization that he's not safe, not in control. He doesn't feel it. In fact, he feels nothing at all. Blinking repeatedly, he waits for his eyes to adjust to the obscurity. The sound of clinking metal alerts him of the shackles wrapped tightly around his wrist, chaining him to the wall behind him. The manacles dig into his skin, scraping his wrists raw. He finds himself marveling at the pain, fascinated by the little bit of feeling he gets when he moves his wrists. He almost yearns for that little thread that ties him to the waking world, proving that he is, in fact, still alive, still feeling something, anything at all. It's with a mesmerizing kind of disassociation that he looks down on himself. Someone would even go as far as to describe it as bored, dispassionate as he takes in the numerous gashes and cuts that mar his pale skin. A myriad of colors decorates his body, blues and purples mixing against swollen skin, as if paint on a canvas. The tints ruminating the treatment they'd given him during his hours of captivity. Raising a slow but steady hand towards his face, he's not surprised to find bandages wrapped around one of his eyes. The lack of depth in his vision made it clear that something was missing. Abruptly, light filters into the room as the metal door creaks open. The brightness burns his eye, as if commanding him to shy away, to bow his head and hide. Nonetheless, he doesn't move. Instead, with searing eyes, he watches through the blurry spots in his eyesight as a man walks into his cell. The man's gait is straight, confirming his military affiliation. Brown hair cropped close to his skull, dark, gray eyes serious despite the smirk that stretches his features. Finally awake then? The man says the moment his eyes land on Izuku's crumpled figure on the floor. Amusement, sly and malicious, clear in his tone. I was wondering if we'd have to use more forceful measures. When Izuku doesn't react, he continues. I suppose you must be wondering what we did to you. Only silence greets his inquiry, but it seems to only spur him on. A grin stretched his features into something almost cruelly proud. Yes, that's what I expected. Well, if it's all the same to you, you can go ahead and follow me out of here. As if on command, the shackles adorning his abused hands loosen their hold and open. Giving the camera hanging in the corner of the room a suspicious look, he walks after the man. He only has a moment to brace himself for the pain that erupts through his form with every move he makes. He follows dutifully, only stopping when he encounters a reflective window as he follows the doctor. His reflection looks back at him, his eyes sweep over his matted green hair, the new bruises and injuries he sustained. The sight of his face, however, makes him pause. Oh, silly me. Did I forget to mention that? Well, go ahead then. The scientist drawls. When Izuku doesn't give any indication of understanding, he elaborates. Do I need to spell it out for you, boy? Take the bloody thing off. Almost tentatively, he unravels the white bands, faltering at the sight he's greeted with. Instead of his usual green, emerald eye, he finds pale, icy blue. Specks of yellows streak inside his iris, as if a current of electricity floating through the folds. A part of him wants to scream, another wants to know what the hell did they do to him. The moment that line of questioning rises in his mind, a searing hot flash of pain echoes deep within him. When the pain subsides, the doctor is once again urging him to follow. Any inquiry about his well-being is long forgotten as he strides behind the man. The last of the metaphorical shackles click into place, with the teen none the wiser. Shinso doesn't know what to think anymore. His mind is going through the endless possible reasons justifying the empty seat behind him. He tries to be rational about it, really he does. However, the more he thinks about it, about the painfully vacant chair behind him, the more he's anxious. When did he start worrying about other people? When did he begin feeling anything but utter indifference and slight annoyance for the people around him? He needed to calm down. Akatani was probably just out with a cold. Yeah, that seemed logical enough. Except, if he thinks about it, no common cold would make someone miss 4 days of school, except if it was something serious, which brings a whole new set of worries to his mind. He's probably just overthinking again. Akatani was fine. In fact, he'll walk through these doors at any moment. With his rigid, constantly vigilant posture and his regal, all too formal sentences. Shinso had other things to worry about anyway. Namely, the sports festival that was in just 2 weeks' time. It was his chance to prove himself and move up into the hero course. He'd be dead if he let the chance slip away. He would join the hero course no matter what. Would you please stop pacing? A voice drawls, tone almost cold as he follows his co-worker's movements across the room. This is getting ridiculous, Hizashi. They were currently holed up in the UA conference room, waiting for the detective, Nizu, and the other teachers to show up. The principal said he had new information for them. How could you be so calm? A student is missing. At Aizawa's leveled glare, Hizashi rushes to defend his reasoning. He could be. All his father sent was an email saying there was some kind of family emergency. After what happened at the USJ, aren't you the least bit worried? The kid's not even in the hero course. He has absolutely nothing to do with the attack on the USJ mic. Besides, I'm more concerned about the boy who crashed the fight. At this, the other teacher seemed to sober up. His expression turned somber as he was reminded, once again, how close to dying his best friend actually got. He saved you. That's all I need to know. How about the fact that he couldn't have been older than our students, yet possessed the fighting abilities of a veteran hero? After a moment of contemplation, he adds, Hizashi, you should have seen the way he moved, the way he fought. I've never seen anything like it. Yes, you probably wouldn't have. A perky voice calls out suddenly, making both of them start at the unexpected intrusion. You've never been to war, after all. The small rodent continues casually as he walks up to the seat at the head of the table, his steps quickly followed by the detective, along with the rest of the teachers. What do you mean? He's dreading the answer, mind already coming up with possible instances. Instead of deeming them with a response, the principal proceeds to pull up the retractable screen, clicking a button on the far edge of the desk to turn on the monitor and dim the lights. By then, the majority of the staff has already taken a seat, eyes all directed at the screen ahead. The screen blinks into life. A video clip begins just as the display comes into focus. On a sandy and ravaged open space, soldiers run in every direction. The person recording breathes heavily as they run, the lens going every which way all at once. A giveaway to the chaos happening on the other side. The utter state of panic and fear seems to encompass all the individuals on screen. The sound of gunfire is the only thing that's constant as the men on display fight for survival. Some seem to choose to flee, their eyes widening as if something approaches ahead of them. They watch as one man falls after the other, a shadow seemingly morphing out of empty space and wasting every living thing in its wake. It's chilling, sitting there, watching soldiers get taken down like flies. To Aizawa, their opposing uniforms mean absolutely nothing. They were soldiers, human beings whose only fault was fighting for their country. The shaking of the cam intensifies as the shadow rounds on the man himself. It was his turn, and it petrified him. His scream rings only for a moment, the kill having been swift and efficient. Yet it echoes around the room even after Nizu pauses the video. The rodent proceeds to put the picture through multiple screening processes until out of the shadows, out of the blurriness, emerges a figure. The image is indistinct. Sand and dust encompass the space like a blanket. Blood covers the dunes in puddles. One would go as to describe it as freshly fallen snow on a mountainside if not for the morbid contrast. One thing is clear, however, amongst the carnage and chaos that prevails the shot before them is a shock of white hair. Familiar white hair. After some investigation, we believe that this is the boy who came to your and your students' aid a couple of days ago. Another picture pops up, this one slightly clearer than the other. This time it's in a forest. The boy's back is turned to the camera. His armor, however, is unmistakable. The midnight black contrasts strongly with his hair as he stands there, surrounded by fire and fallen bodies. In the military world, he is known as the Arctic Wolf. So he's a solider. Why would he interfere with a villain attack? Mike voices the question in everyone's mind. That's where things get interesting, Yamada-san. Our friend here isn't a normal soldier. In fact, other than his infamous code name and the legends his actions have produced, he is a complete unknown. No registration, no file to read through. We don't even know his real name. For all the world knows, Arctic Wolf doesn't exist. How is that possible? Anyone who enlists in the military needs to be registered. There has to be some kind of record that has the information we need, Aizawa says, incredulity evident in his voice despite the neutral tone. That's what I thought too, Eraser. Sakachi, who has been silent until now, says, as he opens a couple of folders that were previously tucked into his brown briefcase. However, after extensive, and I mean extensive research, We discovered that the legends surrounding Arctic weren't recent at all. In fact, the earliest sighting of the boy was approximately 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That can't be true. Aizawa can't help but interrupt, dread pooling in waves in his stomach at the implications behind the detective's statement. If your information is accurate, that means the military sent a child to war. The kid I saw at the USJ couldn't be older than my own first years. I fear, Aizawa-san, that you are right. Arctic's reputation started to spread 3 years ago, but we don't know for sure how long he'd been in military custody before that. Given his skill set and his unmistakable weapon and combat training, it is very likely he's been under military tutelage for even longer. We can't let them do this. Shouldn't we be heading there and stopping them? They're making child soldiers. Vlad bursts out, his voice grave, as if he couldn't stay quiet anymore. This is a delicate matter, I'm afraid. We have no substantial evidence that could hold in court. This information is speculation at best. To take on the military would be taking on the government. We would be wise to remember that. Ned's voice is pleasant, but his eyes speak of a reckoning to come. What's the plan then? Aizawa asks because Nedzu always had a plan. There was no question about it. So his surprise is justified when all the principal says is, "We wait." Wait. Midnight echoes, her indignation palpable. She never was one to stand by as a child suffered. None of them were. It was by no mere coincidence that the military sent out one of their best assets the same day UA gets attacked. There is something bigger happening here. We just don't have the full picture yet. We need to wait. I believe our answers will present themselves soon enough. You think Arctic was there to protect the students? It would make sense. The kid fought and saved them, but no. His intervention was too sudden, from both the students' accounts and your own. I believe his objective was to observe and report. His decision to help was most likely made by his own resolve. Well, I for one am glad for it. Aizawa would have died that day without him. Any of the students would have probably suffered the same fate. Yamada amends, his voice bearing no hint of hesitation. The solemn nods the teachers give served to confirm his declaration. Midoriya and the doctor both stood in front of a big office door. The wood was old, carved with the markings of time, despite its deep, flawlessly dark color. The doctor knocked once, his back standing straighter than it had a few seconds ago. Enter. A cold, familiar voice spoke through the barrier, clear despite the distance. The doctor stepped in first. Izuku followed only a moment later, the doors once again closing behind them. Dr. Harper, I take it the experiment was successful? The voice called the moment they entered. There, seated behind a handsomely dark, antique desk, sat a man. Memories played on a loop in his mind. Years of training and fighting. Flashes of crimson and raging fire, followed by death and destruction. Shaking his head, trying to dispel the visions rushing to the forefront of his mind, he focused back on reality. Indeed they were, Colonel Axel. The scientist answered evenly. I must say, you rose through the ranks pretty quickly. Yes, now let's get back to the matter at hand. Axel glared at the man, ignoring Izuku's presence completely as he spoke. He never did consider him anything other than a weapon, a tool to use when needed, to be discarded afterward. I believe a presentation is in order, don't you think? What did you have in mind, Colonels? The doctor asked cautiously, already familiar with Axel's twisted form of thinking. Instead of deeming the man with an answer, the colonel elected to open one of the drawers of his desk, hand rummaging through its fold for a moment before pulling out a small revolver. Its grip was worn from use. Despite this, it seemed to be in pristine condition. How about a quick game of Russian roulette? Are you sure this is wise? He's a child. And at the man's unimpressed stare, the doctor plowed on. The general will not tolerate needlessly injuring his best agent. What the dragon doesn't know, with that the man held out the gun towards the teen. Arctic, you are to shoot yourself. The command was said in a monotone voice, bored and casual, as if the man was discussing the weather. Midoriya, who has been observing the interaction between the two, only blinked at the weapon, staring at the man with a peculiar kind of detachment. Slowly, almost tentatively, he reached for the firearm. His fingers slid into position on the grip, with a familiarity that spoke of years of experience. Ping the hammer until a snap could be heard. He raised the gun to his temple. Pain pierced his spine for only a moment before the feeling dwindled to nothing. His body didn't feel like his own. His limbs moved methodically, while his mind remained painfully empty. As if he was disconnected from his own emotions, his own free will. His finger ghosted the trigger guard only for a second. His actions were immediate and with no hesitation as he pulled the trigger. A resounding click echoed through the room, loud in the silence that seemed to prevail. Laughter, loud and cruel, burst from the colonel's throat. His joy was lost on the teen completely. The doctor had an odd expression on his features, as if torn between relief and guilt as he looked between the two other occupants of the room. Izuku, in contrast, felt nothing at all. Link here on Instagram chapter text. The crowd roars, a distant, would-be deafening sound if it weren't for the double-sealed glass currently separating Aizawa and Yamada from the rest of the world. The sports festival was always rowdy and crowded. The whole country likes to come and look at their new aspiring heroes. However, after the USJ incident, everyone was clamoring to meet the infamous Class 1A. The first years had, after all, faced hundreds of villains and came out on top. Still, it was highly illogical to get this excited about life-threatening events, especially one where kids were involved. The chaos alone would have been enough to completely ruin Shida's mood. Add the annoyingly uncooperative parent they were currently talking to, and you get a perfect summary of why Aizawa became an underground hero in the first place. Dealing with civilians was just too tiring and troublesome. Sir, I understand completely, but is there really no way for us to speak directly to Akatani-kun? Yamada was saying, his voice getting lower and lower, a sure sign of his growing frustration. On the other end of the line, in a dark, lavish office, sat a regal man. His posture spoke of power and indisputable authority. The dragon's expression revealed nothing. Eyes hard and features closed off as he looked at a monitor on the desk in front of him. You may not, as I've already told you. Makomo has been through a terrible ordeal.
He needs his rest.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I am extremely busy. Not even waiting for a response, the general pressed the red button on the telephone device resting beside him, effectively ending the meaningless call. On the small computer monitor before him, he watched with a steely, cold gaze as the assigned soldier aided Arctic in getting ready. The modified mobile suit looked truly impressive on the young boy. The matted dark color betrayed no insight into its constitution, hiding from the untrained eye just how resilient and resistant it was. Nodding his head in quiet approval, he turned the screen off. It seemed Arctic was ready for his next mission, one that would determine whether or not he was fit to proceed with his next task at UA. Back at the commentary station, the two teachers shared a look. They were worried about the student. Their instincts were telling them that there was something just not right about the situation. Shinsu's nerves were definitely fraying. Blood pumped through his veins with vigor, a clear indication of his rising nervousness. His future depended on his ability to get through this and come out as a victor. He needed to win if he ever hoped to join the hero course. This was his only chance. Looking to the empty space to his left, he wondered if it would have been easier to have a friend by his side. Help and support were something he never hoped he could have. Not that Akatani was his friend. They had barely spoken outside of a couple of stinted, awkward conversations. That didn't make them friends. Friends didn't disappear without a warning. Or at least, that's what he told himself, trying his hardest to quell his mounting worry. Steeling himself for what was to come, he stepped into the arena. The gear he was wearing felt restricting. It wasn't tight, in fact, it fit him perfectly. It had been made for him, after all. However, that knowledge only serves to make it feel that more constricting. It felt as though the air whirling through his lungs was made of lead, heavy and dense, preventing his chest from expanding with the effort to just breathe. The plane he was currently flying in hummed with electricity, the sound low, almost imperceptible, but to his developed senses, it screamed. The noise was akin to a beehive, buzzing with a constant, loud hum in his ears. The airplane, to the untrained eye, probably looked painstakingly normal. However, Izuku could see the smooth, sleek black metal coating its surface. He could also easily spot the invaluable equipment that had been merged with the aircraft, making it perfect for covert missions like this one. The exterior was lined with a special metal alloy that rendered it completely invisible to the naked eye. "Special Officer," the pilot's voice sounded, interrupting his musing. "I'm afraid this is where we go our separate ways." Static sounded from the communication system as the man continued. "Getting any closer would give away our location and alert the target of our presence. You're going to have to hit the silk." Meeting the man's gaze through the mirror hanging above the control panels, he nodded. As if on cue, the drop gate that was located at the rear slowly opened up. A whirring sound erupted to life, only overlapped by the harsh wind that immediately filled the space. Without any hint of hesitation, Arctic took a running leap, launching himself up and out of the aircraft. He fell headfirst, diving into the empty space gracefully. The wind howled around him, loud to his ears even through the helmet he was wearing. The ground was getting closer and closer, moving towards him at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to hit the roof of a building, he flipped his body just in time for his mobile suit to whirl to life, activating with a soft, imperceptible hiss, suspending him in midair. Floating gently the rest of the way down, he landed with a soft thud on the concrete rooftop. The moment his feet touch the surface, he takes off. Sprinting across, footfall quiet, almost non-existent, as he leapt across the gap separating the building from one to the next. The monitor attached to his wrist blinked to life. A map of the prefecture showed his exact position and the best route to take to get to his destination. Hosu was buzzing with life. The prefecture was known to be particularly noisy during the day. However, with the sports festival currently being broadcasted live across the world, most of the city's occupants were either at the UA Stadium or in their homes, watching the footage. It was, therefore, the perfect opportunity for criminals and villains. With the heroes occupied, they had free rein. The dragon hadn't given him much information about his target, only his estimated location based on analyses they got on the villain's killing pattern. Finally, after a while of running recon, he found him. The noise was his first hint. The sound drew him in, as he slowed his sprint to a stop, crouching low over an opening overlooking a dark alley. There, looming over a fallen hero, sword poised to strike down at the helpless figure, was the hero killer, Stain. "Target is in sight, sir," he whispered into his earpiece. Knowing the general was currently listening in, a slight crackling sound was heard, followed by the cold, steely voice of the dragon. "Do you have a clean shot?" "Affirmative." "Take him out." A part of him violently protested the command, yet his body moved, arm coming up in front of him, as if he was a doll whose strings weren't his own to control. Pain flared in his spine, even as his fingers curled. His hand resembled the form of a gun, finger and thumb pointing at the unsuspecting vigilante with an accuracy honed with years of experience. His quirk coiled and slithered underneath his skin. Something akin to electricity ran through his veins as he felt the power boil and bubble to the surface. Desperate for release, ready to be triggered, to be freed. Despite the entirety of his being protesting the mere idea, his body gave in. His hand coiling from the force as his quirk activated. Tensei doesn't think he's ever been this scared for his life before. He laid there, body paralyzed, helpless against the killer currently standing over him, watching with something akin to morbid fascination as the man's sword gleamed in the dark. One moment he's lying there, awaiting his fate, resignation, and regret pooling in his guts in waves. The next he's covered in blood. He knows he can move, could feel the moment the quirk's influence faded from existence. Yet, he stays there, paralyzed in every sense of the word with something else now. Something darker. Horror washes over him, his eyes widening as Stain's body falls to the ground, as lifeless as a porcelain doll whose strings had been cut. Blood pools on the ground forming a disturbing puddle of gore beneath his fallen form. Panic, thick and heavy, rises inside him, body trembling despite his best effort to stay still. His heart races against his ribcage, beating so loud he could hear it. The world is quiet around him as he holds his breath, praying with every inch of his being that he won't be the next target to whoever was behind this. It's then that he notices movement out of the corner of his eye. There, on the rooftop, shrouded in darkness, stands a figure. For a fraction of a second, he feels the stranger's gaze meet his own, even though the man's face appears to be covered. The intensity of it all sends shivers down his spine, as the figure just stands there, as though staring right into his soul. As if taking Tensei's silence as an unspoken cue, the figure jumps from his perch and onto the ground in front of the hero. His feet make no sound on impact. "Why you killed him?" His voice breaks despite his best efforts to sound unaffected. "He's not dead." The stranger's voice is smooth, young. The lack of emotion makes something wither inside the hero. Like looking at the surface of a frozen lake, the visor on the man's helmet reflects him perfectly. The picture that stares back at him seems like something straight out of a horror movie. The overwhelming scent of copper that permeates the air only serves to strengthen that theme. They still need him. Plans. The next thing Tensei remembers is pain flaring in his skull as something hits his head. The world swims, and the last thing he remembers is loud, screeching tires before the world fades to black. It's only later, as he stands under the harsh spray of the shower's water, watching morbidly as the red liquid seeped out of his skin, out of his hair into the drain on the ground, staining the white tiles with the crimson color. When the shock has barely begun to fade and dwindle, that something dawns on him. The realization washes over him like the cold water, currently trickling down his back. The stranger, in his own violent, horrifying way, saved his life. The thought is devoid of any comfort, even though he finds that he's unwillingly, appallingly grateful. That night, he doesn't sleep. Flashes of dark red and looming strangers encompass his thoughts entirely. And when he does finally surrender to the darkness, his slumber is plagued with nightmares. That night, the television monitor in Midoriya's apartment is on. The news plays out the sports festival's recap. The teen isn't paying attention, though. His gaze is fixed on the mirror hanging on the wall before him. His reflection stares back at him with unforgiving, emotionless eyes. He tries to make it change and twist with something. Anything. Yet, his expression remains unmovable. Slow, tentative fingers reach up to the bandage wrapped around his eye. Gently, leisurely, he unravels the binding. The off-white, dirty cloth falls to the ground soundlessly, almost innocently. The eye that looks back at him is not entirely his own. It unsettles him down to the very core. The icy blue color stands out in contrast to his green one. The yellow flecks floating in its folds makes it look nearly ethereal. His fingers twitch and clench. The urge to rip it out is almost unbearable. The thought alone makes something spike and flare in his spine, as if warning him against the mere notion. With one last look at the offending orb, he reaches for the eye patch resting innocently on the white-tiled counter. The dark material brings him indescribable relief as he settles it over his eye, finally ridding himself of the unsightly view. The living, buzzing proof that he is not wholly himself, that his life is not solely his own. His mind is blank. No feelings permeate the barricade he feels enclosing in on his heart. The only thing he registers is the white ceiling, empty and vast as he lays on the floor of his too-big room. The quiet, almost peaceful silence eventually lulls him to sleep. Walking to school the next day feels abnormally mundane. With the events of the previous week unfolding one after the other, it feels almost peaceful to go back to the normal life of a high school student. For once the gate isn't packed with bustling students. Midoriya woke up especially early in order to avoid the unwanted crowd. However, the moment his foot crosses the barrier, a voice sounds from the speaker embedded into the gate. It puts him on edge instantly. "Akatani Mikumo, please report to the principal's office immediately. Insta." Chapter 9 is also posted early there. 4 years ago, beginning of the 4th service year, his entire body ached. Throbbing pain seemed to radiate from every joint he possessed. His muscles were raw and burning as though every nerve in his body was exposed. He was pretty sure he had dislocated his shoulder too. Breathing through his nose, he tried to settle his racing heart, wanting nothing more than to fall asleep right there on the dirty mud decorating the training grounds like a foul painting. He laid there, staring at the gray, cloud-ridden sky. It would rain soon. He knew that much. He just hoped he'd be back in his cell by then. The lieutenant had scuffed at him the moment his body had hit the ground, having fallen from the higher structures of the drill. Exhaustion and overexertion had finally won out on 3 weeks of intense, unyielding training. Axel had barely spared him a glance as he marched past his fallen form, kicking dust into his eyes as he did so. "You're to go hungry tonight, Private. I will not tolerate laziness or insubordination," he'd muttered, voice rough and tone scathing. It almost made him want to snarl back at the man, tell him that his so-called punishment was null anyway, since they haven't been feeding him for days. Not that he had the energy to actually spit the words out.
He stayed there for a long time,
just trying to breathe, regain any semblance of composure and calm. It wasn't until the first drops of rain started to fall that he decided to move. He didn't need to get sick on top of everything else. Getting up took longer than he'd like to admit. The cold served only to amplify the soreness he felt emanating from his limbs. His shoulder pulsed with a pain he was uncomfortably used to by now. His walk back to the gates leading to his room was slow and measured. His movements felt sluggish, as though he was wading through the depth of a murky lake, legs battling against a raging current. 2 guards immediately blocked his way as he finally got there. One of them appeared to be in his late 30s. He had no visible mutation quirk he could identify, while the boy next to him looked younger, probably just out of his teens. Scales were scattered on the skin of his face like freckles. However, his eyes were what caught his attention. A striking yellow, with piercing green slits that seemed to tear through them vertically. A reptile-related quirk, he concluded. They were both looking anywhere but at him, as if he was an invisible figure they could just gaze right through, ignoring his existence completely. "Please, I need to get to my cells." The two continued to ignore him, although he could feel the younger one twitch, as if fighting against the urge to address him. Trying his luck differently, he tried to wedge his way past them. His attempt was met with an immediate reaction. The older guard's leg came up at a speed he would have been able to dodge if he wasn't so tired. The limb hit him straight in the chest, knocking him to the ground with the force, leaving him scrambling to draw breath as he wheezed. The rain was getting stronger now. Soon enough he'd be completely soaked. "Orders are to keep you outside. You are not allowed access to your room tonight." So his punishment wasn't just lack of food. He'd get no shelter either. How fitting, Axel, he thought sarcastically. That night, he slept huddled under the thin branches of a tree he'd found nearby, hugging his limbs close to his body to gain any semblance of warmth as he warded off the crippling cold. His stomach rumbled with a hunger he was all too used to by now, an emptiness he'd learned to live with long ago. He shivered and trembled until he felt numb. A welcome feeling, really. Something he invited wholeheartedly after a while. He knew it wasn't a good sign, though. The heat he felt spreading in his skull couldn't mean anything good. He shouldn't be feeling this hot as his fingers turned stiff and blue. He must have been growing delirious, for the last thing he remembers before succumbing to the pull of darkness is a figure appearing in his field of vision, blurry and unrecognizable in the dark.
He'd covered him with something.
His first reaction was to dodge, try and ward off whatever it was. However, as soon as his skin made contact with the soft, warm fabric, he'd unconsciously huddled into it, melting into the first semblance of comfort he'd gotten in years.
Dark.
Spots were rapidly filling his vision. The last thing he remembers before surrendering to sleep were striking yellow eyes, looking down at him with something he would almost call worry. Still, he was delirious. Surely he remembered wrong. "Akatani Mikumo, please report to the principal's office immediately." The mechanical voice, distorted through the gate speakers, announced ominously. He'd stopped in his tracks the moment his name was called. Back straight, posture casual, as he took a moment to contemplate the situation. Why would the principal want to see him? Had he been made? Was the mission breached? Movement registered to his left, and he moved to the side to avoid the student hurrying along. Taking it as his cue to move, knowing that turning back around now would only seem more suspicious, he carried on his strides into the school. He'd been called to enough meetings and status reports with the dragon to feel completely at ease as he ascended the building's spiraling stairs, leading him to the rodent's office. It felt strange, mundane even. Greeting the secretary politely and sitting in the small plastic chairs positioned right outside the office as she gestured for him to make himself comfortable. The doors leading to the headmaster's bureau were immense, made entirely of strong, reinforced metal. Midoriya could easily spot 3 cameras positioned at various angles, although he was certain there were many more hidden behind unveiled surfaces. Watching the world from every possible angle, he could feel them if he closed his eyes. If he allowed his senses to expand around him, wash over the room as if by sound waves. He stood up as his hearing picked up movement, footsteps approaching the threshold. The person that walked out, however, wasn't who he was expecting. Purple, lavender eyes met his own, widening with the surprise Izuku couldn't get himself to feel. A myriad of emotions flitted across the teen's features as he took in the soldier's figure, his eyes scanning him suspiciously, almost worriedly. Lingering on the bruises and scars still discernible on the few spots where his skin showed. His gaze settled on the eye patch nestled on his face. Eyes narrowing dangerously. Shinso began, tone low, quiet. The door behind him opened further, however, interrupting whatever inquiry he'd wanted to voice. Akatani, please step in. We've been expecting you. Aizawa's voice was gruff, neutral. The hero stepped aside, his arm coming up to usher Izuku in. With a curt, "Excuse me," the soldier left his classmate behind. Immediately, the teen's eyes flitted around the room, taking in all possible exits and measuring any unwanted threats. Netsu was sitting behind a large metal desk. His paws were clasped tightly in front of him, arms resting on the table before him. In the chair opposite of him sat none other than Midoriya's homeroom teacher. Present Mike. The voice hero was looking reassuringly at him, a kind smile stretching his features. A click behind him interrupted his train of thought as he looked back, watching the door close in on them. The tension in the room seemed to increase, even though he seemed to be the only one to feel it. Aizawa walked past him. However, instead of taking the seat opposite the voice hero, as Izuku expected him to, the teacher chose to lean against the wall behind the principal, crossing his arms over his chest in an almost bored manner. Eyes never leaving Izuku's, gaze hard and serious. Young Akatani, I apologize for summoning you here so early. Would you like to take a seat? The rodent spoke loudly, his voice, despite its high pitch, was pleasant and calm.
No, sir.
I'd rather stand. His tone sounded monotone to his own ears, devoid of any inflection. Oh, well, if you're sure. The principal's tone shifted slightly, yet his smile never faltered. It felt practiced to the teen, as if it were a mask stitched onto the animal, hiding behind its plastic merriment great knowledge. Power even. This creature wasn't to be underestimated. How about some tea? He continued pleasantly, gesturing to a small tea set positioned at the corner of the desk. The china was white, decorated with purple vines, shiny and perfect. His mind flitted through the proper protocols for this situation, pulling up short as his memory faltered. Was it disrespectful to deny the man his pleasantries? Would it show weakness to succumb to such a request? Deciding to throw caution to the wind, he responded, wondering if maybe he'd waited a little too long to answer. The strange look Present Mike was shooting him was a testament to that. No, sir. Thank you. The rat's eyes seemed to narrow in contemplation. If Izuku wasn't trained to catch the slightest shift in the behavior of an opponent, he wouldn't have noticed the slight, almost imperceptible break in the man's composure. Very well. Let's get straight to the point then, shall we? He straightened in his seat, his back hitting the chair as he regarded the student standing before him, eyes only momentarily catching on the eye patch adorning Izuku's face. You've been absent for over 2 weeks now. When Midoriya made no move to interject, the principal continued. Given the circumstances and the fact that your father already contacted us, I, on behalf of the school and its teachers, would like to offer our service and help with anything you may need in these hard times." The words were uttered with no trace of deception. Yet, Izuku couldn't help but feel an underlying tension in the rodent's tone. "However, we did not call you here just so we could say this." There it was. "Present mic, if you would." The man, who'd been eyeing Izuku's figure intensely, snapped out of his daze, head snapping up to meet his gaze once more. Yeah. Thank you, Nezu-sen," the hero began, as if grateful for the opportunity to take over. "Like he just said, little listener, we're here to help if you need it." The man swallowed before proceeding. "We just wanted to know if you were okay." "I am doing well, sir. My injuries have all healed," he stated neutrally, tilting his head slightly to the side. This entire interaction was confusing to him. Why would they go through all that trouble only to ask about his health and injuries? His physical state was of no consequence. Only then did it occur to him what the man might have meant. "You don't have to worry. I will be able to complete any task or homework you deem fit to assign, or any punishment you wish to deliver." His response was met with a heavy silence. He wondered for a moment if he'd overstepped or said something he shouldn't have. If he didn't know better, he'd think the look in Present Mic's eyes turned sad. No, that's not Dash. Look, kid, we're not about to punish you for getting hurt. We don't expect anything from you either." Aizawa, who'd been quiet until now, spoke up, his arms finally dropping back against his thighs as he let go of his previous stance. "We just want to know how you're doing. A person's well-being isn't just physical." After a moment, he added, "Although some details about the incident would be appreciated. Your old man didn't give us much to go on." Instantly, his mind went to debrief the general had given him the night before. The dragon had contacted the school, told them that there was a family emergency, that Izuku had been in an accident, and nothing more. Izuku would have to come up with the details on his own. Troublesome, but not problematic. "I apologize, Eraserhead. Of course, they were going to ask questions if they only knew. The bare minimum." Thinking on the spot, he continued, "I was injured while misguidedly wandering near a villain fight. I wasn't paying attention, and a shockwave took me off guard. Fortunately, the extent of my injuries was limited to scrapes, bruises, and some shrapnel that got into my eye." He gestured to the eye patch resting safely on his face, covering the orb from unwanted attention. His response was delivered calmly, with no trace of emotion, as if he were talking about the weather. And, to him, he might as well have been. "I'm sorry you had to go through that, Akatani-kun. Did your doctors say if your eye would heal with time? Do you need any intervention from Recovery Girl?" "No thank you, sir. My physician believes there isn't anything to be done, but wait. My eyesight might be beyond repair." Again, the silence settled, heavy with something he couldn't decipher. "Will that be all, sirs?" His classes would have surely started by now. "There is one more thing we wanted to discuss." The principal started slowly. "As you probably already know, your absence cost you your chance at participating in the annual sports festival." The rodent shot Aizawa a look as he proceeded. "Now, usually for a general education student that wouldn't be of grave consequence. However, as both of your teachers pointed out to me, you, Akatani-kun, have potential." Both heroes seemed to nod their heads at that. They believe that given the chance, you would have proved worthy of the hero course. That wasn't what he was expecting. "You disagrees?" Aizawa asked quietly, arms once again crossed over his chest. "I am quirkless, sir," he replied simply, reminding them of his registered status. That alone should be proof enough he didn't belong in the hero course. He wasn't supposed to draw attention. He was supposed to keep his head down and pretend to be the quiet, quirkless, unproblematic student the general expected him to be. "So," Present Mic interjected indigently, "you are smart, smarter than you'd like us to believe. I've seen you during class. You already know most, if not all, of the coursework." Slight pain began to radiate from his neck as the hero spoke. He could feel heat radiate from his eye and spread. "You've also proven yourself to possess strong physical capabilities. Despite your hardest attempts at hiding your skills, any experienced eye could tell you've had past training. Aizawa continued without missing a beat. The pain intensified with every word the man uttered. His body was growing rigid, tense with the effort to keep himself from reacting outwardly. His nails dug into his clenched hands, surely forming crescent-shaped cuts as he broke skin with the pressure. "We will not force you to apply, if you don't want to Akatani-kun," the principal interrupted. His intervention seemed to quell the rising heat. "We're just informing you of the option. Aizawa will be training another student from your grade for them to transfer during the year. He has offered to train you too if you wish it so. However, a probationary PRD would be put in place in that case, in which you'll be tested and challenged. If you prove their assessment of your capabilities to be correct, the second spot in the hero course would become yours. What if I choose not to? Then you will remain in the general course. You have 1 week to decide." Walking out of the principal's office felt like going up for air after a long swim. The heat in his neck had subsided for now, but he could still feel it prickling under his skin. The ghostly imprint of pain left in its wake. However, his momentary solitude was ephemeral. The moment he turned away from the closed door, he was met with a familiar face. "Excuse me," he tried, wanting to head to class, knowing he'd already gained unnecessary attention. He didn't need any more of it. "That's it? That's all you have to say to me?" Shinso spoke quietly, his voice grave, serious. His anger was palpable. Stopping in his tracks, Izuku took a moment to access the boy's appearance. The shadows under his eyes were more pronounced than usual. While the teen looked extremely tired and worn, his posture was straighter. The glint in his eyes even seemed to shine brighter. In other words, Shinso looked proud. Dimly, Izuku wondered how the teen had fared in the sports festival. He hadn't checked the outcome yet, having been busy with his missions. "I apologize. Did you need something?" he asked, tilting his head to the side again. "Was he missing something? What the hell happened to you? You vanished for 2 weeks, and you can't even take a moment to explain?" His voice has risen slightly, however, it was still low enough not to draw attention, given the fact that they were right outside Nedzu's office. Friends aren't supposed to disappear on each other like that. The pain was coming back, tenfold now. Friends, the heat under his eye patch was getting even more uncomfortable, his neck throbbing with the effort to form coherent thoughts. He didn't know what it meant to have friends.
What?
"Yeah, he faltered. "You know what? Never mind, forget about it. I don't know why I bothered in the first place." Shinso walked away then, not giving the soldier any time to make sense of the interaction. It seemed this day was only going to get more confusing. He also had the general to think about. Would he even want Arctic to consider the hero course? Would he punish him for failing his missions so thoroughly? Shrugging his shoulders, he made his way to class. Chapter 10 is already posted here. Insta bio link chapter text. Arms, strong and tight, hold onto him, squeezing against his stomach painfully. He kicks and he screams, throwing all the power his 7-year-old body can muster into his struggle. Small, pathetic explosions erupt and pitter out against the men holding him back, all futile against their overwhelming strengths. Shouts of "let me go" and Deku are ignored and disregarded, despite his shrieking voice and his aching throat. The world morphs and twists, and suddenly he's falling, twisting, and tumbling until he hits the ground. The force rattles his body down to the bone. A mirror falls right in front of him, cutting the air like a guillotine descending from above, burrowing into the ground, cracking the crumbling asphalt below. Before him stands his 14-year-old self, shoulder sagging under an unseen weight. Dark circles, akin to bruises, underline his eyes, making their crimson colors stand out against the pallor of his skin. His reflection has anger written into every line, dripping off its figure in rivers as he knocks violently against the glass entrapping him in. The shouts of "pathetic" and "coward" are as futile as his last ones. A sensation on his arm breaks his gaze from his raging reflection. His eyes lower to his hand with a start. A tiny, delicate hand clutches onto his fingers, touch tentative despite the desperation he can feel emanating from the action. His eyes take forever to travel from the hand to its owner's face. What he sees almost brings him to his knees. There, Still as tiny and frail as he remembers is his best friend. The very one he failed to protect. His hair is a vibrant emerald green, but his face is blurred. As if his mind can't quite remember the boy's exact features. Either that, or it was his own cowardly subconscious trying to protect itself from the imminent pain it would feel. The hand clutching his own is ripped away as shadowed figures appear around them, clutching onto the smaller body and dragging him away. His hand is outstretched. Fruitlessly, fingers reaching for the object of his nightmares, knowing that his endeavors were useless. Kaken. The voice echoes and bounces off the walls around them, resonating louder and louder with each reverberation. Soon the shouts turn to a different tone, and suddenly Kaken turns to Katsuki. He wakes up with a gasp, like a drowning man inhaling his first, desperate bit of oxygen. He heaves, neck damp with cold sweat as he clutches onto his shirt like a vice. A hand rubs at his back soothingly, and he doesn't have to look to his right to know who it belongs to. "It's all right, Katsuki, it's okay, just breath, sweetheart." Inko's voice is soft and low as she coos, as if talking to a child. It should irritate him. It should make him angry and indignant. However, he can't help but feel a deep, resonating gratefulness towards her. This woman who lost everything, and yet still took the time to take care of him. Treat him like he was her own son. He wants her to be angry, to shout at him for being there and doing nothing. They've had the conversation thousands of times before. Countless nights full of regrets, accusations, and wonder. The anger, the regrets, the grief he could take. He's done it so many times that it feels like a simple part of his life now. An old scar that never healed. It's the wondering, however, that makes his body tremble and his insides scream. It's the not knowing that slowly cuts away at his mind. "Just breathe," she whispers, and it feels like she's not just talking to him. "It's going to be okay." But Kugu Katsuki doesn't know when his life changed. The lie is scorching to his own mind. The truth was, he could pinpoint the exact moment his world morphed and turned upside down. The day his entire purpose centered itself around one single event. Izuku was taken, and he wasn't just a kid trying to become a hero. Izuku was taken, and he turned into the kid who wanted to save his friend. The boy who'd spend countless sleepless nights looking into obscure military branches and classified missions in the hopes of finding a trail. Some kind of proof that Izuku Midoriya ever existed outside of their own minuscule, insignificant world. He'd scour the internet for information on any sort of quirkless experiments. Any hint that could lead him to his target. However, no matter the amount of time and effort he spent, he always ended up at a dead end. The military was watching them, there was no doubt about it. And Inko couldn't even file a police report for fear of the worst. It made the blood in his veins boil and the sweat in his palms ignite. He learned to cover his research, to be subtle in his quest. Writing any information he managed to find in code, and keeping hidden any evidence he came across. However small and inconsequential. The day he got accepted into UA didn't mean what it would have all those years ago. Don't get him wrong, he was happy, ecstatic even. After all, it meant he was only that closer to his goal. It just had nothing to do with his childhood wish to be number one. It wasn't until the USJ incident, however, that he finally got a good lead. The soldier that saved them was undeniably Japanese military. He just needed to find him again. Find him and make him talk. He just hoped that he wasn't too late. That somewhere out there, Izuku Midoriya was still okay. Inko Midoriya hadn't lasted long in an apartment on her own, all those years ago. She had lost her world, her entire reason to exist in an instant. The walls of her home felt foreign and stifling. Every nook and cranny seemed to call out to her, a reminder of what wasn't there. What was missing? Izuku was everywhere, and Izuku was nowhere. It got to a point where she would barricade herself in the guest room, knowing it was the only space in the entire house that wasn't crawling with cracked memories and lost, stilled moments. The Bakugases, having lost something that day too, had been her saving grace. Mitsuki had offered her a place in her home, welcoming her into their lives with open arms. Inko doesn't think she'd still be here if it wasn't for them. Mitsuki and Masaru were both incredibly supportive. Yet, to her surprise, it was with Katsuki that she bonded the most. Where she had lost a son, the boy had lost something equally as precious. It embarrassed her and warmed her to be so dependent on the teen. Yet, she thinks, in their own way, it was exactly what they needed. Those thoughts made her weep at night, as her mind conjured the life they could have had if her world hadn't been stolen from her. Her only saving grace was the knowledge that her boy still lived. Or, at least she hoped he did. The military had forbidden her from seeking any outside source of help to search for her son. Threats on his life had been too important for her to ever risk going against the general's demands. Even though it killed her, she couldn't fathom being the reason for her son's death. She just hoped that wherever he was happy and safe. She went to sleep every night, knowing, in the far, deeply buried corner of her mind, that it was only wishful thinking. Have you been so careless in laying low that the teachers sought to offer you a place in the hero course without even trying? The dragon's words cut through the air like a knife, tension prominent in the hardness of his voice. Arctic opened his mouth to reply, an affirmation on the tip of his tongue, but cut himself off when the man continued speaking.
Do not
answer that. There was an edge to his voice now, one that made every muscle in his body tense in anticipation. Could you stay undercover if you were to take on such a task? Once again, the general didn't wait for him to answer. Go on probation for now, go through Eraserhead's training, but hold on to the right to change your mind if need be. If you are, at any given moment, at risk of being compromised, you are to inform me and back out immediately. Am I understood? Understood, sir, he echoed, hands held firmly at his sides. Now, gear up, the information on your next mission has been sent out. You are to report at dawn. Over and out. Aizawa wasn't planning on going on patrol tonight. He really wasn't. His plans for the night consisted of a soft couch, piles of cats, and packets of homework to grade. It certainly didn't include getting a call from Tsukauchi Naomosa just as he was about to get comfortable. The detective, however, had other plans for him in mind. An informant hinted at something going down at the docks, a known hotspot for drag deals and local trafficking. So, Aizawa had done what any respectable underground hero would have done. He'd sulked for a few minutes before huffing and gearing up, sending a quick text to Hizashi on his way out to tell him not to wait up, even though he knew the man would probably stay up anyway. His movements were strong against the wind, muscles working all the more as he ran across the rooftops. The current greeted concrete and skin all the same, tousling his long hair violently with every step he took. Nonetheless, his strides were silent, imperceptible. Getting there, he wouldn't have guessed something was going on. Yet, the silence that encompassed the space was eerie and uncomfortable. The only sign that something wasn't right. Peering beyond a big, brown metal container, he spotted his targets. They stood in something that could be interpreted as a circle, back turned towards each other as if fending something off. Or, more accurately, someone. Whispers were being hissed to each other, hands clenching and unclenching around their respective weapons. In other words, fear seemed to radiate from their every move. He barely had time to wonder why before a figure rose from the shadows, blending so well that Aizawa hadn't noticed him at first glance. It was one that Shoyuta recognized all too well. A dozen of men were lying at his feet. He noted with prominent relief the rise and fall of their chests. Thankfully, just unconscious. It seemed that he didn't have to interfere just yet. For now, he would wait and watch. The kid's suit melded well with the darkness. The matte black armor didn't reflect what little light could be found in the area. His helmet, however, was absent tonight, replaced by a dark mouthpiece that covered the lower half of his face. His white hair looked slightly ruffled in the wind, a great contrast to the obscurity that seemed to cling to him. With his hair uncovered, he appeared even younger, which made what Aizawa was witnessing even worse. The boy's no solider rose from his crouch, straightening with a grace a racer had only seen in veteran heroes. Arctic raised his arm, hand outstretched, and only had to clench his fingers into a fist for all the weapons in his opponent's hand to shatter simultaneously, decomposing under an invisible force. only serving to strengthen their panic as they found themselves sorely helpless and overpowered. It didn't stop them, however, from going for the worst possible response. Aizawa cursed as two of them charged at the soldier, snarling as they ran. Arctic, for his part, didn't seem the least bit concerned. Dull eyes, one green and one blue, watched their moves with something akin to boredom, waiting until the last possible moment to move out of the way of an incoming punch, barely having to sidestep to dodge it with ease. One of his arms came up once again, this time to hit his opponent on the back of his neck, knocking him out instantly. The second villain, more out of stupidity than bravery, only faltered for a second before twisting into his own attack, his torso lowering as if to tackle Arctic to the ground. His running approach was interrupted by a brutally efficient axe kick to the spine. The force sent him crashing down. His chin burrowed painfully into the concrete, knocking a couple of teeth out and leaving him in a whimpering mess on the ground. With the two villains down, the three remaining seemed to hesitate more. Some of them visibly took steps back, as if to make a run for it. Aizawa would have found it funny if he wasn't so painfully horrified to witness all this coming from a child. A child soldier, no less. Blinking, he almost missed it. He watched, eyes wide, as the boy moved with a speed almost too fast to see, charging at the villains in turn. Two were sent flying into separate containers as he made quick work of taking them out, leaving him standing in front of the last one, his figure straight and impossibly still as he regarded him for a moment. Like a snake ready to spring onto its prey, his eyes seemed to take in the man before him. Aizawa could easily guess this was the leader of the current operation. Although from his visible tenseness and fear, he probably was just an underling to someone more powerful. He could see something starting to form on the man's left hand, a spike of some sort morphing out of his open palm. However, before his apparent quirk could take full form, his hand was wrenched out of his side and twisted. A sickening crack resounded through the area as he cried out in pain, eyes wild and disoriented as he was pushed onto his stomach, face pressed again to the asphalt. Arctic performed the move with calm detachment, eyes as cold as his moniker implied. It made something twinge in Aizawa's guts as he swallowed, dread and anger boiling in his guts. He knew then that he couldn't let this go any further. Already moving from his hiding place, he approached the pair cautiously. He heard it then, a low, distorted voice filling the air. Until now, the only sound had been the villain's ragged breathing and low cursing. However, when Arctic spoke, the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. "Who do you work for?" His mouth gear distorted his voice, making him sound more robotic than human. It only served to make him seem more intimidating. His hand, still clutching onto the villain's dislocated arm, pressed harshly onto the wound, making the man beneath him shout out in agony. "That's enough." Arctic didn't seem the least bit surprised at the hero's arrival, barely sparing him a glance. "I'll be taking it from here." For a painstakingly long minute, he thought he'd have to fight the kid. However, after a moment, to no small amount of relief on Aizawa's part, the boy nodded once, then straightened and released his hold of the villain. Arctic regarded him for a moment before turning, legs bending as if to take off. Aizawa spoke before he could. "You don't have to keep doing this." His voice sounded desperate to his own ears. "You saved me once. Let me return the favor." For the first time in so long, he let his guard down, letting some emotion slip into his tone. "We can help you." Silence, heavy and loaded with something he couldn't quite place, met his exclamation as the boy turned one last time and met his gaze. "I don't need help." His crystal, icy blue eyes seemed to flash an electric yellow as he said the words, so unnatural it made the hero shudder. Once again the kid seemed to meld into the darkness, disappearing into the night, without another sound. Aizawa doesn't know how long he stands there, looking at the previously occupied space, now empty and devoid of life. A cold, heavy knot forms in his gut as he gathers his wits, turning finally to call Neomosa in order to arrest the villains, wanting nothing more than to get the night over with. For he knew, without a doubt, that his sleep would be entirely restless. Some part of him was impossibly grateful that Hizashi would be waiting up when he got home. Chapter 11 uplink in bio. Insta bio chapter text. 4 years ago.
White.
The world was bathed in the purest white. Empty and untainted. A color he's come to despise with his entire being. The four walls surrounding him seemed to catch the light, as if amplifying and radiating it. It ate away at the shadows and the open space, devouring the dark in its stifling intensity. It made him feel like he was on display, like an animal trapped between the concrete cages of a zoo. For he knew that one of the walls surely held a one-way window. Like the raw edges of an open wound, it made him feel all the more exposed and scrutinized. His body surely looked insignificantly small as he sat there, huddled in the corner of the empty white room. A speck of dirt amidst the unblemished surfaces that surrounded him, enclosing in on him. His toes curled in on themselves as he tried to squeeze his legs tighter against his body, trying to draw in any kind of warmth he could find, making himself as small as possible. His body shivered imperceptibly, as it was lacking the energy to tremble properly. His thin, ragged clothes were of no help against the icy air that wafted around him. His mind felt slow, sluggish. His thoughts bled through like muddy oil, untethered and discord. His stomach gnawed and growled, desperate for any scrap of nourishment. His arms were lax against it, for he had no strength left to hold onto his middle tightly. To try and alleviate the pressure he felt building up inside of him. Letting his head fall against the cold marble, he tried in vain to fall asleep, already burdened with the knowledge that his endeavor would be useless. The doctor had made the White Room with this very purpose in mind after all. Their goal was to test how long Izuku could last without sleep and without food. The lights radiated a special quirk-amplified energy that made it impossible for a person to fall asleep. The low temperature served as an insurance against any extreme circumstance in which Izuku managed to fall asleep anyway. The starvation, however, was nothing new. The doctor had no reservations against pushing the human body to its limits. It was his sole purpose after all, righty?
To be their pet project.
Their lab rat. His eyes fluttered and sank, but never stayed closed. For he knew that the moment he would close them, the sprinkler system of the room would turn on. His fingers and toes wouldn't survived the ordeal. His blue-tinged lips were a testament to that. His mind was so lost in its jumbled days that he barely noticed the hushed footsteps that echoed right outside the door. If you could even call the small square trap opening a door. Metal creaked and a lock turned, finally catching his attention, although the spots in his vision made it impossible to focus on its source right away. The flap finally opened then, a small, moldy piece of bread falling through it before it was shut once again. Was this real? Was he finally breaking? Hallucinating it all? Unnoticed, the green light of the camera above him had momentarily turned red. A heavy arm, with trembling fingers, reached for the bread. Hold as flimsy as that of a newborn cat, he touched the commodity, holding it as if it was the most rare, precious thing in the world. Eat it quickly. A young voice whispered harshly, hurried, and maybe a little panicked, making him startle out of his slight huddle. He would have knocked his head against the wall if he had the energy to do so. You have 2 minutes. With that, the figure disappeared, footsteps ringing in Izuku's ears as they ran off. Blinking back tears, he practically inhaled the treat, almost choking on it as he swallowed, his dry throat betraying him once again. However, he couldn't help the small, teary smile that stretched his lips, if only slightly.
Warmth.
He could feel it, coming from his very heart. He'd forgotten what it felt like. The clock hanging on the wall ticks on, slow, almost maddening. The quiet makes the imperceptible ticks and clicks echo throughout the empty space of the gym. The room seems too vast and vacant then. Without realizing, Shinse's breathing mimics its rhythm, heart beating almost in tandem with each minute. Time seems to move unnaturally slow, or it certainly feels like it, as they stand there. Shinse's legs shuffle with excess nerves and unrestrained anxiousness, while his teacher leans against the opposite wall. Aizawa's arms are crossed over his chest, back leaning against the structure. The hero is the picture-perfect definition of unbothered. His face is lax, a mask of ample boredom as they wait. The silence that hangs heavy between them is not entirely comfortable. It grates on Shinse's nerve the longer they stand there. "What are we waiting for, again?" he asks for what feels like the 19th time. Voice a lazy drawl despite his mounting frustration. The fingers drumming against his breathed leg gives him away without much effort. Just give it a few minutes. It's only then that he notices where his teacher's eyes are trained. Dark, obsidian orbs, intense and expectant. Watch the entrance of the gym with thinly veiled anticipation. Was he waiting for someone? Was another teacher meant to meet them here? Is something supposed to happen? His mouth betrays him. Snark has always been his go-to coping mechanism. Aizawa's eyes flit to the clock and back to the entrance. Maybe I was wrong about this. The hero straightens then, a new, more pronounced slump to his shoulders. No use waiting mo-. He's not done with his sentence before the gym doors slide open. The creak of the metal breaking the quiet and making both their heads turn. "Nice of you to join us," Aizawa says as Akatani makes his way towards them. The boy in question stops in front of them, arms held firmly at his side, with his legs parted. His posture, if scrutinized, looks like a soldier on standby, waiting for orders. "I take it you've decided to go through with training?" The teacher's drawls when the boy remains silent. At his side, Shinso is visibly bristling. Training? He wasn't even at the sports festival. None of them pay him any mind. "Yes, sir, if the option is still viable. I would like to try." "Very well. Your probation starts now." After the boy's nod, the man turns to his other student. "You were given the chance because I saw your potential during the sports festival. Akatani is only being given the same opportunity to prove himself now." Spotting Shinse's mouth opening to argue, the man continued. "No more questions, let's begin. I want you to run around the gym until you can't anymore. This is a test of your endurance. Chap 12 already up. Link in my bio chapter text. For years ago. You're getting better," his drill sergeant muttered. The man had a strong build, taller than Axel and slightly larger. His hair was buzzed close to his scalp, making his features look sharp. Dark sunken eyes bore into Izuku's own as they regarded him. Deep tiredness seemed to radiate from the man, despite the firm, strong aura that emanated from his every move. Always vigilante. Always calculative. "Good." He spoke lowly, his deep, rough voice making Izuku want to stand straighter. "I'd say your AIT is as good as over. But you never know with the higher-ups." Lighting up a cigarette and exhaling as the first puffs of smoke reach the air between them, he continues. "Scram kid, I know Axel's a little high and off the right, but I doubt he'll smoke you for taking a break." His words made him want to shift uncertainly, already knowing where this was going. This ain't a suggestion, Green. He didn't have to be told twice, already recognizing the tone and words for what they were. An order. A dismissal. Despite his misgivings and the dread he could feel bubbling in his guts, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. When was the last time someone had given him time off? Outside, too. Was he imagining things? Was this a trick? He shook his head. Sergeant Silva wasn't the type to say things he didn't mean. He'd learned a long time ago that the man was as straightforward and blunt as they come. His feet carried him off and towards a field he'd rarely ever gone to unsupervised. In fact, this was the first time he was outside without some form of guard or superior. The field in question was a cadet track field, one meant for regular running drills and physical training evaluations. Rounding the corner, he found what he was looking for, or to be precise, who he was looking for. Gulping down collected saliva from his mouth, he quelled his nerves long enough to take a breath. He'd seen them before, the cadets of this year's corps, their training having sometimes overlapped. Even if he was always on his own compared to their team drills and exercises. Axel and the general never did like it when he tried to join in on their runs. Axel in particular always went out of his way to isolate him. Not that he ever tried very hard to protest. Looking at this particular group of cadets, he wonders if this was a bad idea after all. 5 boys were gathered, perched on a ledge off to the left of the field. clearly having just finished individual training, if their rainbow gear was of any indication. They were lucky they could choose to forego the official uniforms. Izuku, for his part, didn't have that particular luxury. His clothes always needed to be regulatory, not a thread out of place, else he faced the wrath of the lieutenant. The red band that stretched around his right hip was the only exception, serving to differentiate him from the rest. Inform the onlookers that he was in fact not normal, an outsider. Most likely so that the guard could know who they were supposed to keep an eye on. Losing what little courage he'd garnered, he twisted around and decided that maybe he'd be better off back in his cell. His free time could be used to clean out his room for the next inspection. Maybe try and get in his guard's good graces by going back earlier. Making up his mind, he walked back out of the field. Just as he was about to step away, a hand snagged itself onto his arm, stopping his movements in their track. Hey, wait. The grip was light but firm, one he was entirely unfamiliar with. Hoping it wouldn't be one of his superior officers, he turned around. Confusion was clear on his features as he looked at one of the 5 boys he'd just seen back out in the field. The soldier in front of him was taller than him, but not much older. A couple of years at best, he would guess. Nothing stood out to him at first, until his eyes settled on the boy's gaze. Yellow, green-slitted eyes stared back at him, one mirroring his own confusion and apprehension, carrying none of the anger he'd expect from a cadet. The boy seemed strangely familiar to him, yet he couldn't quite put his finger as to why that was. The kid's eyes flitted from his own towards the red band on his uniform, then back. "What are you doing out here?" The boy hissed, his fingers briefly tightening around his arm. Looking discreetly around them, he dragged them into one of the alcoves of the building's walls. The one Izuku was just about to round in order to get out of the field they were in. "How did you manage to give your sergeants the slip? Are they looking for you?" Who are you?" "You." That seemed to make him pause. "You don't recognize me?" He whispered in mild confusion, before his eyes hardened. "Who am I kidding? Of course you don't," he grumbled, one hand coming up to rest on the back of his neck as he looked away. Sorry," he said, not knowing what else he was supposed to say in this kind of situation.
What?
"No. Don't apologize," he squawked, seemingly a little panicked as both of his hands came up to hold onto Izuku's shoulders. He cursed himself as instinct took over and he flinched away, unused to any form of contact that wasn't meant to be harmful. Sorry," he amended softly, taking a step away to give him some space. This was all so very different from what he was used to. "What I meant was that you never actually saw me before, so of course you don't recognize me. I was just being an idiot." His gaze turned towards the ground, then kicking a rock that had been lying near his foot, scuffing some dirt into the air in the process. "Well, we did see each other that one time, but you were pretty out of it, so I doubt you remember." Following the movement of the boy's fidgeting hands, he noticed a couple of reptilian scales peeking from under the cadet's uniform. Reptilian quirk.
He remembered it then.
A dark, cold night. So much rain, he could drown in it, and 2 guards. But more importantly, he remembered warmth, just as the darkness welcomed him into its frigid arms. "I was on guard duty back then," the boy muttered, confirming his suspicions. "Why, you're the one who's been sneaking me food, aren't you?" He doesn't know what made him ask so bluntly. However, he knew that a part of him was desperate to find out if the boy before him was the one who's been helping him all this time. I don't know what you're talking about," the reptilian, quirked boy mumbled, his arms crossing themselves over his chest as he looked around once more, as if afraid of being overheard. "That would be against the rules, and I'm a perfect, law-abiding cadet, for your information." Of course, he found a small, tentative curve of his lips forming. It wasn't a smile. He doubted his facial muscles could even begin to form one after all this time, but it was a pretty darn close thing. "My bad." Hoping that despite the lightness he could feel in the atmosphere between them, he hadn't actually offended the boy. "You'll have to make it up to me somehow, you know? How about you tell me how the hell you are out here alone? Sergeant Silva gave me some time off."
"What?"
Cupping his own hand to stop his exclamation, looking around once more in case anyone heard, he asked again.
"Calmer this time. What?"
"How did you get that old stick in the mud to do that?" "He ordered me to." The boy's eyes seemed to go even wider, mouth closing and opening several times in silent succession. Well, it's settled then, you're definitely a freak. When Izuku's shoulders seemed to hunch in on themselves, the boy was fast to backtrack. No, wait, I didn't mean it in a bad way. It's just we see you out there, man. We can't do half the things they make you do, especially with how badly they treat you. The drills you go through are unreal. Half of my squad thinks you have some kind of superpowered quirk. He rambled, oblivious to Izuku's dumbfounded stare. And you know, it's so effed up all the shit they put you through all the time. It's wrong on so many levels, it's not even funny. Anger seeped into his words, only serving to confuse the greenette more. Why do? Izuku started hesitantly, interrupting the spew of words the boy was chattering off. Why do you care? Why would he go through the trouble of helping Izuku, of sneaking him food when he was starving, of giving him a jacket when he was stuck in the rain, of saying out loud what he'd wished anyone around him would admit, even once? That all that was happening to him wasn't right, that it was wrong and unfair. Tears prickled in his eyes, never falling despite his urge to bawl right then and there. Silence met his question. It stretched long enough for him to think he wouldn't get an answer. That is until the boy finally whispered a couple of words. I just do, okay? He grumbled slowly. Does there have to be a reason for everything? You just looked like you needed help. The cadets' drills sergeant shouted something off into the distance, the voice coming from the field they'd just vacated. I gotta go, man. Be careful going back. Wait. His hand sprang up to catch the boy's sleeve before he could stop himself, trembling fingers latching onto the fabric almost desperately. What's your name? Haruki's Shoka, but you can call me Haru for short if you want. The boy, Haru, answered softly, a grin stretching across his face as he regarded Izuku seriously. You're not alone here, okay? Thank you, Haru. And after a moment, you can call me Izuku. The air felt stifling as if all the oxygen had been sucked out of the room. Or at least, that's what it felt like as Shinsu's chest tried to expand fruitlessly in an effort to draw breath. He heaved, lungs screaming in protest at the abuse he was putting them through. Sweat soaked his clothes, making him as dirty as he was tired. His cheeks and neck felt hot to the touch, radiating an uncomfortable warmth that gave him the urge to rip his shirt off and cool down. To his anger and increasing frustration, his exercise partner seemed to have none of these problems. In fact, Akatani looked infuriatingly composed, not a hair out of place on his pretty little head. The boy's back was straight, breath even and controlled as he stretched next to him, as if the marathon of harrowing exercises Aizawa had put them through was a walk in the park. Shifting between the sudden urge to punch his comrade or ask him for his secrets, he flopped onto the padded gym floor, wisely choosing to put his efforts into staying conscious. Instead, a nap was so very appealing right about now. Maybe if he just closed his eyes just for a little while. Shinso, Aizawa, who had been comfortably seated on the bleachers this entire time, admonished. Voice rough despite the thinly veiled amusement Shinso swore he could detect in the man's low tone. Get up, we're doing some sparring before moving on to quirk training. Quirk training? Shinso articulates a little helplessly, breath still a little uneven, eyes shifting uncertainly towards Akatani before locking with Aizawa's again, willing his teacher to understand without him having to voice his questions out loud. When both parties bear no reaction, he sighs and continues his train of thought. But he gestures widely with his hands. He's quirkless. His stomach feels funny as he says this, hoping that despite their problems, Akatani didn't think that Shinso was discriminating or quirkist in any way. Yes, Shinso, I am aware, Aizawa says plainly, waiting a moment as if expecting Shinso to move on before sighing heavily. We're going to do quirkless sparring, then move on to training your quirk. You especially could benefit from quirkless training, seeing as you rely too heavily on your quirk. Shinso gulps, looking away, knowing that the man was right. The sports festival was proof enough. He'd made it pretty far, but in the end, when it came down to it, he was powerless when his quirk was out of commission. They settle in front of each other, each taking on a battle stance. Shinso has to be corrected slightly on his posture by the hero before they could begin. With a clap of the teacher's hands, Shinso charges toward his opponent. The world twists, and he finds himself staring at the ceiling before his mind even registers Akatani moving. His back hit the mat harshly enough to knock the breath out of him, but not hard enough to hurt, making it obvious that the teen was holding back. Anger and embarrassment spike in his guts, but he presses down the urge to insult the teen and simply struggles back to his feet, groaning with the effort as his limbs scream in protest. He was already tired as it stood. Akatani, what did Shinso do wrong here? Aizawa asks, voice soft but firm. He rushed in without proper planning, telegraphing his movements too much. His balance was also off, which made it easy for me to use his momentum to my advantage. Shinso's hands clench at his sides at the words said in an almost bored voice, wondering just how pathetic the other teen thought he was.
Good.
Now, Shinso, I want you to try again. This time take what you just heard into account. High. With another resounding clap, the second round began. This time Shinso stood his ground and waited. Maybe if he let the other boy move first, he could counter, and Akatani was suddenly too close, a fist closing in on his field of vision. Startled and slightly panicked, Shinso barely had time to raise an arm to guard against the hit, not noticing the leg that had been stuck behind him in order to trip him up in his haste to get away. Closing his eyes in anticipation, he waited for the pain to come, but was stumped when nothing happened. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the teen's fist had stopped just inches from his face. His other hand clutches Shinso's shirt, preventing him from falling backward when he'd tripped himself up. His face heated up once again, this time having nothing to do with exertion and more to do with the burning hot humiliation he could feel bubbling in his guts. Raising his own hand up, he wrenched himself free of the other boy's hold, stumbling back when gravity catches up to him. It was surely petty, but he couldn't bring himself to care. Scoffing under his breath as he looked away from the disappointed stare he could feel directed at him from his teacher. Akatani, Aizawa called out, eyes still boring into the side of Shinso's head. Sir. Sighing at the address, Aizawa continued. Take a break. I need a moment with Shinso. Yes, sir. With that, the dark-haired boy walks away, adjusting the eye patch around his eye as he went. When he was a considerable distance away, Aizawa spoke, crouching slightly as to face Shinso properly. The tension in the latter's shoulders was clear, as if the teen was expecting to be heavily scolded. Do you expect to get stronger straight away? The man asked calmly, no judgment in his tone.
No.
Of course not. He was startled by the harshness of his own voice and lowered it considerably as he continued, not wanting to disrespect the teacher. It's just, he makes it look so easy. Aizawa interrupted, a knowing look on his face. Do you think it was easy for Akatani to get to his level of skill? You said it yourself. He's quirkless. That alone comes with its own set of hardships, as you, of all people, can likely imagine. Don't you think I know that? It's still really frustrating, you know? He really was pathetic. The man hummed, looking back to his other charge who was taking a few sips of his water from his school bag. Maybe we could get you some one-on-one lessons before jumping straight to sparring. It might level the playing field. Gesturing for the other boy to join them, Aizawa stood back up. For now, rest up a few minutes while I spare with Akatani. We'll move on to quirk training afterward. Sitting there, watching as his teacher fell into a lively spar with his classmate, he couldn't help but feel his anger spike back up. He knew it wasn't entirely rational. Knew it was probably childish and unfair for him to feel so vindictive. But sitting there, still slightly heaving from exhaustion and residual anger, he couldn't help but let his anger fester, fist clenching at his sides as he looked at his own weakness. He'd thought that the sports festival would be the last hurdle in his way, but here he was, even now, facing the consequences of his own arrogance. He should have known that relying on his quirk for so long would be bad for him in the long run. It seemed he still had a long way to go before he could consider himself to be strong. Watching the fight unfold before him, the boy's quick reflexes and practiced movements, he swore to himself he'd train harder. For quirk training, I want you to be a subject to Shinsu's quirk. His power is activated through verbal response. He'll give you a series of commands that I'll issue so we can determine the full scope of his control. Would you both be comfortable with that? At their mirrored nods, Shinsu's a little less sure. They proceeded with the new exercise. Shinsu cleared his throat before addressing his classmate directly for the first time during the last few hours. "Hey, Akatani." Akatani, to his credit, seemed to bear no hesitation as he answered. A simple yes was softly uttered in response. Immediately, Shinsu could visualize the metaphorical net closing in on his target. However, like the last time he'd tried brainwashing the teen, he felt something obstructing his way. A mental block so strong it made his head hurt just trying to fight against it. Anger seared in his veins for the umpteenth time in the last few hours. He thought that he'd at least have the advantage when it came to quirk training, but here they were again. He cursed himself for forgetting the first time he'd tried using his quirk on the boy. Looking closer at the mental block, it felt as if something was already there, but the more he looked, the stronger his headache got. Fist clenching and unclenching at his sides, he nudged at his own connection harder. Oblivious to Aizawa's increasing apprehension the more time it took for him to activate his quirk. Frustrated more than ever, he tugged harder, forcefully pushing his way into the other's mind. A small, unheated part of him already knew that this was a bad idea. Growling low in his throat, he pushed his way through. Feeling something shift slightly just before a searing headache made his entire body recoil, instantly dropping his control over his opponent. Not that the connection ever fully formed. Clutching his head painfully, he heard Aizawa hiss under his breath. Not paying the sound any mind until a shout of Akatani's name echoed through the gym. Looking ahead of him, he could feel his body falter. His blood ran cold as his stomach dropped. Heavy as lead as he looked on ahead. Akatani wasn't standing in front of him anymore. His body was slightly hidden by Aizawa's as the teacher knelt in front of him. Shinsu was moving on autopilot as he approached the two. A scene of his own making that would haunt his dreams for times to come. Akatani body seized and withered on the ground. His only observable eye was rolled back, only the white visible as he convulsed as if being electrocuted by an undetectable force.
"Nso."
Shinsu. Aizawa's voice was harsh, almost frantic as he called out to him, snapping him back to the present as if dragging him back up from down under. "Go warn Recovery Girl. Tell her we're on our way." When Shinsu's body failed to move instantly, his teacher raised his voice even further. "Now Hitoshi." He moved faster than he remembered moving in his life. His previous exhaustion was all but forgotten as he dashed through the hall of the school uncaring of a group of students he'd jarred in his haste to get to his destination. What had he done? Aizawa should have known the moment Shinsu's command took more time than it should have. Something was wrong, and he should have noticed it right away. Now, after what felt like an eternity, but wasn't more than 2 minutes, he'd counted, the kid's body finally stopped seizing. Not wasting any time, he gathered the smaller boy into his arms and lifted him up to his chest. Heart threatening to beat right out of his ribcage. His years of experience in similar situations were the only reason his body was functioning at all. Because no matter how many times he lived through this with victims and strangers, it was nothing compared to seeing one of his own students in this state. He'd seen the moment Akatani's body seemed to crumble in on itself. A doll whose string has been severed and cut down, falling to the ground lifelessly for 1 second, only to start seizing the next. Clutching the strangely light student tighter, he hurried towards the infirmary. Pain flared in his mind. Something hot and burning roared to life behind his eyelids. A muffled voice could be heard in the distance. It felt as though he could grasp it with his fingertips even as it floated farther and farther out of his reach. Distorted and twisted as if he was hearing it underwater. His consciousness sunk deeper as the world became more subdued and muted, and the voice grew fainter. Images flashed in front of his eyes. Like splotches of paint being thrown at a blank canvas, they seemed to ooze and drip into his mind. Incomplete and hazy in their consistency. A flash of red, so much red crusted into a white, snowy surface, mixing with the cold, icy texture of the ground at his feet. Please, Izuku. The voice whimpered in his head. Please. It roared. More red. So much it seemed to coat his entire vision right before a light exploded all around him. Chapter 13 already up. Link in my Insta bio. Insta bio chapter text.
4 years ago.
His legs ached terribly, muscles pulsing with every move he made, every step he took toward his cell. His body felt heavy, as if dragged down by an invisible weight. The sun was all but gone from the sky, red-purple rays blessing the world with the last remnants of color for the night. Sergeant Silva had put him through the ringer, making him run through his hell drills all day. The higher-ups, as he referred to them, seemed to think that Izuku needed more intense training. The doors to the science building were in sight now. Somehow, despite the fatigue plaguing his very essence, he didn't want to go back to the solitude of his 4 white walls just yet. Moving closer, despite his every instinct telling him to turn around and walk away, he was suddenly pulled to the side. His exhaustion was the only reason the culprit wasn't down for the count. Hey, it's just me, Haru exclaimed, hands coming up in the universal sign for I come in peace, halting the fist that was currently aimed at his face. Lowering his arm, he took a moment to make sense of the boy's actions. What are you doing? He asked, his voice low, looking around as if expecting Elsie Axel to pop out of the bushes and bust him for missing curfew. Some of my friends are on guard duty today, the boy said plainly, as if it explained everything perfectly. Okay, he enunciated, feeling more than a little confused. Gee, good for them. And after a moment of silence, good night. He turned to head back, knowing now that if the guard beat him up tonight, Haruki would probably feel bad about it. He shouldn't give them any reason to do so. Wait. The teen rushed to block his path once again, hands coming up to hold him by the shoulders, hesitating as Izuku unconsciously flinched away. Don't you get what this means? It means I have to get to my cell before curfew. The soldier replied monotonously, expression neutral, feeling a little impatient now. Nope. Haruki declared, lifting his chin, his chest puffing as he crossed his arms over his torso. It means that I, my oblivious friend, and didn't his chest warm at the word dash, have free rein to kidnap you tonight, he announced proudly.
With no
consequences. He grinned mischievously, leaning his head until he was an inch away from Izuku's own. Taking a step back, Izuku looked his friend over once more, wondering if they, perhaps, served alcohol at the mess hall today that he didn't know about. But Axel is going to check Dash. Nope, he's being taken care of as we speak. My bunk mates have made it their mission to distract him tonight. He won't have time to trim nose hair, let alone check on you. The cadet stated rather vulgarly, Cheshire grin making him look more like a satisfied cat than a reptilian quirked boy. But what about Dash? No, stop overthinking it. Just do whatever the hell you want, man. Just for tonight, alright? You are free. So, you in, or you out? Looking past his friend's shoulder, towards the dark, looming building. He'd already made his decision, he realized. Alright, I'm in. Haru, we can't be here. Izuku whispered harshly, gaze drifting at every shadow, feeling a little too paranoid. This place is definitely off limits. You need to stop worrying so much, Aizu. The boy in question replied offhandedly, piling some craters over to the side of the building. Once satisfied with the box's position, he climbed up. In the dark, the high metallic ladder had been invisible to Izuku's tired gaze. The hissing of the metal alerted him of its existence first. A fire escape, he realized. A hand entered his field of vision, urging him to trust in its owner. You coming? With easy, practiced steps, they climbed their way to the building's roof. Stealth training had been fruitful to both of them, it seemed. Swallowing the lump forming in his throat, he turned to face the view. The darkness seemed to stretch for miles, creating the illusion that they were the only people in existence. The stars were their only companion as they sat on the reclined roof, looking onto the training field bathed in the soft moonlight. They're going to ship me out soon? Haruki spoke softly, breaking the silence. My entire squadron is being sent north. Are you going to be okay?
Emma.
Seemingly snapping out of a daze, The teen turned to look at him. Yeah, I'll be fine, my friends and I have each other's back, you know? His gaze visibly softened as he regarded him more seriously, turning to face him fully. I'm worried about you, though, he continued hesitantly. Rumors around the science department are getting really intense. Do you know if they'll send you out too? I don't really know much, Haru. Sometimes hesitating, he took a breath and pushed through the instinctive need to keep quiet and hold back. Sometimes I forget things. Seeing only confusion reflected back at him in those yellow eyes, he continued. I'd be doing something, and then I'd snap back to reality in a completely different place. And it feels like something is missing, Haru, and I can't figure out what it is. Hey, calm down for me, yeah?
Take a deep breath.
Mirroring his exaggerated motions, he took a moment to compose himself. Explain to me what exactly happens. Are you blacking out or something? I don't know, it's just that sometimes it feels like my body isn't mine, Haru. Like I'm not in the driver's seat anymore. I don't know how to explain it. It's just, I don't know what's happening to me. He finished a little desperately, eyes pleading for the other boy to understand. Those BSDRDS have been messing with your head, Izuku. You can't let it get to you. I just want everything to stop, you know? He mumbled, bringing his knees to his chest, gaze once again fixed on the fields in front of them. He just wanted it all to stop. The training, the experiments, the medical procedures, the torture. An arm wrapped around his shoulder, bringing him closer. The warmth of the other boy's body made his rattling heart subside, feeling like he could stop his racing thoughts for just a second. I wish I could stay here with you. Me too. He wished they could stay there forever, alone on that rooftop, feeling like they were the only people on Earth. The earpiece in Haruki's ear beeped twice, signaling the end of the guard's shift. Their wishes were never meant to become reality, after all. Present day. The door to the infirmary burst open, Aizawa's body barreling through them as he rushed to set his student down on the patient's bed. His movements were gentle despite his haste. Shinso, who had gotten here moments before to warn Recovery Girl, was standing in the corner, eyes wide and dazed. As if he was looking at them, but not really registering what he was seeing. Disassociation, Aizawa figured. What the hell did you do to that boy, Shota? Recovery Girl exclaimed, flitting around Akatani's slumped form worriedly. Checking his pulse, his chest, then his vitals again. That seemed to snap Shinso out of his stupor. The boy rushing to stand in front of Aizawa, eyes wide and desperate as he spoke. Aizawa-sensei, I tried to explain but I couldn't, I'm so sorry. I didn't think, eyes please as he dash. Shinso. Aizawa's hard, low voice made the teen shut up at once, his mouth opening and closing as if struggling to stay silent. I know you're worried and no one is blaming you, but Recovery Girl needs to concentrate right now. But I dash. Wait outside. I'll come out and tell you if anything changes, but right now you're not in the right mind to stay here. You'll just get in the way. He knew it was harsh, but he needed to prioritize the injured student. Recovery Girl needed all the calm she could get.
All right.
He mumbled, shoulders slumping as he walked towards the door, pausing to shoot one last glance at the unconscious form of his classmate before stepping out. I'm sorry, he whispered brokenly, eyes red and irritated. Explain.
Now.
The healer demanded, turning to face the underground hero. His vitals are all over the place, his brain activity is through the roof, Aizawa. We were doing quirk training. Shinso attempted to put him under the influence of his quirk, and the kid just collapsed. Shizenji, I don't know what the hell happened, but he just dropped and started seizing. Yes, the signs were there, she muttered to herself before turning back to face the hero. Did you time it like I taught you to? 2 minutes. I started counting as soon as it happened, humming. She reached for the 4 stand at the side of the patient's bed, doing quick work of hooking it up. Thankfully, he doesn't show any sign of severe backlash. She began carefully. Unfortunately, all we can do now is watch and wait. Do you think he'll wake up soon? Aizawa asked, eyeing the pale form laying on the bed. He appeared too small, sleeping there, his face troubled as he slumbered. Only time will tell, I'm afraid. Pacing back and forth, Shinso tried to keep his mind out of the happenings of the room next to him. His mind kept flashing back to the same scene. One that would for sure fuel his nightmares for the weeks to come. Akatani had seemed so small and vulnerable, held in between the arms of their teacher. Up until today, he'd subconsciously held a mental image of the teen, one as unbreakable and sturdy as the walls he surrounded himself in. Somehow, he had failed to realize that the teen was just as human as he was. Despite the boy's cold, neutral countenance, looking at the doors blocking him from the object of his worry, he fought the tears that threatened to drown him from the inside out. His sleep-deprived mind already going through every worst possible scenario he could walk into on the other side of those walls. He wanted to burst in there and see for himself, but Aizawa's words echoed in his mind. This was all his fault, he knew, despite the man's contradicting words. If Shinso hadn't forced his way into the other's mind, they wouldn't have been in this situation at all. If he hadn't done what everyone had always expected, waited for him to do. Today, he was no better than a villain. Tears leaked down his cheeks, spilling like the water from a broken dam. He needed to apologize and beg for the other boy's forgiveness. He needed to know if he was going to be okay. 3 years ago, beneath the midnight howl, they marched on, the white snow crunching under their boots. The harsh wind whistled and wailed, beating them back with roaring effort. Flakes melted upon his skin, piercing his body with something akin to 1,000 tiny needles. His dark bodysuit stood out starkly against the pale world around them, an eternal flame amidst the snowstorm. The platoon trailing behind him was dressed to match the environment, however. Gray battle dress blending in, perfect for their next task. "Halt!" Lieutenant Commander Axel's voice rang out, muffled by the storm, yet echoing in the space. He could feel his body freezing at the command, waiting for his orders. "We meet the recon squadron here, so hurry up and wait." The soldiers around him didn't need to be told twice, most of them already making themselves comfortable in the snow. Some of them shot him wary glances, rightfully cautious of an unknown entity within their ranks. Izuku's mind strayed, looking out into the fog that wafted around them, as if they had wandered into a pocket of peace within the tempest. Silhouettes could be seen approaching from the distance, getting smaller as they closed the distance between them. His body tensed automatically, ready for anything that might jump out at them, his movements mirrored by the men around him. The familiar military fatigues removed some of the tension, even as he remained on guard. Regarding the newcomers critically, "Declare yourselves," Axel instructed, urging an immediate reaction from the leading soldier, his back straightening at being addressed. "Squad are reporting for duty, sir." A hand stopped the soldier's salute, walking to stand in front of him. At ease, he started before turning to address Axel, his gait confident and sure. Izuku immediately recognized his higher rank. "Get that stick out your butt, Axel boy. Your rank has gotten to your head." "Commander Yamato, I didn't know you'd be here." The man replied with poorly masked irritation. Turning to face the entirety of the platoon, he signaled for rest, letting some of them mingle and relax before their next excursion. With a slight turn of hand, Axel signaled Arctic to keep watch, before he turned to face the commander once more. Hey, Izu, is that you? Man, I almost didn't recognize you with that gear." A voice called out from behind him, though he didn't turn to face it. "And what the hell did you do to your hair, snowflake? Where's the pretty green the first adored?" The man continued, unperturbed by his lack of reaction. His new position made it difficult to watch the area well, so Arctic sidestepped him, resuming his ordered task. "Izu?" he asked in a lower voice, almost hesitant in his words. "What's up, man? Don't you recognize me?" Private First Class Shoka Haruki. Information on their entire ranks had been ingrained into his brain, after all. "Arctic." Axel's voice called out, his body turning to walk towards the man without a second thought, oblivious to the devastated expression twisting his old friend's features as he walked away, leaving him behind. "We are about to step into a salient, so you better be on guard, soldiers." Axel addressed the platoon, eyes raking over every man present until his gaze settled on Arctic. "The field will likely be tainted, gentlemen, so better watch out lest you lose an arm or two," Yamato added, his gaze hard despite the ease of his words. "Our mission is infiltration to ambush the enemy, so I shouldn't have to spell it out for you all. Stealth and discretion. Constant vigilance. Move outs. They had been walking for a few hours when the man approached him again. His face was set with a determined scowl as he walked beside him, talking incessantly about trivial, meaningless things. Despite his need to focus on their mission, he found himself hesitating in rejecting the man's advances, as if something within him welcomed it. A familiarity he couldn't quite place. The storm had abated slightly, the wind calming into an almost gentle breeze. The cold didn't fail to seep under his skin, however, making it feel like he was being frozen from the inside out. The discomfort was minimal though, having been trained to withstand every possible form of torture. This was insignificant. He'd been too distracted, he'd foolishly let his guard down, and the consequences had been severe. One moment they were walking, an almost imperceptible click reaching his ears before the world in its entirety exploded around him. Flames rose high into the sky before dissipating, scattering shrapnel and snow in their wake. His ears rung loudly, muffling the sounds around him. His vision dimmed and blurred even through the cracked lens of his headgear. Screaming. Loud, tortured screaming was the first thing that broke through his momentary haze. One filled with so much agony, it made something within him twist horribly. His ribs ached, having surely cracked a couple when he was flung backward. Reaching for the piercing pain that plagued his head, his gloved fingers came out red and glistening. The screams were getting hoarse, but no less intense. Looking up, he was met with a gruesome sight. Blood, so much blood, tainting the white, powdery snow. Following the trail only led to more gore, 2 severed legs, thrown haphazardly, as if they were nothing more than discarded flesh. Yellow eyes, squinted in noticeable distress, red trails of soot and blood sliding down his pale cheeks as he cried out his agony. "Bite the bullet, Private." A distant shout could be heard, ignored or unheard by the man as he struggled to catch his breath, his chest unresponsive to his desperate bid at getting oxygen into his lungs. The screaming dwindled a minute later, but it could have been hours for all he registered, the sound having been engraved into his mind, forever stuck on a loop like the tune of a broken record. Harsh, hiccuped breath echoed loud in the settling silence as everyone gathered their bearings. A landmine, his analytical mind whispered. One meant to warn the opposing force of their arrival. They would get ambushed at any moment. The information went unheeded as he approached his fallen comrade. Something within his chest constricting despite his mind's confusion. His entire being was warring with itself, fighting 2 very different urges as he fell onto his knees beside Private Haruki, feeling numb and far, far away. Please, Izuku, please. The man stumbled through the words, hiccups and whimpers dripping with each syllable. Make it S stop dash. A bloody hand, missing a finger, latched onto his own, squeezing so hard he could imagine his bones creaking and groaning under the pressure. Haruki was bleeding out, Arctic noted distractedly, his breaths dampening from the mix of snow and blood that seeped into his clothes. He moved to rip the fabric, wrapping it hastily around one of the stumps, eyes widening as it seemed to have no impact. His fingers trembled as he twisted it tighter, fighting against the urge to flinch as the man screamed under his ministrations. Arctic. Axel's voice sounded distant and insignificant in the grand scheme of things, despite his body's instant response to the man's commanding tone. You're only prolonging his suffering. In the man's outstretched hand was Izuku's own discarded knife, having lost it in the explosion. This is an order. You know what to do? His mind went blank, his body moving without his consent. His limbs were unresponsive to his desperate inner pleas, helpless as he watched himself, as if a stranger on the outside, watching in on his own existence. The weapon was held comfortably within his grasp now, arm moving to unsheath the thin blade from its scabbard. Yellow, green-tinged eyes looked at him with so much trust and acceptance. It made the bile rise in his throat. Nonetheless, he could see the fear and pain barely concealed within them. One of his hands trembled, reaching as if to stop its twin's motion. His body was fighting against itself, a heart-wrenchingly losing battle. It was so quick, he could barely register what was happening. His blade pierced through delicate flesh, in and out within a moment's notice. It was too easy, he concluded, feeling detached from everyone and everything. So incredibly easy to snuff out the last dregs of light that had shined in those golden eyes. He didn't see the relief and gratefulness that seemed to seep out of the boy, accompanying his last breath as slipped out of his body, like liquid trickling from an open wound. Haru's mouth moved without sound, pronouncing syllables that would never form into tangible words before going lax. He could feel something within him snap, then and there. He could pinpoint the exact moment the last remnants of himself burrowed deep into the confines of his head, curling up and locking itself away from the dark, harsh realities of the world. Letting go of the reins and hiding inside the oblivious safety of his shattered mind. Gunfire reached his ears, and he could tell that the fighting had started. They had been made. Leaving behind a broken body, he stood up, his thoughts as serene and clear as day. He charged into the fray. His movements were a blur, even to his own perception. The only thing his mind could register was the arch of his blade, as it tore through fabric and flesh alike. Silver turned into dark crimson, as it took down body after body. His world was morphing and twisting until all he could see, all he could smell, and taste was copper red. He gained his first battle moniker that day, even as he lost the last dregs of his humanity. Chapter 14, already poster. Link in my Insta bio. Insta bio chapter text. His eyes felt heavy, eyelids closing without his consent as he tried to fight the urge to rest. His back felt stiff, muscles drawn tight as he tried to make himself comfortable, or at least as comfortable as he could be while sitting in the infirmary's bedside chair. The sun had long disappeared from the sky. Soft gray clouds drifting lazily on the horizon, the moonlight illuminated the room with soft hues, a testament to the late hour they resided in. Akatani had yet to wake up. Despite the many hours that had passed since the incident, the teen had shown no sign of regaining consciousness. This fact only served to increase the worry Aizawa could feel festering in his guts. Recovery Girl was currently resting in the room adjoined to her office, unable to leave without discharging all her patients first. Aizawa, for his part, didn't have to be here. He could have taken his leave with Shinso when he ordered the boy to head home, because it was already way past the end of classes. However, he couldn't get himself to move. Regardless of the irrationality of the action, he felt the need to stay here and make sure his student would be all right. And so he resolved to sit there and stay awake as he waited. His head throbbed, a sharp migraine piercing his skull as if it was being rammed repeatedly into a wall by a hammer. The pain is so intense it makes his eyes water as they flutter open. White, pristine tiles greet his gaze as his vision finally settles back into focus. His heart hammering in his chest as he tried to stay as still as possible. His instincts kick in as his mind recalls the science department's rules and restrictions. He'd learned the hard way what would happen to him if he ever struggled after one of their many experiments. How much worse it would get for him if he ever tried to move or even contemplate escaping. Eyes darting left and right as much as his vision allowed him without actually having to move his head, he tried to make sense of his surroundings. A sharp beeping sound resounded through the room, most likely from the heart monitor that would surely be attached to his arm. The noise betrays his calm, collected facade, making his trepidation known. Hey, you're okay, you need to calm down. The voice startles him. Not because he wasn't expecting to be monitored. In fact, he was never alone in the science department. However, what takes him off guard is the voice. The gruff, yet soft tone belongs to none of the usual scientists he is all too familiar with. It's only then that he remembers. Closing his eyes and breathing in, he settles back into himself. His heart rate dropping to its regular beat and his mind clearing itself of any unwanted thoughts.
He was at UA.
He was undercover. He'd been in a quirk accident, he thinks. Good. You're doing good, kid. The voice, one he now can recognize as Eraserhead's, continues in the same soft tone as before, one meant to calm and reassure. Finally letting himself move, he straightens up until he's upright. feeling the stiffness in his muscles, the creaking of some of his bones. The teacher's hand hovers over him all the while, as if afraid he's crumble and break at any moment. "Easy there, Sonny," Recovery Girl says, having just stepped into the room. "You shouldn't move too much just yet. You've been unconscious for quite a while, now." Aizawa wordlessly steps out of the way as she takes his place by Izuku's bedside. "How do you feel? Any pain or discomfort I should know about?" she asks sternly, eyeing him critically, her eyes flitting to the monitor to his right. He thinks about her question for a moment, contemplating whether or not he should be honest. "I am functional," he decides to say, knowing that it would not do well to make them worry about his usefulness. "Kid," Aizawa's tone is caught between exasperate and worried. The nurse in front of him interrupts before he can get another word in. "That's not what I asked now, is it?" she admonishes, her cane hitting the rails on his bed lightly. "I am experiencing some discomfort in my head, but it is of no consequence." He sees Aizawa's head fall into his arms from the corner of his eye and wonders if the man, too, was suffering from a growing headache. "Yes, I figured that would be the case," the heroine states calmly, one hand coming up to touch his forehead as he fights to keep himself completely still at her ministrations. "You had a seizure, dearie. A relatively bad one at that. Do you have any idea why that would happen, given that we found no abnormalities to justify your body shutting down like that?" He takes a moment to remember the events leading up to the incident before speaking. "I presume I have some kind of natural resistance to Shinse's quirk." "This is way beyond natural resistance. You just shut down, kid. That's not normal, or anywhere near natural." Aizawa responds, his voice hard and urgent. Recovery Girl hums in agreement, moving to check the monitors once more. "Your stats are looking normal now. It really is peculiar. I've never seen anything like it." She falls silent again, thinking for a moment before speaking up again. "Well, anyhow, we will have to monitor your condition for a few days, just to be safe. We wouldn't want anything like this to happen again," she says lowly, looking back at him. "We tried to get in touch with your father, but the call wouldn't patch through. Do you have any idea where he could be?" The general made it clear that he wouldn't be bothered by anything less than an absolute emergency regarding his mission. A trivial matter such as this one would not do to bother him. "My father is out of town for the week," he conveys carefully, expression blank and unguarded. "Do you have anyone else we could contact?" Aizawa asks just as cautiously, his eyes searching his own for something Izuku could not put a name to. "No, but I can assure you that I will be all right by myself." "That's not happening, dear," she says sweetly, crossing her arms over her chest. "Well, I guess I'll have to stay here for the rest of the night. I just have to contact Nez Dash. I'll watch him." Aizawa interrupts suddenly. "He can come home with me, and I'll monitor him and contact you if there's anything wrong." "Are you sure?" "What about Dash?" "He won't mind. Besides, it's the weekend. Taking him home with me is the most logical solution." "Very well, but if anything happens you call me." She turns back to the teen who'd been relatively quiet throughout their interaction. "Are you okay with that, Mikumo-kun? I live close by. If you would allow me, I would be sufficient on my own." He tries one more time, having not planned for this, or expected his mission to take this kind of turn. The general wouldn't be pleased. "No, kid, that's not an option. You either come with me, or stay here with Recovery Girl for the next couple of days." "Yes, sir." He settles on, moving to stand up on unsteady feet. "I will go with you. Shinso brought your book bag here before he left," the teacher says as he lifts the bag onto his own back, having found it waiting for them in the hallway. "He didn't want to leave, but I wouldn't let him stay this late." "I see. I will apologize to him for the inconvenience." "No, that's not Dash." The man sighs heavily before speaking once again, voice softer. "What I meant to say is that he was worried about you," his gaze rising to meet him before flitting back to the road ahead. "You should text him or something to tell him that you're all right." "I do not have his phone number." Aizawa's eyes widen then, with something akin to confusion and surprise. Izuku doesn't know where this conversation was headed. Did he do something wrong? Was he supposed to have the numbers of his classmates? Was this part of his mission? "Are you two not friends?" The underground hero questions tentatively, as if afraid to overstep some invisible boundary. Meanwhile, his hand dips into his pocket for a moment in order to pull out what appears to be a car key attached to a yellow mic keychain. He falters, stepping inside the now unlocked car and taking the passenger's seat. He wonders if the truth would, perhaps, be unwelcome in this instance. I do not have any friends. I wouldn't be so sure about that, kid. The car ride to the hero's apartment is relatively silent after that. Hizashi wouldn't call himself an anxious person. He was energetic and restless, yes, but not anxious. At least, he made it a general rule to try not to be. It was Friday, and therefore, it meant that his husband would be home earlier than usual. Given that Fridays were the few days when his partner didn't have any night patrols to undergo. However, looking at the clock for what felt like the millionth time tonight, he couldn't help but worry. Shoyuta had texted him, saying he would be late. So it wasn't entirely unexpected. However, the man had failed to give him any explanation as to why, other than that it was an emergency. Given their choice in careers, that could mean any number of things. A bad, scary number of things at that. And so, Hizashi figured that he was entirely justified in feeling a little bit anxious. Huffing in frustration, he forced himself to stop his pacing and settle down on the couch, sinking into the softness despite the stiffness of his limbs. Something brushed against his leg, and he couldn't help the smile that stretched his features. His long golden hair falling in curtains over his face as he crouches down to scoop up the furball trying to climb its way into his lap. Intense yellow eyes stared back into his toxic green ones, almost glowing in the dim light of the living room. At least you're here to keep me company, Cheddar. He crooned at the orange cat, settling back so she could rest comfortably on his chest. Raking his hand through the soft, silky fur, he finally let himself calm down. As if on some comically timed cue, the lock to the front door jiggled and turned, announcing the arrival of his awaited partner. Finally, he shouted despite the late hour, unable to contain his relief. What the hell, show? You had me, he faltered, his tirade cut short, cat held awkwardly in his grip as he looked at the boy following behind his husband. Hizashi, I'm sorry, my phone died. Would have given you a heads up otherwise. Hello, sir. Pardon the intrusion. The boy, who he now recognized as his own student, bowed deeply, having just finished taking off his shoes. Oh, no problem, little listener. I was just caught off guard. He looks at his husband, whose eyes are conveying a silent message as he shuffles into the room, ushering the student along as he goes. He would explain everything later, but for now, it's pretty late. You must be so tired. How about I show you to the guest room? Yes, sir. He bows again, to Hizashi's increasing discomfort. Thank you. Shooting one last look at his husband, he turns towards the corridor, leading their new charge toward his destination. Looking at the stiff and drawn form of the boy in front of him, he hopes that this wasn't something too concerning. Chapter 15 and 16 already up on P. Link on Insta bio here chapter text. So, the man leans against the doorway, arms crossed loosely, regarding his husband with a meaningful gaze. Care to explain? His long blonde hair swayed as he let his head tilt to the side, showing off a cascade of golden locks tied into a messy half-bun. Sighing softly, Aizawa's eyes flickered to the lit corridor leading into the bedrooms, before settling on the voice hero once more. Coffee first, he mutters, tone slow and gruff as the exhaustion of the day finally seems to catch up to him. Humming in agreement, Hizashi followed the underground hero to the kitchen counter, watching through mustard green eyes as the man made himself a cup of coffee, his movements sluggish and tired as he moved through the motions on habit alone. Once settled in their respective seats in front of each other, the smoky, earthy scent of coffee ground melting into the air around them, Aizawa began his explanation. They talked in soft voices, actively keeping their tones low so as to not be overheard by their impromptu guest. The voice hero only spoke once Aizawa was done with his retelling of the afternoon's events. Having listened attentively, patiently waiting for the man to finish. Is the listener going to be okay? What could cause that kind of extreme reactions? We don't know. We don't have access to his medical files, and the kid didn't have anything to say about it either. Sighing for what felt like the umpteenth time today, he continued. Recovery girl thinks it might just be his body that's not fit to handle invasive quirks. Can't you ask his parents for his medical records? The man inquired, taking a moment to adjust his glasses before letting his hands rest once more on the countertop. His father is apparently out of town, didn't even answer his phone. The kid's on his own for now. Both of them were silent for a moment, processing these facts, sharing a meaningful gaze in between them. And are you okay? The question seemed to catch the underground hero off guard. He should be used to his husband's perceptiveness and protectiveness by now. He tried to find the right words, wanting to be at least a little honest. I'm alright, just got scared for a moment there. The kid was in a pretty bad shape, and it caught me off guard. Noticing the man's reluctance to elaborate, he changed the subject. So, how long will he stay with us? Taking a long sip of his drink, hands cupped around it, chasing the warmth, Aizawa answered softly. I'm not sure, the weekend at least, and then, I guess it will depend on how he's doing, and if his father decides to finally show himself. They heard a door open down the hall, the only indication that someone else was in their apartment. The boy's footsteps were so light, if Aizawa wasn't expecting him to show up, he wouldn't have noticed him entering the kitchen. Hey there, little listener. We were just about to call you out here. The kid looked smaller than usual, wearing one of Aizawa's spear shirts and sweatpants, one that seemed both too tall and too tight on him, given his frankly impressive amount of body muscle, but smaller stature. He figured it would do for now. His posture was as rigid as ever, however, back ramrod straight, shoulders held confidently even as he seemed to want to be anywhere but here. Yes, sir. Would you like me to help out with anything? Help out? Hizashi repeated a little dumbly before jumping up from his perch on his elevated seat. Of course not. You're a guest here, and you are recovering. His jubilant hero persona made a comeback as he bounced in place, gesturing widely with his arms. Right now, your only job is to lay down and relax. Got that, little man? Aizawa, taking pity on the kid's stunned expression, chimed in softly. He's right. You should be resting. Are you hungry? It's a little late for dinner, but I could make you something light to eat. No. Thank you, sir. I'm okay. Running a hand through his hair, Aizawa tried his best not to sigh out loud once more. He didn't want to make the kid feel worse, but still. What did I tell you about calling me sir? Yeah. You can't keep calling us that. And as he saw Izuku's mouth open to utter their hero names, he hurried to continue. And don't even try to call us by our code names. Kid, when we're at home, call me Aizawa. And, of course, you can call me Yamada. Recognizing a direct order when handed out to him, he amended his earlier statement. Thank you, Aizawa-san, Yamada-san. However, I am sufficiently sated at the moment. Both adults felt once again caught off guard by the boy's choice of language and words. One would think he was giving a report to a government official if they didn't know better. Sharing a discreet, bewildered glance, they did their best to move on with the interaction. Sure, kid, Aizawa muttered, sinking more into his drink. If you change your mind, you're welcome to anything in the fridge or in any of these pantries right here. Yamada gestured to the shelves and cabinets in question, satisfied with the nod he got in response. The silence settled around them once more, an awkward lilt increasing the longer it stretched. Why don't you sit down with us, little listener? Aren't you uncomfortable standing over there? Aizawa could imagine the comically exaggerated bead of sweat falling off of his husband's forehead as he tried to fill in the silence. He never could stand awkward interactions. If anything, he was at least thankful for the man taking over the lead. No, thank you, Yamada-san. Well, the hero fumbled, not having expected the blunt refusal. If you're sure, I guess, he chuckled nervously, shooting Aizawa a glance, almost as if to urge him to join in on the conversation, or what little of it there was. Then why don't you turn in for the night, kid? It's pretty late, and Recovery Girl advised you to get as much rest as possible. We'll talk more in the morning. Yes, see, Aizawa-san. And with that, he turned on his heels and marched into the corridor once more. Straining to hear the soft click of the guest room door, he finally let himself relax, watching as Hizashi's shoulders seemed to drop some of their tension too. He's really something else, Hizashi whispered, his bravado having dwindled the longer he interacted with the tense teenager. His behavior sure isn't your typical teenage response, that's for sure, Aizawa mumbled in agreement, frowning at his now empty cup, knowing his husband wouldn't let him get another one anytime soon. Do you think his father has anything to do with it? We won't know until we meet him, or at least look into him further. Humming in agreement, they collectively decided to call it a night too. Guess so. You should get some sleep too, though. Yeah, I know. He relented, feeling warm despite his exasperation. Rounding the corner to their room, they stopped as they heard a soft voice speak through the closed door. Hizashi gestured for him to stay quiet, inching a little close to listen. No, sir. They could hear, the sound slightly muffled through the barrier. It was a momentary oversight, sir. Aizawa shot his husband a dark look, knowing they shouldn't be spying on their students' private conversation. I'll endeavor to do so, sir. At least, now, they knew that the kid didn't call them that exclusively. If his suspicions were right, he'd been trained to only refer to higher authority as such. Specifically, it seemed his father. Done with their fleeting lapse in judgment, they shuffled into their room, both of them lost in thought as they got ready for bed. The telltale beeping sounded loudly in his ears, signaling the end of his phone call. Slackening his tightened fist, he let the device rest loosely in his grip. Dread snaked and slithered into his mind, knowing without a doubt that the consequences of his evident weakness were going to come back to bite him. The general wasn't happy to hear his report on the day's events. He'd tried to somehow diminish the severity of the incident, but in the end, one order was all it took for him to spill. He'd been warned not to give anything away and to return to his base as soon as possible. Looking around him at the room, he tried to think of his next course of action. Resting in unknown and questionable territories has never been a particular talent of his. He'd been given spare clothes to change into. The fabric, in itself, felt too soft on his skin. The room was too warm, not the stifling kind, but the kind that brought long-lost images to the forefront of his thoughts, a time when his limbs were smaller and his eyes were wider, innocently burrowing into the care of the world around him. It made his skin crawl. Sitting down on the bed, he contemplated the benefits of removing his eye patch but thought better of it. He'd have to be extra careful these next few days to hide any of his more suspicious aspects, namely his array of scars and his eye. Falling back into the soft comforter, he knew right then that sleep would not come to him that night. Stifling the urge to get up and train, knowing that it would be detrimental to his recovery, he let his thoughts wander. His eyelids felt heavy, his mind foggy, and yet, he couldn't allow himself to fall asleep. Being vulnerable in unknown territory could be fatal. Getting up, lest he fall victim to his own bodily urges, he settled himself on the windowsill, looking out at the streets below. They were on the 3rd floor, which, as he'd noticed upon entering the building, wouldn't be hard to scale down in case he needed to escape. In fact, he'd taken note of many entry points, having the instinct to survey every possible weak point or escape route ingrained into him through years of training. He was paranoid. He knew, however, he could admit to himself that these habits saved his life, but more importantly, his mission many times. Resting his head against the cold glass, he resigned himself to a long, boring night. Aizawa didn't know what to think, checking in on the kid in the morning. Opening the door as slowly and softly as he could, he was surprised to find him up and about, sitting in the nook by the window. "Oh, you're up." The kid, whose head had turned to face him the moment the handle of the door had been touched, just stared back blandly, his face a perfect mask of indifference. "Good morning, Aizawa-san." The boy responded calmly, his voice sounding soft in the silence that accompanied the early hours of the morning. "Did you sleep well?" Shakily drawing a breath, he settled his nerves, knowing it would do him no good to take out his frustration on the kid. "You didn't sleep at all, did you?" The dark, purple-like bruises under his eyes were enough proof of that. When the kid made no move to answer, he sighed once more. "Come on." He gestured to the open door, urging the kid to follow him. "At least get something to eat." Walking away, he turned an ear to see if the boy would follow and tried his best not to flinch when he turned and found the boy standing right behind him. How was he so quiet? Settling his nerves, he proceeded to open the fridge and peer inside. We have a variety of things you could have. Zashi likes to have something different every day, he drawled, wishing he'd gotten his morning coffee before initiating this entire interaction. So, what would you like to have for breakfast? Anything will do, Aizawa-san. Fine, pancakes it is, then. He figured it was the safe bet for teenagers. Would you like some help? Aizawa gave a nonchalant shrug.
Sure, kid.
Grab an apron. Akatani complied, tying on an apron before joining Aizawa in the kitchen. Together, they worked in silence, with Akatani displaying a surprisingly low level of skill in the culinary arts. Aizawa couldn't help but notice that, for all of the boy's composure, there was something off about him, a tension that ran just beneath the surface. As they mixed the pancake batter, having had to correct the boy multiple times before he ruined the mix, Aizawa finally decided to probe a little. You're pretty new at this, kid. Have you never cooked before? Akatani hesitated for a moment, his gloved hands still. Not really, Aizawa-san. My meals are usually handled by someone else. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, but didn't press further. He had a feeling that Akatani was hiding something, but he wasn't one to pry. Instead, he changed the subject. You've been doing well in your training, Akatani. Your progress is impressive. I think you'll fit right into the hero course. The teen's response was measured. Thank you, Aizawa-san. I hope so. Aizawa couldn't help but wonder what had led to Akatani becoming so guarded and emotionally detached. There was an air of someone who had been through hardship and had learned to shut down their emotions as a coping mechanism. It was a familiar pattern, one that Aizawa had seen in others who had faced trauma. As they finished cooking the pancakes and plated them, Aizawa spoke again, this time more gently. Kid, it's okay to talk about what's bothering you. You don't have to carry everything on your own. Akatani's eyes flickered, and for a brief moment, Aizawa thought he saw a crack in the young man's emotional armor. But then it was gone, replaced by the same controlled demeanor. Eraser, I appreciate your concern, but I'm fine, he replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. Aizawa sighed inwardly, realizing that he wouldn't get any answers today. He respected the kid's boundaries, knowing that pushing too hard would only push him further away. Together, they carried the plates of pancakes to the table, the tension in the room palpable. In that quiet moment, as they sat down to eat breakfast, Aizawa couldn't help but feel that there was more to Akatani's story than met the eye. He made a mental note to keep an eye on the young hero in training, determined to uncover the truth behind the walls of emotional detachment that surrounded him. As the sun continued to rise outside, Aizawa and Akatani shared a meal in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, both aware that there were secrets hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be revealed. Chapter 16, 17 already up. Link here. Insta bio chapter text. After a leisurely breakfast of pancakes, Aizawa and Izuku settled in the living room, having just finished cleaning up. Aizawa had a stack of papers to grade, and Yamada had joined them on the couch with the intention of watching a movie while Aizawa worked. Midoriya, his hands now free of cooking duties, sat on the other end of the couch, looking somewhat uncomfortable but composed. Aizawa meticulously reviewed the first page of his students' essays, a red pen in hand, while Yamada fiddled with a remote, scrolling through their collection of movies. The scowl on the man's face was comical. Anything in particular you want to watch, Shota? Yamada asked, glancing over at his husband. Aizawa shrugged, not taking his eyes off the paper in front of him. Whatever you pick is fine. Yamada settled on a comedy movie, hoping it would provide a light distraction for both Aizawa and their guest while the man graded papers. As the movie began to play, he scooted closer to his husband, but Aizawa remained engrossed in his work. Midoriya, on the other hand, found himself growing drowsy. The combination of a full breakfast and the comfortable atmosphere of the room began to lull him into a false sense of relaxation. He leaned back against the couch cushions, his eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. Despite his best efforts to stay awake, Izuku's fatigue got the better of him. Slowly, his eyes closed, and his head lolled to the side as he drifted into a deep slumber. It wouldn't hurt to rest his eyes for a few seconds. As Aizawa marked another essay with his red pen, he became aware of a soft sound coming from the other end of the couch. Turning his head, he saw that Akatani had fallen asleep, his breathing steady and peaceful. Aizawa didn't want to wake him. The kid had been through enough, and a peaceful nap would likely do him good. Smiling softly, gesturing for his partner to remain quiet, he turned his attention back to his grading, occasionally glancing over at the sleeping teenager. However, the tranquility of the moment was shattered when the kid suddenly let out a small noise. His normally calm expression was marred by the twitching of his brows and the occasional tremor that passed through his body. In the silence of the room, only interrupted by the movie playing in front of them, the boy's breaths came in shallow, uneven intervals. As the nightmare gripped him, Akatani's peaceful facade shattered. His eyes darted beneath his closed eyelids, and his face contorted in anguish. His hands, tense even in sleep, clenched into fists as he struggled against unseen foes in the depths of his subconscious. The room seemed to grow colder, as if the very air had taken on the chill of his troubled dreams. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his body tensed, as if ready to defend against an invisible threat. His breaths became erratic, bordering on frantic, as the nightmare's grip tightened. In the midst of the torment, his voice betrayed him. He started to murmur incoherent words, a mixture of pleas and cries, his distress audible even through the veil of sleep. His once peaceful features were now twisted in a silent scream, and his trembling only intensified. It was a stark contrast to the composed and controlled persona he displayed during waking hours. In the grip of this violent nightmare, the emotional barriers that normally shielded him seemed to crumble, revealing the depths of his inner turmoil. Having grown concerned of the boy's mounting distress, Aizawa, despite his usual logical thinking, made effort to wake the teen. A tentative hand stretching to shake the boy's shoulder. Movement slow and measured, hoping to free the boy from his torment. Akatani suddenly jolted awake with a sharp gasp. His eyes, wide with panic, darted around the room as if searching for an unseen threat. His body tensed, and his hands clenched into fists. Before anyone could react, Akatani's reflexes took over. With a speed and strength that surprised them all, he lunged at Aizawa. Before the hero could react, Akatani's hands clamped around his throat, his eyes wide with a mixture of panic and terror. Aizawa gasped, his hands instinctively reaching for Mikumo's wrists as he struggled to breathe. The room was filled with a tense, suffocating silence as the two of them grappled with the sudden, unexpected confrontation. Yamada's heart raced as he witnessed the shocking turn of events. He didn't know what had triggered the kid's violent reaction, but he knew he had to intervene. With a burst of agility, he moved to restrain the boy, trying to pull him away from Aizawa. "Akatani, stop." Yamada shouted urgently. "It's us, your teachers. You're safe." The teen's grip on Aizawa's throat gradually loosened as he blinked rapidly, as if trying to process the reality of the situation. His trembling hands slowly released their hold, and he pulled away from Aizawa, collapsing back onto the floor in a state of shock. Aizawa coughed, his hand instinctively moving to his throat as he gasped for air. The room was filled with the sound of their ragged breaths, the aftermath of the sudden, violent confrontation. Yamada approached Akatani cautiously, his voice gentle but firm. "Little listener, it's okay. You had a nightmare, and you didn't recognize us for a moment. We're here to help you, not hurt you." Akatani's wide eyes stared back at Yamada, expression closed off completely. The words that came out of his mouth were cold and emotionless despite the trembling of his voice. "I apologize," he said slowly, as if testing out the words. "I don't know what happened." Yamada placed a comforting hand on the teen's shoulder. "It's all right, kid. We understand. Nightmares can be disorienting, and your reaction was a reflex. We're not angry with you." Aizawa, though still recovering from the shock, nodded in agreement. "It's fine, kid. It's my fault. I should have known better than to touch you while you were having a nightmare." As the tension in the room slowly eased, the three of them sat there, the weight of the incident hanging heavily in the air. Aizawa wondered what kind of horrors plagued the boy's mind to make him react like that, his hand subconsciously rubbing at his throat. As for Izuku himself, he slowly pushed himself into a seated position on the floor, his gaze distant and emotionless. His hands were trembling slightly, but there was no sign of guilt or remorse in his expression. Without a word, he stood up and turned to leave the living room. He moved with a strange detachment, as if nothing had happened, his emotions completely sealed off. Yamada and Aizawa exchanged bewildered looks. They didn't know what to do to help the boy. Aizawa couldn't help but shiver as he remembered the dark look that seemed to seep into his bones as the kid attacked him. Whatever was happening with the teen, it was more complicated than they'd suspected. With heavy hearts, they watched as Midoriya disappeared into his room, leaving them with more questions than answers. For now, all they could do was wait. He couldn't stay in his room forever. In the solitude of his room, Midoriya sat on the edge of his bed, his thoughts a turbulent whirlwind of confusion and detachment. The weight of what he had just done should have pressed down on him, filling him with remorse and guilt, but instead, he remained eerily unfeeling. His emotions, like a locked vault, refused to surface, and all he felt was a persistent pressure behind his eye. It was as if something inside him urged him to take action, to do whatever it took to rectify the situation. Yet, he couldn't muster any emotional response. His gaze was fixed on the wall opposite him, but he wasn't truly seeing it. His mind was a maze of conflicting thoughts and memories, fragments of a past that he had tried so hard to bury. The nightmare that had triggered his violent outburst had unleashed a torrent of feelings that couldn't fully surface, having burst out through his unconscious mind instead. As if water leaking from a quacking dam. He knew he should go back to the living room, apologize, explain, or at least try to convey his remorse for what he had done. But the weight of his emotional detachment held him in place, like an invisible force chaining him to his own inner turmoil. Minutes passed, or perhaps it was hours, and still, Midoriya remained seated on the edge of his bed, trapped in the prison of his own unfeeling existence. He had become so adept at hiding his emotions, at shutting down any vulnerability, that even in a moment of crisis, he couldn't access the depths of his own psyche. It was a cruel paradox, a soldier who couldn't feel, who was unable to process the trauma he had endured. The pressure behind his eye continued to mount, a silent reminder of the emotions he had locked away. He could almost hear the whirring of energy in the electricity swirling in the device attached to his eye. Stifling the urge to rip it out, he settled his hand back onto his lap. For now, he remained motionless, a solitary figure in the dimly lit room, wrestling with a numbness that refused to yield to the turmoil within. Chapter 17 to 18 already up. Insta link in bio chapter text. The rest of the weekend spent at the Aizawa Yamada residence was thankfully uneventful. By that, Izuku meant that he avoided any meaningful interaction with the other two, coming out of the guest room only when specifically asked to, eating in relative silence before slipping back into the solitude of the bubble he had secluded himself in. His eyes were framed by dark bruises, evidence of his continuous lack of sleep. After the episode he'd had the day before, there was no way he was going to allow himself another moment of weakness. Monday finally dawned. Izuku was already more than ready to get out of this place, even if it meant going to school instead. He could feel some sort of tension hanging in the air as he greeted the two heroes that morning. They both appeared to want to discuss something, but seemed reluctant to do so. He wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth, though. It wasn't until they were in the car, finally pulling up to UA's gates, that Eraserhead spoke. "Are you sure that your father will be home by the time school's out?" He regarded the man quietly at that, wondering if it was normal for children to be that fretted over. Tilting his head to the side, he tried to sound as normal as possible. "Yes, Aizawa-san, if everything goes according to plan, then he'll be home in a few hours. Or at least, that's what the general had ordered him to say." They didn't need to know that, however. "Good, I'll be driving you home, so wait for me by the gates at the end of the day, all right?" That made him pause. What was Aizawa's plan here? Did he want to make sure that he was telling the truth? "That's unnecessary," he countered cautiously. "I can walk." He's been doing it since the start of term, after all. What changed? It's not negotiable, problem child. I want to talk to your father anyway. He could feel his mind go blank. What was he supposed to say to that? Understood. He agreed, knowing that arguing any more would only draw unwanted suspicion. He'd just have to send a warning to the general. He would have to pay for the oversight later, but for now, the dragon would know what to do. With that, he opened the car door, exiting the vehicle before any more conversation could take place. His neck prickles at the blatant disrespect, but he marched on. The door to Class 1C was a welcome sight as he crossed its threshold. He found his seat easily, ignoring any gaze drawn his way as he sat down. Mike was just a few steps behind him as they had gotten out of the car together. The lesson started without much fanfare, the teacher shooting him a couple of strange gazes throughout the lecture. He couldn't quite place the meaning behind the expression. "Hey," a familiar voice called, turning to face him. "Are you?" He seemed to gather his thoughts for a moment, as if searching for the correct words. "Are you okay?" "I mean, of course you weren't, but Shinso faltered. "What I'm trying to say is sorry, I guess. I didn't mean for you to get hurt, and I'm not really sure what happened," he finished, his face earnest in his apology. Izuku supposes that if he were anyone else, he would have been touched. As it stood, the words didn't do much to move him. "Okay," he said, and at the odd look he got in return, he continued. "I accept your apology. That's how normal people were supposed to react, right?" He was saved from any further interaction, quite ironically, by the bell. Packing his meager belongings, he didn't waste any time exiting the room. Debating the advantages of going to the lunchroom, he turned and headed in the opposite direction. Following a winding staircase that leads to the levels above, he soon found himself standing in front of the rooftop entrance. An electrical lock secured the door, but no cameras were in sight. He supposes even schools as great as UA had to have some security blind spots. He'd have to come back another day and set up one of his own. Protecting this school was somewhat on his list of orders, after all. For now, he settled his attention on the lock in front of him. Drawing out his phone, he made quick work of connecting it to the electrical box. It didn't take long before he'd hacked into the structure, making sure not to leave any trace behind as he slipped inside, giving himself administration access in case of future endeavors. The wind was soft, the sun just out of reach, making the rooftop the perfect place to rest for a while. He let himself drop into a seated position, back to the wall as he gazed at the campus stretching out in front of him. It never failed to surprise him, just how big this school was. Even the training facilities hadn't been that vast. He waited a moment before getting to the task he came up here to complete. The phone rang only twice before it was picked up. "I don't suppose you have some good news for me," was the sentence that greeted him. Dragon's voice was low, tired, and angry. "My teacher wants to drop me off at the apartment after school. His goal is to speak to my guardian." A heavy, frustrated sigh was his response. "And let me guess, you couldn't find a way to dissuade him?" "No, sir. You really are useless." The words were made to slither beneath his defenses, to sting, and yet, he felt nothing. The line died with no further fanfare, the remaining beeping serving to ground him as he looked onto the horizon. He supposes that went relatively better than he expected. The day at UA continued, and Midoriya maintained his distance from Shinso and avoided any meaningful interaction with his teachers. That afternoon, as the final bell rang and students poured out of the classrooms, Midoriya made his way to the school gates, as instructed by Aizawa. He stood there, hands in his pockets, waiting in silence. It didn't take long for Aizawa's car to pull up. The car ride home was filled with an uncomfortable silence. Aizawa glanced at Midoriya occasionally, clearly wanting to discuss something but hesitant to do so. Midoriya, on the other hand, remained stoic and distant. He couldn't help but feel that Aizawa was growing suspicious, and he needed to tread carefully. As they neared their destination, Aizawa finally spoke up. "I expect your guardian to be home when we arrive." Midoriya nodded, his voice monotone. "He should be?" Aizawa's gaze bore into Midoriya, his eyes narrowing slightly as he hummed shortly. Midoriya knew he had to be careful. He had no idea what the general's plan was, but He couldn't let Aizawa get too close to the truth. The car came to a stop in front of his apartment building, having shown Aizawa the way as they went along, and both of them got out. Midoriya led the walk inside, feeling a sense of unease settling in. He knew that somehow, even despite the distance, the general would have taken care of the issue. He just hoped that it would work out. Drawing out his keys, he hesitated, before finally relenting and twisting the lock, the door opening slowly before them. Aizawa followed him inside, his eyes scanning the apartment. "I'll wait to speak with your guardian." He remained in the doorway. "I'm home," he spoke, knowing that it was expected of someone who was supposedly used to living with other people. A moment of silence greeted his call before finally a noise was heard on the other side of the hallway. Midoriya could feel the weight of Aizawa's curiosity. "Ah, welcome home, my boy," a familiar voice called out. Steps heavy as none other than Colonel Axel made his way towards them. He couldn't suppress the full-body flinch that overtook him as the man's arms encircled his form, bringing him to his chest in a caricature's impression of what he supposed was a hug. His skin crawled at the contact, the hair on his arms standing on end as he counted the seconds in his mind. Axel stood starkly in the darkness of the hall. His attire brought out a great strangeness, as Midoriya had never seen him in casual wear before. "Mr. Aizawa, this is Akatani Axel. At your service?" The colonel interrupted, probably anticipating his use of prefix. It made his face twist as Axel, the ruthless commander who's overseen his training all these years, now acted perfectly pleasant in front of the hero. "I believe thanks are in order. I've been told you took care of my wayward son while I was out of town." The word son felt wrong as it was spat from his mouth, rather forcefully. Aizawa, in turn, was cautiously pleasant. He hadn't known what to expect of the man, given past phone calls, but this wasn't it. "It's nice to meet you in person, Akatani-san, and yes, Mikumo unfortunately got hurt during a training exercise. We, at UA, couldn't in good conscience let him stay on his own while he was somewhat injured." Axel maintained a friendly facade, nodding. "Yes, as expected from a school as prestigious as UA." The man replied, his words not matching the cold look that remained, despite his effort, seared into his gaze. Aizawa's eyes shifted back to Midoriya, who remained silent. "We want what's best for him. As one of his teachers, his well-being is my priority. You understand, of course," he offered, somehow feeling the tension rising, despite the smile that stretched the man's features. "Of course, Axel," repeated not unpleasantly. The silence stretched for a few uncomfortable moments as both men held eye contact. Izuku, for his part, was looking silently between the two, wondering if he should perhaps interject. Where are my manners? Would you like to come in for tea, Aizawa-sen?" Axel seemed to snap out of his momentary stupor. "No, thank you, I'll be taking my leave. My intentions were just to make sure Akatani got home all right." Shooting one last long look at Akatani, a silent message in his eyes, he bid them a good night and departed, leaving Axel and Midoriya alone in the apartment. As the door closed, Axel's pleasant demeanor vanished, and a more sinister look crossed his face. "You're walking a dangerous line, Arctic," Axel hissed, his voice low and threatening. "You need to stop making mistakes and showing weakness. This mission is crucial, and we can't afford any more slip-ups. Am I being absolutely clear? Perhaps you need a reminder of the consequences that complement such failures." His dark tone hid nothing to the imagination. Midoriya nodded mutely, his face devoid of emotion. He knew the consequences of failure all too well. Axel continued, "Now suit up. We have a mission to prepare for. The League of Villains is said to be gathering new recruits, and you're going to spy on them. Make sure you don't mess this one up," he snarled, turning on his heels back into the apartment. With a cold warning hanging in the air, Midoriya began to prepare for the mission ahead, knowing that his life as Akatani Mikumo and his role as Arctic were becoming increasingly entangled, and the web of deception was growing more complex with each passing day. As Midoriya hastily prepared for the mission, the weight of Axel's threats bore down on him. His hands were steady as he donned the Arctic suit, a costume that masked his true identity and purpose, but his thoughts were anything but calm. The image of Axel, his former trainer and tormentor, now playing the role of his guardian, was unsettling. It was a stark reminder of the tangled web of secrets and lies that he had been entangled in for years. The general had trained him to be a weapon, to carry out covert missions and infiltrate the enemy's ranks, but it had come at a great cost. Midoriya had experienced unspeakable horrors during his training, and Axel's role in those horrors was etched into his memory. It was Axel who had pushed him to kill for the first time during a mission, a moment that he had somehow repressed and forgotten, until recently. Still, his chest remained void, a hollowness not unlike that of a black hole, skimming away and devouring any hint of emotion surging from within him. Now, he found himself in a mission to spy on the League of Villains, a dangerous and unpredictable group. He couldn't afford to make any more mistakes, not with Axel watching his every move. The consequences of failure were too dire to contemplate. Once he was fully suited up, Midoriya made his way back to the living room where Axel was waiting, his expression still cold and unyielding. There was a sense of urgency in the air, and Midoriya knew he couldn't afford to delay any longer. "Ready to go, sir," Midoriya said, his voice steadier than he felt, as he stood before Axel. The colonel nodded, the tension in the room palpable. "Remember, Arctic, you need to blend in and gather information without being detected. If you fail, it won't just be your life on the line. The mission is crucial to our cause." Midoriya's gaze remained fixed on Axel, a silent acknowledgement of the stakes involved. He knew that the general's plans were far-reaching and that the mission held a key to their success. With a curt nod, Axel opened the door, and the two of them left the apartment, heading out into the night. As they ventured into the darkness, Midoriya couldn't help but wonder if there would ever be a way to escape the web of secrets and lies that had ensnared him, or if he was destined to remain a pawn in a dangerous game. For now, he would focus on the task ahead. Chapter 18 already up here. Insta Bio Chapter Text. The wind whistled harshly in his ears, making it hard to hear Axel's voice as they crouched behind a ledge. The roof they were on was one of the highest in the neighborhood, a perfect spot for them to hunker down and prepare for the upcoming task. The screen in his grip was cold, blue light shining brightly in the darkness that surrounded them. Arctic's gloved fingers drummed once against its sleek surface as he contemplated the information he'd just been given. "Do you understand your objectives?" the colonel asked seriously, his eyes searing into Arctic's helmet, as though if he tried hard enough, he would be able to look right through the tinted lens and search for sincerity in his gaze. "Yes, sir." Hands came down to snatch the device from his hold, movement rough and aggressive. He let the screen go without much resistance, having expected something like that to happen. "In these files here," Axel pointed at the documents Arctic had just been scanning through, "we compiled some of the most recent evidence the SI department gathered." He scrolled down the page with practice movements. "As you can see, some of the footage they took is grainy at best, so we couldn't identify in detail what was happening." He clicked the tablet off, stuffing it into one of his many pouches strapped to his duffel bag. "That's where you come in." Taking out some rolled-up papers from his bag, he laid out the biggest one between them. "A map," Arctic concluded as he looked at the blueprints stretched out before him. Thin white lines spread on the blue parchment to create an intricate web of information and special indication. Closing his eyes, as if stepping into the place himself, he pictured the building's floor plan, floor after floor, room after room, fully laid out in his mind's eyes. Axel remained silent as he let the soldier process the information on his own, having gotten used to that particular ritual by now. His face was twisted into a sneer, mouth opening and closing as if growing more impatient by the second. "Are you done?" The words were gritted out, on the very edge of calm. He opened his eyes a minute late, fully confident in his newfound knowledge. He nodded once resolutely. Muttering to himself for a second, Axel then continued his directions. "The objective is to get in, get the information, and get out. Understood? You are in no way permitted to engage our targets. This mission has the sole purpose of confirming our suspicions. The camera in your visor will gather the evidence we need, and you are to collect the files we talked about. All right?" "Yes, sir." He hesitated before asking. May I ask, who is our target? You may not. You will know when you see them. For now, all we have are speculations. However, I can at least tell you that this is one of the League of Villains' hideouts. So you will surely run into either Shigaraki or one of his underlings. He continued, voice low and heavy with tension. If our suspicions do pan out and you run into our target, you are to remain hidden, and under no circumstance are you to exercise lethal force. Am I clear? Crystal, sir. Regarding him for a moment longer, the colonel nodded to himself and stood up, Arctic following a second later.
Good.
If you run into any problems, ping my communicator, he said, looking at the building in question. Now go. We'll sync back up at our meeting point when you're done. Arctic didn't waste a second. Feet already turning to leap down. From the roof, scaling the side of the building until he was directly facing his entry point. A small airshaft sticking out of the wall of the third level. Swiftly and silently, he launched himself across the gap, latching onto the thin edge with sturdy fingers. Swinging once, he slides into the opening, movements careful and light to not make any noise. The metal was just big enough for him to crouch down, the cool surface creaking softly as he righted his body into the wanted position. He crawled his way through the pipe, stopping a couple of minutes later as an opening finally made itself known. Cobwebs and dust caked his gloves and knees as he finally reached an exit grid. Rusted, striped metal leading into what he remembered was the third-floor supply closet. Steady fingers wrapped around the steel firmly, pulling once with calculated force, just enough to dislodge the grid without the expected recoil. Sliding his body carefully, he dropped onto the floor below, careful to place the grid back into place as he did so. Infiltration. Now successful, he straightened up and looked around, taking in his surroundings. Cleaning supplies were scarce, dirt caking the row of shelves instead. Good, he thought, knowing that it meant that very few people wandered in here. It had, therefore, been a good call. Turning until he faced the door, he leaned lightly against the wooden surface, stretching his senses until he could listen more carefully to the hallway outside. When no presence made itself known, he proceeded to rummage through one of his many pouches. He pulled out a small rectangular black device, twisting the knob on the top until a small screen blared to life, 3 waves of circles pulsing from the center, followed by a small red needle that twitched once before settling back to motionless rest. This detector had been given to him on one of his earliest missions. A trusty tool he's come to rely on frequently as it enabled him to detect and deactivate any cameras or heat detector nearby. It always made infiltration missions such as this one marginally easier. Activating the device, he waited a moment before turning it back off. It seemed the League was more lax on their security than he anticipated. No cameras adorned this floor, so Arctic could walk out of the supply closet without much trouble. After waiting through another moment of silence, he finally opened the door, keeping it close to the wall as he stepped out. The air within the League of Villains' stronghold was dense with the scent of malice and secrecy. Arctic crept through the dimly lit corridors, his steps silent against the cold, unforgiving floor. His mission repeated itself on a loop in his mind as he walked. Infiltrated, gather information, and vanish without a trace. Easy enough, he hoped. As he skulked deeper into the labyrinthine structure, Arctic's keen senses picked up on a murmuring conversation. A familiar voice spoke, low and ominous, reverberating through the walls, leading into a small room. They'll be assets to our cause. He quickly identified the speaker as Kurogiri, the Warp Gate villain. Adjusting his position to eavesdrop without revealing his presence, Arctic slid until his back was pressed tightly to the wall. His heart, though hardened by training, quickened at the implications of their discussion. Giving them a chance to prove themselves will not be remiss. Assets. The words were hissed scathingly, words dripping with sarcasm as he spoke. Sure, of course, you think those psychos will be of any use. Shigaraki's voice was unmistakable as he snarled. Didn't you hear that little sheet? They know nothing of Sensei's goals. All they care about is their precious hero killer. The hero killer is missing, presumed dead. His existence is inconsequential now. Kurogyri placated, his tone sounding level and calm as if he'd uttered those words many times before. Yeah, well, his cult doesn't seem to have gotten the message. Shigaraki muttered roughly. Did you hear Toga go on and on about him this morning? Even Dabi seemed to agree with her. He growled at his own words, seemingly growing angry at the mere thought. It makes me want to kill something. A strong smell of decay reached his senses, and he figured that this was a sign to leave, filing away the names for later research. Pushing forward, he navigated his way through the compound, descending into the bowels of the building, occasionally ducking behind corners and craters as guards made their rounds down particular corridors. The lower levels exuded an unsettling chill that seemed to seep into his bones, the more he descended the stairs leading to it. Eventually, he stumbled upon a chamber, a sterile and haunting laboratory. He could smell it before he saw it. Taking a moment to pause once more and take out his detector, he stiffened as rows and rows of weak, frail heat signatures flared on his screen. Deciding that taking the door would be risky, he circled the floor, looking for another way in. Soon enough, he found what he was looking for, an abandoned air duct leading right above the lab. Crawling once more into it, he stopped short as a grid window was once more within his sight. His eyes widened marginally as he took in the sight before him. His heart beat faster despite the emptiness that expanded within his chest. Rows of pods filled the room, each cocooning a fragile, unrecognizable form submerged in a translucent, life-sustaining liquid. The sight sent a shiver through Arctic's spine, an involuntary reaction he tried to suppress. The green liquid within the pods made something in his stomach twinge, a suppressed memory barely managing to remain repressed in his mind. Their occupants were suspended in a state of eerie vulnerability. Some figures twitched with spasms, their faces contorted in silent agony. The soldier's expression remained a mask of detachment, even as his pulse thundered in his ears, an erratic rhythm against the stark silence of the room. With purposeful, slow movements, Arctic dropped back down onto the ground, feet hitting the floor lightly as he realized that the heat signatures all belonged to the creatures within the pods and not any League member. Once standing upright, he approached the nearest console, his hands deftly connecting a USB drive to the computer terminal. The files began to transfer, the screen illuminating with encrypted data. It was his duty to retrieve vital information, but the gravity of the situation clawed at the edges of his consciousness. As the transfer bar progressed, Arctic's gaze drifted back to the pods. A disconcerting sense of familiarity washed over him as he observed the pitiful conditions of the occupants. His jaw clenched in an instinctual response to the dissonance between his mission and the haunting reality before him. The sight was eerie now that he was, for the first time, on the other side of the equation. It seemed, however, that the project they were undergoing was far from completion as he regarded the death-like state some of the creatures within the liquid appeared to be in. Creatures, his mind whispered, because these things were no longer human, even if the skin on their bones made it seem so. He knew that, could see clear as day that no ounce of humanity could have survived behind the surface. It was then that he finally saw it. There on one of the first rows of pods was his call sign, stamped out in bold letters next to the words, Weapon A 8.1, beckoning his attention. The stark letters burned into his memory. He looked back at the computer screen and was unsurprised to find files with similar titles being transferred. Multiple encrypted ones holding his codename as their own. It made something inside of him twist. Just as he prepared to retreat, a shadow loomed in the doorway, and he quickly ducked behind a row of shelves, gaze trained on the transfer bar which was now complete, if not yet, in his possession. A short, lumpy figure entered the room, with the confidence of a regular occupant, his gaze trained on the pods. He needed to get the stick and get out of there. Axel's earlier directions flared in his mind. But first, he knew he had to get a little more information on the room's new occupant. Twisting his body to the right, he peered out from behind his hiding place, taking in the figure's appearance for the first time. It took him a moment to realize just who it was he was facing. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, panic flickered across Arctic's features for just an instant, a crack in his composed facade, swiftly smothered by his training. His heart thundered in his chest as his eyes narrowed behind his visor. The familiar milky white coat was a mere hint, his eyes taking in the graying features of the man, as light glinted off his tinted round glasses. Shivers raked across his body as his mind conjured detached memories of the years he'd spent in the science department. There was no mistaking it. This man was none other than the doctor who'd been in charge of his formation. The cavity in which his heart resided suddenly felt emptier and colder than ever. A sudden sharp sting flared in his spine and behind his eye as something unidentifiable fought to break into the open. Gloved fingers clenched tightly, and he worked to compose himself.
Right.
He had a mission to complete. He needed a distraction. And so he looked around and finally caught on to something he could use. A plan already formed in his mind as he carefully approached the target of his attention. A small console was screwed onto the bottom of one of the pods, labeled with different numbers, each indicating a specific unit. Closing his eyes, he urged himself to remember the exact order of the units he'd seen upon entering the room. And so, with confident movements, he pulled down the levels of the 4 furthest pods from his destination. Satisfied as a shrill blaring sound sounded from the wanted units, immediately drawing away the doctor's attention. Waiting only a moment before moving, he pivoted out of his hiding spot, feet making no sound as he marched towards the computers. With deft, swift actions, he swiped the USB from its port, exiting the progress bar's page and erasing any trace of his interference. His attention switched from his task to the doctor working right ahead of him, his heart beating slightly faster with each passing second. USB clenched tightly in his hand, he crept his way towards the door, knowing that the vent wouldn't be the viable choice this time. Behind the veneer of practiced indifference, a tempest of emotions churned, a sense of foreboding, an unspoken horror that he couldn't fully grasp. As Arctic slipped out of the chamber, the weight of the files bearing his own designation pressed against his consciousness, an ominous reminder of a truth he was yet to comprehend. The journey back was a silent, careful march, his mind wrestling with fragments of unsettling images, his training forcing an impenetrable mask over the chasm of something threatening to spill forth. His focus didn't waver, not even when he was finally out of the building and back into the open night air. His spine prickled with every thought that churned its way into his consciousness, and he could feel something within him warring with itself. The small USB stick in his pocket felt somehow heavier than anything else he was carrying. When he got to the meeting point, Axel was already waiting for him there, his face the picture of impatience and disdain as he finally caught sight of him. Shifting fully to his feet as Arctic approached him. "Took you long enough," he muttered, hand outstretched and waiting. Arctic deposited the USB into his palm almost reluctantly, something heavy plunging into his stomach as he did so. "I'm going to need a detailed mission report from you as soon as you get back to your place. If a fly set itself while you were there, I want to know about it. Got it?" Narrowing his eyes at the crude words, Arctic nodded. "Yes, sir." He turned to leave, but was stopped short by an arm grabbing his shoulder roughly. "Aren't you forgetting something, brat?" He barely suppressed the urge to flinch beneath the unwanted touch. His mind went through his objectives for the night and paused as he finally understood. His helmet was unclasped a moment later and offered to the man. His signature, Arctic white hair swayed lightly at the movement, brushing his forehead as the previously confined stands brushed over his eyes. He'd forgotten about the camera footage they were supposed to collect. "Apologies for the oversight, sir." Axel yanked the helmet out of his grasp, tucking it into his side. "Scram, you're giving me a headache." He didn't need to be told twice. In the silence of his solitude, Arctic finally stepped into his apartment, mind going over each line of code he'd read while transferring the files. A testament to the unsettling reality he had uncovered. Yet, the contents of the encrypted folder that bore his own name remained an enigma, a dormant terror lurking within the recesses of his consciousness, waiting to unfurl its dreadful truth. He'd have to wait for the colonel to brief him, of course, only if the general saw it fit for him to be let into the fold. His mission, for now, had been completed. That didn't mean that the emptiness he felt inside of him was any less prominent. As he made his way into his bedroom, discarding his gear in the process, he figured he had, once again, a long, restless night ahead of him. Chapter 19 already up in the link in my bio. Insta bio chapter text. Aizawa leaned against his desk, his dark, tired eyes scanning over the roster of Class 1A. The upcoming summer camp loomed over them, and despite the necessary preparations, a nagging concern gnawed at the back of his mind. His eyes scanned the papers in his hand, again and again, mind never registering the words as he couldn't get himself to focus. Akatani had been plaguing his thoughts for a while now. The kid had potential, enough to warrant keeping an eye on him. Aizawa sighed, his fingers running absent-mindedly over the capture weapon wrapped around his neck. The recent home visit had left him with unsettling vibes about Akatani's situation. The glimpses into the boy's life had been brief, but he had picked up on an undercurrent of unease. It was enough to get him on edge too. His instincts haven't failed him yet, and so Aizawa couldn't very well ignore them now. As thoughts of the impending summer camp filled his mind, Aizawa's concern deepened. Akatani wouldn't be joining them, still officially being part of the general education course. The memory of the kid's nightmare during the weekend stayover added weight to his worry. He rubbed his throat instinctively at the reminder, betraying his own discomfort. Classes would be out for the summer, and the hero course students would be honing their skills in the mountains. But for Akatani, it meant solitude, and Aizawa couldn't shake the feeling that the kid was grappling with more than just academics. With a resolute nod to himself, Aizawa made a silent decision. He'd check on Akatani once they were back from the summer camp. The boy might not be part of the hero course yet, but he was under Aizawa's watchful eye, and the least he could do was ensure he was okay. Summer camp preparations continued around him, but Aizawa's thoughts lingered on the student he couldn't bring along. The responsibility of a teacher extended beyond just the classroom, and Aizawa was determined not to let anyone slip through the cracks, especially not someone who seemed to be facing more troubles than the eye could see. The dimly lit room hummed with a soft whir of monitors as Axel meticulously decrypted the files Arctic had handed in. Rows of executives, clad in military attire, were seated around a long, polished table, illuminated only by the blue hue emanating from the monitor ahead of them. General Dragon sat at the head of the table, his eyes fixed on Axel as he worked, his gaze cold and unnerving. The atmosphere was tense, the weight of impending revelations hanging heavily in the air. Axel's fingers danced across the keyboard, his eyes focused on the holographic screens that displayed the decrypted information. Each line of code unveiled a dark narrative of human experimentation, betrayal, and the all-too-familiar transformation of individuals into mindless weapons. After what felt like an eternity, Axel straightened up, grim severity etched onto his features. He gathered the decrypted files into a sleek black tablet and moved to the opposite end of the room, facing everyone, eyes roaming until they landed on his superior. "General," Axel began, his voice steady, "we've successfully retrieved and decrypted the files from the League of Villains laboratory. Our target was found there, just as we suspected." He let that sink in before continuing. He has not only joined the League, but has also been actively working on replicating Project AW. A murmur of disbelief rumbled through the room as the executives exchanged uneasy glances. General Dragon's steely gaze remained fixed on Axel, urging him to continue. "The project involves injecting individuals with multiple quirks and subjecting them to the same trials as Arctic. It appears they're attempting to create their own enhanced soldiers who can manifest quirks naturally." The gravity of Axel's words settled over the room, casting a pall of unease among the gathered military officials. General Dragon's expression remained unreadable, but his silence spoke volumes. "Sir," one of the executives spoke up, his voice tense, "does this mean the experiments have been successful? Are there others like that thing?" Axel shook his head, face twisting into something contemplative. "From what we've gathered, the experiments haven't been successful yet. The subjects referred to as Nomu display mindless behavior and have yet to manifest quirks naturally. However, that doesn't mean they won't succeed in the future. The doctor seems to be relentlessly adamant in his pursuit of replicating our project." It was then that Dragon finally spoke, his voice cutting through the somber air. This is a severe breach, not only of our security, but of our military integrity. Our deserter has betrayed us and is actively working against our interests. We cannot let this continue. The room fell into a heavy silence as the executives absorbed the gravity of the situation. The betrayal of one of their own, coupled with the potential threat posed by the League's experiments, left an indelible mark on the minds of those present. "Sir," one of the other executives began uncertainly, "wouldn't it then be in our best interest to give Arctic a new objectives?" The general's eyes narrowed at his words, making the man gulp under the intensity of his stare. Leveling him with an unreadable look, he spoke slowly. "Arctic has been assigned to infiltrate UA for a reason. Taking him out now would only be detrimental at this stage." The executive seemed to back down immediately, folding under the harsh response instantly. Axel, driven by frustration and months of holding his tongue on the subject, couldn't contain himself any longer. He slammed a gloved hand onto the holographic table, eyes blazing with anger. "But sir, Executive Tanaka is right. Sending Arctic to UA was unreasonable to begin with. The heroes are growing suspicious. We had a DMN home visit the other day, and they're starting to piece things together. Sending such a valuable asset into the lion's den of hero society was a mistake." A tense silence filled the room as Dragon's cold gaze bore into Axel. The air seemed to thicken, and Axel felt the weight of his superior's authority pressing down on him. At that moment, fear mingled with frustration, creating a volatile mix. "Axel," Dragon's voice was a low, controlled growl, "I would do well not to forget your place." Axel clenched his jaw, his earlier bravado giving way to a sense of anxiety. He nodded stiffly, acknowledging the thin line he had just walked. Integrating Arctic into the real world is essential for his development and effectiveness on missions, Dragon continued, his voice cutting through the room like ice. "We need him to operate seamlessly within society, and UA provides the perfect cover." Axel scoffed, unable to fully mask his frustration. "Cover? That thing is not meant to interact with society. He's not some spy. He's a living weapon. We don't need him to make friends and attend classes. We need him ready to strike when we give the order." Sending him to UA, under the watchful eyes of heroes, was, and still is, a massive compromise of our security. The room seemed to shrink as Dragon leaned forward, his gaze piercing through Axel's facade. "Your concern for Arctic's effectiveness is duly noted, but you must trust my judgment. In the grand scheme of things, letting him interact with the real world will make him a better asset on missions. We also need eyes and ears at the school, ones that won't be immediately viewed with contempt or suspicion." Axel bit back the urge to retort, sensing that crossing the line further could have dire consequences. Dragon's stern expression left no room for negotiation. "There's a bigger picture here. Although I do agree that for now, Arctic's objective needs to be recentered." The room fell into a tense silence before Dragon spoke again, his tone softer but still laced with authority. "Perhaps I made an error in contemplating his transfer to the heroics course. That decision was based on the belief that useful information could be gleaned there. Now that our priorities have shifted, maybe it's time to reconsider his position at UA." Axel's expression softened slightly, the acknowledgement of a misstep on Dragon's part. "And so?" Dragon nodded. "We'll pull him out, not instantaneously, but soon. For now, our immediate concern is the League of Villains. Arctic's new objective is clear: infiltrate their stronghold and neutralize the threat. That's where our focus should be." As Axel left the command center, the air remained heavy with unspoken tension. The authority and uncompromising nature of Dragon hung in the air, leaving a lingering sense of anxiety in its wake. He nodded to himself solemnly, knowing the weight of the mission ahead. The room buzzed with a renewed sense of purpose as the military officials prepared for the impending operation. There would be no room for failure. The mission's briefing echoed in Arctic's mind as he stood in the secluded corner of the dimly lit room, surrounded by the cold, sterile surfaces that seemed to reflect his own detachment. The holographic images of the Nomu experiments lingered in his thoughts, a haunting reminder of the twisted path that had led him to this moment. He'd stood there, hidden by the natural shadows of the room, still as a statue as they discussed his fate. Idly, he wondered if most of them knew he had been there. If they even cared at all. He might as well have been no better than a discarded piece of furniture, a fly on the wall of this crucial gathering, meant to stand there and blend into nothingness. He'd perfected the skill long ago, he supposed. Their words ricocheted and bounced off of him, as if repelled by an invisible shield, sliding off of him like liquid down a bottomless hole. A thing they had called him. Fear and disgust dripped from their every syllable as they spoke and argued. He'd felt Dragon's attention on him then, accessing him for any reaction. Satisfied when he showed none. Somehow, it had all seemed like some kind of trial. He was being tested, he knew that much. For what purpose was yet to be revealed. The prickles of needles and static in his neck made it impossible for him to deliberate further on the subject. He watched silently and solemnly as one by one the executives and the colonel took their leave, leaving him in the ever-so-heavy company of his general. "You may approach, Special Officer," the dragon ordered. Attention still settled on the monitor ahead of them, projecting tapes and pictures from his earlier mission. Shifting his eyes away, feeling a tug in his guts, he marched up to the man, emerging into the light with quiet steps. "Do you have any concerns on our subject of discussion?" His gaze felt like another trial to be surpassed. "I do not suffer from such things, sir." An eerie smile was his only indication that he hadn't failed in some capacity. "Good, good. And if I were to order your immediate withdrawal from that school?" Walking on a tightrope. This was exactly so, talking to the dragon. "It would be within your rights." The man only hummed at that, leaning back into his chair, arms crossing over his broad chest. His gaze inexorably zeroed in on his fingers as he taped his index rhythmically against the dark vest of his uniform. "That teacher of yours," he began instead, changing the subject. "Is he going to be a problem?" His silence must have lasted longer than intended, as the general's eyes narrowed in warning, looking at him with severity. "Eraserhead seems to believe that I am in need of guidance. I am unsure of the nature of his worries, but I do not think he is suspicious of our mission or of my motives as of yet." Silence and then, "You've slipped." Two simple words, and yet they seemed to suck all the oxygen out of the room. "Maybe Axel was right to question your position at UA. He couldn't get himself to say anything to that. Hollowness filled his chest, as if digging into the emptiness that resided there. "For now, if the information you've provided me with is to be trusted, then the hero courses will soon be going to their annual training camp. You will undergo your new mission objective then." Dismissed. Chapter 20 will read up on the link in my bio. Insta bio chapter text. Arctic sat across from Lieutenant Axel, the air thick with tension as they pored over maps and blueprints of the League of Villains hideout. Stacks of documents were scattered around them in heaps, engulfing them in paperwork. Each detail was scrutinized, every potential obstacle analyzed, as they hashed out the intricacies of their infiltration plan. "We can't afford any mistakes," Axel muttered, his brow furrowed in concentration. "One slip up, and we'll lose our chance to acquire the target." He ran a hand through his hair, the dark ridges under his eyes standing stark against the dim light hanging over them. Arctic nodded solemnly, his mind racing through possible scenarios and contingencies. The doctor was their primary target, the linchpin holding the League's twisted experiments together. Removing him would deal a significant blow to their operations, and would help boost theirs. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by the sound of the door swinging open, a junior officer stepping into the room with a nervous countenance. "Lieutenant, Special Officer," he greeted anxiously, his gaze searching between them, lingering on Arctic's, as if he expected the teen to suddenly pull out his gun and shoot him. His voice breathless with urgency. "You're going to want to see this." With a sigh, Axel followed the officer out of the room and into a nearby monitoring station, Arctic shadowing him dutifully. There, a group of officers were crowded around the big screen looming over them, parting to let them through wordlessly as they stepped into the fold. The atmosphere crackled with tension as they watched the news feed currently rolling on display. The headlines sent a chill down Arctic's spine. UA student kidnapped by League of Villains. Axel's eyes narrowed as he processed the information, his mind already calculating the implications. "This is it," he said, his voice low but determined. The League's distracted. "It's the perfect opportunity." Arctic's pulse quickened with a surge of adrenaline. The urgency of the situation was palpable, driving home the gravity of their mission. This was their chance to strike, to disrupt the League's plans, and to protect innocent lives. "Let's move," Axel commanded, his tone firm as he turned to Arctic. "We're going after the doctor. Time to put our plan into action." Arctic nodded, his resolve stealing as they prepared to embark on their dangerous mission. With the League preoccupied, they had a narrow window of opportunity to make their move. "Just put on your mobile suit, no extra measures. We can't miss this window," he ordered, eyeing his green hair dubiously. "Yes, sir." Bakuga strained against the shackles clamped onto his wrists, too tight to be comfortable, holding him up, tied to the ceiling. His skin was red and irritated from the endless struggle he put up against the offending objects. His arms were stuck together in a way that prevented him from using his quirk, lest he blow off his own hands. Sweat gathered at his brow, drops sliding down his heated skin unpleasantly. The fuckers had turned up the heat, probably aiming to unnerve him while he waited for them to get their sheet together. His head ached, blood caked his forehead, his hair clamping onto the wound he'd gotten back at the training camp while fighting the teeth freak. He cursed himself for letting this happen to him. He was supposed to be stronger than this. A growl escaped his throat as he knocked his weight against the chains once more out of frustration this time than any serious attempt at escaping. His shoulders burned with the force of it, protesting against the abuse. The resounding clang of metal must have served as a cue for his kidnappers as they finally deemed it time to face him. They trickled in like cockroaches, each one of them choosing a corner of the room to burrow in, surrounding him with matching smirks twisting their features. The crazy schoolgirl was the first to approach him, her nails trailing the length of his face, pressing onto the gash splitting his eyebrow, as if fascinated with the blood trickling there. "Get off," he hissed, leaning as far away as he could, eyeing her with clear disdain. "Oh, don't be like that," Grumpy breathes. "I just want to play." She cooed darkly, her smile wide enough for her fangs to be on full display. Extra number 1 interrupted him before he could hit her with a few creative insults. Now, Toga, let's not bother our guest too much," Shigaraki intoned, nudging her out of the way none too gently. "We want him to like us after all." "Don't hold your breath." Crispy huffed at his words, as if amused. It made his skin crawl. "Since you're not responding to platitudes, I'll get right to the point." The villain started, voice low and raspy. "I saw what they did to you at the sports festival. After that, I can't help but feel like we might have some things in common. Don't you think so?" He paused, looking him over in contemplation. "I mean, with your attitude, violence must come naturally to you, right? What I mean to say is that you should join us." He held out a hand, his skin dry and cracking. "Join my League of Villains, Bakugo Katsuki." "You're delusional talking about the sports festival, when here you are doing the same thing." He accentuated his words with a tug on his chains, the metal ringing, echoing across the room like a gunshot. He didn't say anything more, hoping that his gamble would pay off. Shigaraki hummed, taking a step back, looking at him through the gaps of the disembodied and rotting hand clinging to his face. "You're right, if I expect you to trust us, I'm going to need to do the same. All in good faith, of course." The other villains looked at him like he had grown a second head. "Take the chains off, Dobby." The fire-quirked villain started, hesitating. "You know he's going to fight, right?" He spoke slowly as if talking to a child. "Just do as I say. MSTR will be pleased if we acquire him a new player." He remained silent as the villain went through the motions of unlocking his cuffs, fresh air hitting his aching wrists as the chains fell off with a clang. "MSTR," he'd said, so he wasn't even the one running the show. He rubbed at his skin, eyes never leaving the threats in front of him. He had to do this right, he only had one chance. "Join me, Bakugo, and free yourself from the shackles of hero society." He suddenly had the urge to bash his head against the wall, if only to escape the broken record playing before him. The exit was blocked, however. He spotted another door to his left, one that wasn't heavily obstructed. "I'm gonna have to pass," he growled, explosions already going off, propelling him to the door, throwing off the schoolgirl and the lizard freak. He reached the door before any of them could react, already running through it. An explosion resounded behind him, yells echoing right after, and he didn't have any time to wonder what had happened, thankful for any distraction that kept the fuckers off his back. His legs ached, having not rested since the training camp. He didn't know where he was going, but followed along the dark corridor anyway, eyes frantically scanning for a window or a wayward door. He would blast through the walls if he had to. The thought had barely formulated in his mind when another noise drew his attention room to his right. His breathing was harsh, heart hammering in his chest, and yet his instincts called for him to check it out, as if drawn to an invisible force, urging him to follow the call. Looking back down the corridor, he gathered his resolve and pulled the door open. Uncharacteristically quiet, he stepped through the threshold. The scene that greeted him wasn't at all what he was expecting. The gears in his head ran on overdrive as his gaze flitted over everything, taking in as much information as fast as he could. There, cowering on the floor, blood seeping out of his shoulder, hands held up in front of him as if to shield himself as best as he could, was an old man. Cracked goggles settled crookedly over his nose, tears streaming down his face as he huddled into the corner of the room. His white coat was stained black and red with grime and blood, as if he'd been dragged over the dirty floor. Standing over him, with an aura so dark it was palpable, was the same soldier he'd seen at the USJ. He loomed over the man like an angel of death, a grim reaper coming to collect. His gear was the kind of black that SCKED in the light, the reflection choosing to die in its sleek, enforced surface. His helmet tilted to the side at Bakuga's entrance, before seemingly dismissing him as an unimportant distraction. It made his blood boil. This was it, though, he knew it. This was his opportunity to get the answers he'd been looking for. Getting into the League of Villains hideout again was child's play now that he'd already been inside and had memorized the layout of the place. It was almost laughably easy to sneak into the doctor's lab and ambush him. The man had been preoccupied with the analytics trickling down the screen of his computer, blue light reflected in his goggles as he stared, engrossed in his work. The Nomu pods that he'd seen the last time he was here were still disconnected and thankfully empty. He'd marched into the room unnoticed, something resembling satisfaction snaking into his chest as he dismantled the computer with a flick of his finger and watched the doctor's eyes widen in shock and horror. The man had barely gotten a gasp in before he was slammed into the wall behind him, skidding across the floor in the process. Arctic had orders to follow, after all. The man got up with a heaved breath, feet unsteady as he clutched at his newly wounded shoulder. How did you find me?" Fear bled into his features as he began to put the pieces together. He was a genius, after all, one that had made him into what he was today. Arctic's silence as he stepped towards him seemed to unnerve him even more. "Please no, you can't do this," the doctor's rough, whiny voice pleaded as he backed away, tripping on a wayward cable, hitting the ground with a thud. "If I go back, Sensei will kill me." He didn't bother with a response, aware of the lieutenant listening through his earpiece, waiting for him to get the job done. The scientist was scrambling back, hands reaching for anything he could use to defend himself. Finding some sort of gun stashed on one of the shelves near him, he fumbled to hold it out in front of him, almost dropping it in his haste. Arctic waved a hand, dismantling the object before it could go off, getting impatient now. Before he could make another move, however, the door to the lab was opened. It would have been unnoticeable if not for his training, to hear the minute noise behind him. Turning his gaze to the side, he felt something burn within him as his gaze met wide red eyes through the lens of his helmet. A shock seemed to go through his spine as an unnamed memory fought to the surface of his mind. "Focus, Arctic." Axel's voice hissed in his ears, static ringing along the activated earpiece, drawing him back to the task at hand. He rolled his neck, feeling something in his spine crackle with tension.
"Oi!"
The voice tugged at his heart, almost as if intent on ripping straight out of his chest. "Don't ignore me, you shitty extra." Explosions burst out of his palms as if to emphasize his words, and Arctic easily dodged his charged attack, leaning to the left and stepping back. Arctic, detain the target and get out now. Axel's voice had turned cold, despite the slight panic he could detect in his tone. You are not to engage under any circumstance. Yes, sir, he muttered, voice low enough to only be detected by the microphone in his gear. You work for the military, don't you? The boy exclaimed, launching himself towards him once more in a flurry of attacks. You're going to answer my FING questions. His mind warred with itself. The information he had on the boy, Bakugo Katsuki, ranked first place in both the hero entrance exam and the sports festival, mixed and wound itself to memories he hadn't known he still had. Buried deep within the alcoves of his mind, hazy and frayed with time. It felt as if he knew the person before him. Or at least, that he'd known him once upon a time. His life had always been divided into two phases, the before and the after. And somehow he hadn't known he could still associate himself with anything from the before. Electricity surged through his spine at the mere thought, making his body arch slightly on reflex. His eye, the one he'd kept covered for the past few months, burned golden. A hazy shade of red overtook half of his field of vision. Something was wrong. Distracted by the stimuli surging through his body, along with the shouting he could hear coming from his earpiece, he barely dodged the next blow in time. The explosion grazed his helmet just as he moved, the force strong enough to crack the hard surface of his visor. The building rattled and swayed around them, the earth beneath their feet trembling. The fight outside had already started, it seemed. Are you looking down on me, you fuckers? Bakugo growled menacingly. However, Arctic's gaze was drawn to the figure scampering behind the teen, using their momentary distraction to escape. Overlooking the non-threat before him, he aimed a gloved hand at the retreating figure. He focused his powers on the point of interest, wanting to incapacitate like he was instructed to. Elimination wasn't on the table just yet, but if things kept progressing as they were, it might be inevitable. The doctor wailed as the tendons in his leg snapped, unraveling under the pressure of Arctic's powers. He fell to the floor with a pained yell, clutching at his foot as if to chase away the pain with sheer desperation alone. The walls were crumbling around them. Using his momentary interruption to his advantage, Bakugo fired off explosion after explosion, crowding him away from the doctor. Tell me, did Hisashi Midoriya send you? The words acted like a physical blow, snaking into his mind and erasing any active thought. He hadn't heard that name in years. Logically, he's always known who it referred to. At the back of his mind, shelved with all the other logistical information they had drilled into his brain. However, he hadn't been allowed to utter that name, let alone hear it being spoken out loud. He'd always been ordered to refer to him as Dragon, after all. How did he? I knew it. A threatening grin had warped the blonde's face. You do know him. A part of the ceiling above them cracked and splintered, and a big chunk fell, aimed right at the explosive teen. On instinct alone, an unforeseeable force tugging at his chest, urging him to somehow protect the blonde, he dove over the boy, pushing them down and out of the way of the falling debris. He felt his helmet take another hit, the surface breaking off into pieces as they skidded and rolled across the floor. They stopped a short distance ahead. Arctic crouched over the dazed blonde, hair askew and eyes narrowed. The sound of the fight outside had gotten closer, drowning out the heaving breath of the body under him. Bakugo's eyes were wide, looking at him like he was seeing him for the very first time. Turmoil blended with the shock and painful realization seeping into crimson orbs. And was that recognition? You know what you have to do, Arctic, came the distorted, icy voice in his second communicator. The heat in his eye was beginning to feel unbearable, reaching a point where all he could see on the right side of his vision was red. And no, the words escaped his mouth before his mind could even register them, as if spilling out of his throat of their own accord. Pain flared in his spine, and yet he could feel his heart wanting to agree with his words. No, he wanted to say again, but could feel his throat constricting, his entire body protesting against the blatant defiance and insubordination. His hands were framing the blonde's head, crouched over him as he was He could feel the dirt caking under his palm, fingers digging into the ground in an effort to quell his racing mind. What was wrong with him? Are you disobeying a direct order, officer? The tone was lower now, promising nothing but punishment. Your identity has been compromised. Your orders are clear. Eliminate the threat. The order was heavy, not unlike the threat hanging behind it. Agony flared once more in his spine, as though the bones there were being ground and squeezed by an invisible force. Similarly, he felt as if someone was ripping his ice straight out of its socket. Tumbling to the side, he let his body fall, getting off the boy still motionless beneath him. The red haze bleeding into his gaze pulsed as Axel continued to spit out orders, commands for him to eliminate, to get rid of the boy, to kill. He could feel himself starting to lose the battle of wills. He hit his head against the ground as if to physically dispel the thoughts going through his mind, urging him to comply. He straightened up, muscles and bones protesting with every move as he felt his body move of its own accord. This couldn't be happening. Izuku. Bakugo whispered into the air, like a prayer. Disbelief and a trace of something akin to awe in his voice. Is that really you? He'd never heard this boy sound so unsure before. His hands shook as they reached for the dagger hanging in the holster attached to his hip. Fingers trembling as they wrapped around the handle, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by an invisible puppeteer. A doll whose sole purpose was to destroy and kill. The red in his gaze was shutting on and off, resembling the light of a blaring alarm, bathing his world in crimson. Like a computer whose program had been infected with a virus. Do it, Arctic, Axel demanded lowly. His spine was on fire now, he was sure of it. He could feel the burning ache racing down to his toes, spreading throughout every muscle in his body. He brought the dagger up, its blade glinting in the light as it readied itself to meet its prey. Memories, old and unbidden, rose to the exterior, playing out in front of him like the tape of an old movie. A brighter world, one bathed with light and warmth. A green-haired woman, holding him in her arms as she hummed a soothing melody. A small boy whose tiny hands had fought to protect him. Little explosions going off in his palms, as if to ward off any evil coming their way. He felt his chest constrict, his breathing uneven as his lungs squeezed painfully against his ribcage. He was breathing, an action that had nothing to do with physical exertion. The trembling of his hands spread to his entire body as he felt his fingers tighten around the weapon. The emptiness he felt in his heart suddenly reared its ugly head, a stark contrast to the memories he'd seen just a few moments before. Axel was speaking, and yet his voice sounded far away, lost in the static echoing in his ears, his heartbeat an unsteady, fast drumming, pulsing in his veins. Without active thought, he felt himself let go of the dagger, watching through muted eyes as it fell to the ground, the clang echoing louder than it probably should have in his ears. He couldn't do this, he wouldn't. Staggering back, as if taking a breath after drowning, he fell to his knees. His eye burning so much he could feel his veins pop out of his skin, blood seeping out of it as heat seared into the right side of his face. He hissed as the pain became unbearable, clawing at the orb, ripping gashes into his skin in the process. He could hear Bakugo make a noise of protest next to him, hands hovering, uncertain of his actions for the very first time. The doctor had risen on unsteady feet, taking the chance to limp out of the room. Just as another explosion rocked the foundation of the crumbling building. Unknown voices called out Bakugo's name, sounding close and approaching rapidly, and Arctic wasted no time in getting up, despite the agony racing across his face and his spine. He ran out of the room, in chase of his target. The emptiness he was familiar with for years now had snaked back into his mind by then, clearing his thoughts as he ignored the shouts behind him. Bakugo's desperate voice called out to him as he ran. He knew that the punishment that awaited him by the end of this failed mission would be worse than anything he'd ever felt before. Somehow, he couldn't get himself to care. Chapter 21 is already up. Link in my Insta bio.
Instagram.
The walls of the hideout shuddered and groaned as the heroes finally reached the crumbling room, or what was left of it, at least. All Might led the charge, Eraserhead and Mike not far behind. Dust hung thick in the air, illuminated by the flickering remnants of light fixtures dangling from the ceiling, still swaying with echoes of rumblings still going on outside. The scene before them was one of disarray and destruction, debris scattered everywhere, the walls cracked and blackened by explosions. In the center of it all was Bakugo. He was sitting on the rubble, hunched over, his body covered in dust and streaked with blood. His usually fiery eyes were distant and hollow, starkly contrasting to his usual fierce demeanor. His blonde hair looked almost black with all the dirt caked in it. He didn't seem to notice their arrival, his gaze fixed on his hands, lost in the turmoil of his mind. "Young Bakugo," All Might called out, his voice filled with concern as he rushed to the boy's side. "What happened here? Are you hurt?" Aizawa knelt beside Bakugo, his normally impassive face etched with worry. Gently placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he tried to draw him out of his catatonic state. "Katsuki, can you hear me?" Present Mike hovered nervously nearby, his usual exuberance tempered by the gravity of the situation. "Come on, kid, talk to us. What did those BSDRDS do to you?" For a long moment, there was no response. Bakugo's breathing was shallow, his chest rising and falling unevenly. He didn't seem to register the presence of his teachers, his mind still trapped in the events that had just unfolded. Finally, he moved. His hands, stained with grime and blood, slowly clenched into fists. His voice was barely above a whisper, hoarse and broken. "I found him." The three heroes exchanged confused glances. "Found who?" Aizawa asked gently, trying to coax more information from him. Bakugo's eyes, filled with a mixture of anguish and disbelief, met Aizawa's. "I found Izuku," he said, his voice cracking on the name. "I found him." He looked down at his hands, the fingers curling around empty air as if trying to grasp something that had slipped away. The realization of how close he had been, only to lose him again, seemed to crush him under its weight. All Might's face remained puzzled, a deep frown settling in his eyes. "Who's Izuku?" Bakugo didn't seem to hear him, tears mingling with the dirt on his cheeks. "He was here. Right here. I had him." And then he pushed his face into his hands, smudging the dirt and blood together, making himself look almost deranged. He was right here," he repeated feebly, voice broken, and so very unlike his usual demeanor. "Whoever he is, kid, we'll find him." Aizawa spoke softly, pulling the distraught teen into his arms and pulling him to his feet. "You don't have to worry anymore," he continued, tone lower than a whisper. "You're safe." The kid seemed to crumble in on himself at the words, as if finally letting his guard down, relaxing into his teacher's hold. "You're safe," he repeated, looking over the boy's head, sharing a worried look with the others. Wordlessly, they decided then and there that they never wanted to see that look on their student's face again. The air felt thick, as if the oxygen had been painstakingly sucked out of the room. The darkness was only broken by the lone light bulb hanging over the general's bureau, adding to the already intimidating aura he was exuding. His hands set in front of him, a finger tapping relentlessly onto the worn wood of his desk. The sound echoed loudly in the imposing silence, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. In the corner of the room, bound, gagged, and squirming knelt the doctor, his eyes red with tears as he looked at the ground resolutely. His whimpers and muffled pleading were ignored. The general's attention fully focused on the soldier standing before him. He'd barely managed to catch the target, having caught up to him at just about the last moment. Barely scrapping through completing the mission's objective. "What do you have to say for yourself?" The dragon finally spoke, wisps of fire liking at his words, smoke rising from his clenched teeth as he spat the words like venom. His quirk acting up could only mean that he was beyond furious. The kind of cold fury that burned, searing fire into his bones. He remained silent, feeling the blood still trickling down his face from his now empty eye socket. The ache in his neck spread like poison down his back, making his muscles spasm minutely as he tried to appear unaffected. "Very well." The general spoke when it was clear that Arctic wouldn't. He leaned back into his seat, finally stopping the tapping and interlacing his fingers together. "You know what to do." He instructed gravely, gesturing to the 2 guards standing at the doors. I have no use for broken weapons. The door closed behind him as the 2 soldiers dragged him away, the resounding thud feeling like his very own execution bells. Aizawa leaned heavily against the doors leading to the meeting room, his arms crossed, his face burrowed into his capture weapon, eyes trained on the corridor stretching out in front of him. The white LED lights flickered above him ominously. The slight buzzing sound served to amplify his already mounting headache. 3 sets of footsteps echoed from around the corner before the group he was waiting for finally appeared. Mitsuki Bakugo looked much like her son, her sandy blonde hair standing out in all directions in sharp spikes. However, her eyes were noticeably different. The worry shining within them was open and broadcasted for everyone to see, despite the seemingly permanent scowl on her face. Her husband walked with her, his face equally as worried, his features soft and his eyes red-rimmed as though he had been crying. Aizawa could already tell which one of the 2 his student had taken after. However, it was the figure trailing after them that caught his attention. The woman was short in stature, her green hair falling in long, dark locks reaching just below her shoulders. Shoyuta wouldn't have looked twice at the ordinary woman if it weren't for her eyes. Dark, tired eyes that spoke of countless sleepless nights and a harsh life. The only possible conclusion would be that this was Midoriya Inko, the missing kid's mother. He wouldn't talk unless we called you first. He spoke, disregarding pleasantries as there was no place for them on this particular night. Where is he? Mrs. Bakugo asked, her shifting eyes showing how impatient she was feeling. Behind her, the green-haired woman began to fidget, her hands rubbing together incessantly. Right this way. Stepping out of the threshold, he opened the door, letting the trio through. Inside, Principal Nedzu, Present Mike, and Tsukachi sat waiting, gathered around Bakugo like a shield. Don't make me worry like that, you dumb brats, the woman shouted, her tone soft despite the loudness of her voice. You almost gave your old man a heart attack. The man in question looked on, not bothering to deny her statement, although the redness of his cheeks did indicate some level of embarrassment. Are you okay, Katsuki? I'm fine, the teen spoke up, his voice rough, and given the fact that he had refused to speak for the entire time the doctors had tended to his wounds, Aizawa wasn't surprised. Stop hovering. We have more important things to talk about, he added gravely, his eyes turning almost imperceptibly towards Aizawa before looking ahead once more. What was he trying to hide? What could be more important than your well-being, you idiot? His mother groused, turning the blonde's head forcibly, as if to check the bandages wrapped there. She's right, Katsuki. The green-haired woman spoke up for the first time, her tone gentle and quiet. We're just glad you came back to us, okay, sweetheart dash. I found him, Auntie. Bakugo interrupted, his voice sounding strangled and withdrawn. His eyes never faltered, looking at the shorter woman head-on, pleading for her to understand. I found Izuku. Aizawa watched with widening eyes as all the color drained away from her form, leaving the dark shadows of her face standing starkly in the light. Her legs seemed to falter, her muscles unable to hold her weight anymore as she leaned heavily against Bakugo's father. Don't you dare joke about this, Katsuki. Mitsuri, finally using her son's given name, was enough for Aizawa to know that this wasn't any kind of jest. You know I wouldn't lie about this, he defended gruffly, eyes still unwilling to leave the rapidly watering eyes of his supposed aunt. You know, he intoned meaningfully. Oh God, she uttered, a palm pressing against her trembling lips. Where is he? Masaru Bakugo asked, his eyes just as wide and desperate at the women accompanying him. He was there, he was right there, I swear, but he faltered, losing the momentary confidence he had gained. I was too weak, I couldn't stop him. Auntie, I'm sorry, he cried, angry tears spilling relentlessly down his cheeks, catching onto the bandage plastered there. I'm so sorry. Midoriya-san made a wounded noise, her own tears finally breaking free of the constraints. How is he? She asked, voice breaking with every syllable. Visibly gathering himself, Bakugo blinked away his weakness, straightening up, and answered firmly. He was different, Auntie. He's taller, older obviously, but he seemed to hesitate. His eyes, it's like they were empty. Like Izuku wasn't even there anymore. He looked away. I think he recognized me though, in the end, he hurried to say. He saved me, he pushed me out of the way, and saved my life. The woman opened her mouth to respond, but a small voice interrupted them both. As much as I hate to interrupt this emotional moment, I believe there is much to discuss, Nedza spoke gently, gesturing to the empty chairs at the conference table. Are you telling me that your son has been kidnapped for the last 7 years, and no one bothered to report him missing? Aizawa asked darkly, glowering at the adults gathered around the table. We didn't have a choice. That bestiarity threatened to kill him if we ever did anything, Mrs. Bakugu shouted defiantly, rubbing the arm of her friend, who had been vacantly staring at the tabletop for the past few minutes. And you're sure that Izuku Midoriya is the same soldier who saved your class back during the USJ incident?
Takachi asked.
Yes, that's why I attacked him in the first place. I thought he would know something about Izuku. Bakugu answered, strangely calm now that he had told them everything that happened. Aizawa would have fed into the facade if he hadn't seen the shaking hands the boy was trying to conceal beneath the table. Can't believe the kid you're talking about it, Arctic Wolf, Mike muttered, gaze distant, probably remembering the recordings they had watched at the beginning of the year. Mike, Aizawa warned, eyes shifting to the hunched form of Inko Midoriya, having folded in on herself the more they mentioned her son's alter ego. Do you happen to have a picture of your son, Midoriya-san? When she didn't react to his voice, he repeated not unkindly. Midoriya-san? Sorry, she finally responded after Mitsuki nudged her lightly. Could you repeat the question? Do you have a picture of your son by any chance? Putting a face to the name would help greatly in our search. Why yes, oh of course, I think I have dash. She rummaged through her bag for a moment, pulling out her wallet and finally a picture. One that looked worn with time, as if someone regularly brought it out to look at it for hours on end. Thank you. Aizawa took the picture out of her outstretched hand, handling it like the precious treasure that it was. His fingers turned the photo gently, looking at it once before setting it down with a deep breath. He closed his eyes for a moment, praying that his mind was somehow playing tricks on him. Had he had too many cups of coffee? Mike, look at it for me, he whispered, unwilling to look at the picture once more. Tell me what you see. Confused and lost, the hero took the offered picture nonetheless, looking at it through his tinted glasses once before immediately removing the accessory. His eyes squinted as he brought the object closer for inspection. No, he uttered, his voice breathy and carrying none of his usual enthusiasm. No, it can't be, right? There, smiling in the old, fraying picture was a 7-year-old boy. His green hair was dark and curling around his chubby face, and his eyes shined with mirth as he looked at the camera. However, despite the different color theme, the happiness, and the youth morphing the boy's features, that face belonged to none other than Akatani Mikumo, the same boy that haunted most of Aizawa's waking and slumbering thoughts. Nedzu, who had promptly taken the picture from Mike, declared with a grim look, "It seems, gentlemen, that too many things have managed to slip right beneath our noses." The severity of the situation washed over him then, his chest constricting as all the pieces suddenly fell together, forming a picture so horrifying, he could only hope that somehow they were wrong. That somehow, the boy who he'd been trying to figure out wasn't a child who had been experimented on and forced to become a weapon of war. One that seemingly lost all traces of his humanity in the years he had been taken. As he sat there, listening to Nedzu, Takachi, and Mike discuss their next course of action, he couldn't help but feel the dread pool in his stomach. Beyond all hope, he wished for them to find this kid, find him, and save him. Chapter 22 to 23, already up. Link in my Insta bio.